It's 11 o'clock. This is the Sky News Autumn Statement special programme, bringing you all of the Chancellor's plans for the economy and what they mean for you.
I'm in Macclesfield, finding out how Jeremy Hunt's strategies will affect the county.
And I'm in Cambridge to see what businesses make of the government's promises to remove barriers to growth.
The Chancellor has left Downing Street for Parliament as he prepares to set out plans to tackle the cost of living crisis and boost business. The Prime Minister's already hinted that tax cuts are coming as he draws the Conservatives' battle lines ahead of a general election. For Labour, a test, as Sir Keir Starmer attempts to convince the country that he should be trusted on the economy over the PM. Well, we'll bring you all of the Chancellor's announcements and analyse what they mean for you right here on Sky News. Good morning. Well, there's not long to go now until the Chancellor makes his autumn statement, setting out the government's plans for the economy. Jeremy Hunt has already left number 11 Downing Street after posing for the cameras with his team and made his way to Parliament, where he's due to address MPs following Prime Minister's questions. The Chancellor and his boss, Rishi Sunak, have already made it clear that they plan to cut taxes as the centrepiece of an autumn statement very firmly focused on the coming general election. It'll be an attempt by the government to get on the front foot and set a challenge to Labour over who is better at managing the country's finances. Well, here with us to analyse it all are our political editor, Beth Rigby, and our economics editor, Ed Conway. Good to have you both here with us. Beth, to you first. Tax cuts, that's what we're expecting.
Yeah, Sophie, I mean, the way I billed it last night was they are going to get the economy growing to get the Conservatives going. So tax cuts, but definitely with an eye, as you were saying, on an election, what might it look like? There are going to be dozens of measures announced, all sorts of reforms around pensions, planning rules, and then, of course, crucially, tax cuts, which the government will argue are to encourage work and growth. So what does it mean for all of us? I think the headline one that we're going to expect is a tax cut to national insurance, so maybe 1 pence off national insurance. The think tank Resolution Foundation say that that would benefit 28 million working people and would come at a cost of an estimated 5 billion. When it comes to businesses, the headline that they were talking to me about yesterday is this idea of full expensing. Now, it's a bit technical, but it's a permanent extension of this scheme called full expensing. Basically, what it means is that companies can immediately deduct spending on IT, machinery, plants from taxable profits, and extending it was a demand for business groups, and they will sell this as a massive tax cut for business, all about boosting growth. Why now? Well, I mean, and Ed will talk about this far more, they will say the economic outlook has changed. I think there's an element of a year on from Liz Truss. They want to show optimism. They're turning the corner. Stick with us. It will be the message. But also, this is a Conservative government now that thinks we've got to have something to sell to voters. Why? Because the polls are getting worse for Rishi Sunak. They were, in our poll of polls, 18 points behind at the beginning of the new term in September. They're now 20 points behind. So they've got to try and get voters to have a look at them again. And they've also got really restive backbenchers. I was speaking to Priti Patel yesterday, leading voice on the right. She was saying, I want a corporation tax cut. I want income tax cuts. So I think we will see tax cuts. I think the question will be that whilst they are cutting potentially national insurance, the fact they've frozen banding for income tax means that they have already raised billions of pounds from that. So it's almost like taking away from all of us with one hand, giving with another. And I'm sure that will be the argument Labour will take. Keir Starmer this morning putting out a tweet saying after 13 years of Conservatives, 25 tax rises since 2019. We're going to hear that on repeat today, I think, Sophie.
Yeah, we'll watch out for that one, definitely. So that kind of, I guess, is the first sort of big ticket thing that could impact people at home, tax cuts. That's what we're expecting, Beth says. Ed, I'm a bit confused about this, right? Because, you know, Jeremy Hunt and Rishi Sunak bill themselves as the fiscally responsible guys. You know, they're not going to do anything that's going to rock the economy. As Beth was saying, they'll claim that the improving economy allows them to give away.
Yeah.
Is it really the case? Or what's the deal?
I mean, it doesn't look that great, to be honest with you. And actually, full expensing, by the way, that Beth mentioned, that could end up being quite interesting, and it'll be interesting to see over the course of the day. I'm sure we'll have people in saying whether that's going to boost investment, because it's all about boosting investment, but obviously you're raising taxes at the same time. So I think that is a legitimate kind of question mark about it. But on growth, actually, shall I show you? Should we start with the charts
Let's
now?
get the charts out.
Because on growth, the story there is not especially encouraging. When you have a look at this, OK, so this is showing you the growth forecasts from last time around, OK? So this is economic growth, anything above the line, and that's pretty good, 2.5% growth, which was forecast. This is last budget, so back in March, which was forecast for 2025. That's pretty good stuff. Now have a look at what the Bank of England's currently forecasting. So we will get the OBR, the official update to this later on, and as soon as that comes, we will show you these charts. But have a look at what the Bank of England's forecasting right now. Just look at these red bars. So better in this year, OK? So the year we're in at the moment, it's not that kind of recessionary feeling that a lot of people thought it was going to be, but it's still not that great. And then look out in the future, essentially flatlining for 2 years before towards the end just having a little bit better growth. So that is nothing to write home about. And it's hard to see how the Chancellor can make a positive story about that. But the question is, whether he has money to do those giveaways. And there's an interesting thing here, because what we're looking at here is it's called real growth rates. You're adjusting for inflation. So you're saying, actually, how much are our incomes increasing each year? And that's basically the picture, not all that much. But when you look at economic growth and do include inflation, it looks kind of a lot more positive, doesn't it? Because inflation is a lot higher. So the amount of cash flowing around the economy is going up and up and up. And here's what's interesting. Because inflation is a lot higher, last time around, that was the trajectory in terms of the cash flowing around the economy. This time around, it's more likely to look a bit like that. And that's partly because the ONS, the Office for National Statistics, they've got a slightly different take on the size of the economy. But it's partly because basically inflation is higher. So the amount of cash going around the economy is more. And here's why that matters. Because all of the different things, the Chancellor's got some fiscal rules, are measured against this, the size of the economy. And when the economy looks bigger, the scale of things like your debt don't look quite so big. So, and the reason we're going through this is, there's been lots of talk recently about headroom. This is where that idea of headroom actually comes from. The Chancellor has this fiscal rule. He needs to get debt falling by the end of the 5-year kind of forecast horizon that they've got. And last time around, it was falling, but you can just see it barely by much. Only £6.5 billion. And that was his headroom. That was why he was able to say, listen, I've got a bit of headroom with which to spend extra money in the future. That kind of really matters. Here, because the size of the economy is much bigger in cash terms, because inflation's high, it's not necessarily because we're better off, it's certainly not that, I'm afraid. But because of that, the size of that total debt as a percentage of GDP looks a little bit smaller, and therefore the headroom is also bigger. Now, you're probably looking at this and saying, hang on, it's not because we're necessarily doing that much better. And no, it's not. It's because of a statistical thing. It's because of a fiscal rule. Well, yes, that's all true. That's kind of where we are. But that's kind of why the Chancellor will say he has more headroom to play with. And as a result of that, he's going to be potentially doing these tax cuts that we were just talking about a moment ago. But the headroom that he's got is much smaller than previous Chancellors. I'm going to whip through that one because it just shows you, look, the headroom he had was a bit less. But this is the really key thing, OK? This is the total tax burden, the amount of tax we, as a country, are paying. Not just the taxes you're paying in your income tax, not just your national insurance, but business tax, everything. This is going all the way back to the 1940s. The higher that line is, the more heavily taxed this nation is. And look at where it's forecast to go under Rishi Sunak in the future. Now that, just to put this into perspective, OK, because you might not be able to see, we'll draw a line there. That's the highest since at least 1948. And I think whatever is decided in this autumn statement, the big question is going to be, how does this line look? Do you feel like you're actually less taxed than you were before? And I'm afraid on that, I think the answer is going to be probably, yeah, you are going to be feeling, a bit more taxed. And so we'll be updating those numbers as they come through. But I just struggle to see how you can make the case of being a low-tax government when you've got the highest taxes since 1948.
How important is that politically for the Conservatives and Rishi Sunak as well?
This really is the crux of what we're going to hear in terms of the argument today. Because what I think Jeremy Hunt will do is try and make the argument now that after these very difficult years with the pandemic, the war in Ukraine, that we've turned the corner as a country in terms of the economy, and they want to go back to being the party of a smaller state and lower taxes. That's where they will try to draw the dividing line with Labour. But as Ed has pointed out there, the tax burden at a 70-year high, this has been the biggest tax raise in Parliament on record. So it's a really hard argument to make. But what is the dividing line? Now, when you talk to insiders, what they will say is that Labour, on the one hand, are saying that they want to invest tens of billions a year into the green superpower argument. You know, it was up to 28 billion a year investment. While on the other hand, Rachel Reeves will say today that she backs tax cuts. They argue, this is what Conservative strategists will argue, that that is incompatible. And as we get closer to election, Labour will have to come out as the party of higher taxes. Now, what do Labour say about it? They think that the Conservatives have lost economic credibility because of Liz Truss. It gave them an opening to be the party of fiscal responsibility. And one strategist said to me yesterday, when I asked them about these dividing lines, they said their bigger problem isn't what to put in the autumn statement. It's having a leader who keeps changing strategy. It's a bit like watching a drunk driver moving down the road, like wiggling about. Now, one, Rishi Sunak, I should point out, is teetotal, so that's very metaphorical.
Yeah.
And two, it reminds you a bit of the trolley analogy that Dominic Cummings built for Boris Johnson. I don't think that Rishi Sunak will like that much at all, the idea that he keeps changing direction. But it is a bit confusing because for months we were told we can't cut taxes, the economy isn't ready. And then, lo and behold, 20
Even
points...
a month ago they were saying there's no money.
20 points behind in the polls, suddenly a tax giveaway. And as Ed was saying, the macroeconomics... You know,
it's not super
very
promising.
good.
It's not super promising.
3 days ago, Jeremy Hunt telling Trevor Phillips that there'll be no inflationary tax cuts.
No, I know. Although, I mean...
That's a debate for another time, maybe. Thank you both very much for a great overview of what to expect in the autumn statement. Tax cuts, that is a big box office promise for people at home. But what does it mean in terms of the economy and also, of course, the credibility of Rishi Sunak? Can he claim to be a low-tax Prime Minister? Well, let's get a sense now, shall we, of what's at stake and what people around the country are hoping for. Sarah J. Mee is in Macclesfield in Cheshire.
Yes, hello, good morning from Macclesfield. Thank you, Sophie. Macclesfield, a staunch Conservative constituency. It's been blue since 1918. And how voters here react to this autumn statement will be crucial for the government as it prepares for a general election. Well, joining me now in Macclesfield, let's talk about what people want from the Chancellor this afternoon. We have Labour's former Mayor of Macclesfield, Fiona Wilson, alongside Fiona businessman Nick Johnson and Will McKellar, who is from Citizens Advice Cheshire North. Hello and good morning to all of you. We are waiting for this autumn statement to be announced by the Chancellor. While we do that, we've got a hint as to what's to come, so we can talk in general terms about Macclesfield, because we're focusing in on Macclesfield today here on Sky News as a snapshot of what people want from this autumn statement to make a difference to business and to their everyday lives. So, I'll come to you first. In general terms, what do you think Macclesfield needs from the Chancellor today?
Well, residents in Macclesfield and businesses in Macclesfield need assistance with the cost of living crisis that we're all still experiencing. I'm a town councillor for Macclesfield, and my ward, Macclesfield South, is one of the most deprived in Cheshire East. Life expectancy in my ward is 10 years lower than other parts of Cheshire. So there are pockets of deprivation in Cheshire that really do need to be addressed. As a town councillor, we focus very much on supporting our community by providing lots of free events for families and children. We are supporting local businesses with what we call glow-up grants to enable independent businesses to improve their shop fronts, etc. And we're very much wanting the Chancellor to also to make more funds available for local authorities. We've had a 64% reduction in our grants for local authorities since 2010, and that really is not sustainable for us to continue to deliver the statutory services for our deprived residents that need us the most.
There's a lot of talk about tax cuts today, and of
Yes.
course the question after that is what does that mean for public services, which I would imagine would be your concern this afternoon.
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, tax cuts surely will give people more money in their pockets, but at the end of the day, we still need to provide those statutory services that local authorities and councils are required to provide. Macclesfield Town Council is doing all it can to improve the public realm, to improve lives for people in Macclesfield with the small amount of funds we have. But the big ticket items at Cheshire East Council need funding and need support. I would support tax cuts for individuals as long as the money, the investment improves in business rates, which I know Nick's going to talk about in more detail, and also in benefits and support for people who aren't able to work at the moment.
Yeah, Nick, let's bring you in on that point then. I mean, there has been talk ahead of the statement about tax cuts for businesses. What would help you? Perhaps you could just first of all describe to our viewers what kind of business you're in, so we can sort of personalise it, if you like.
Well, we own Picturedrome. We run Picturedrome. We opened in 2019, so it's just pre-COVID.
Yeah.
To put into context the problems that we've faced since we opened, we had 1 year of enforced closure. We had 1 year trading at 60% capacity. We then emerged into the post-COVID world to find that our utility costs had gone up by 480%. We had a backdated rates revaluation that put our rates up by 480%. We've had, during that period, a 30% increase in the costs of employing people through the increase in minimum wage, and we've had a 500% increase in our borrowing costs.
They're massive numbers, Nick.
They're impossible to deal with.
Yeah.
And we're funding all of that through debt and through our reserves. Now, one of the real problems that we face, and every independent business in the country faces, is business rates, which is draconian in the way in which it operates. Now, the government might say, well, we're going through a revaluation in the spring of 2024, but that's when the business rates will kick in. We haven't actually been paying business rates since the start of lockdown, and all of a sudden we're going to be in the situation where the business rates here, we invested probably £4 million in this building, in this town, because we believed in its future. The privilege for doing that is we were then given an increase in our rates from £30,000 a year, which was what was being paid for this building before, to £185,000 a year. It's a tax on investment, and we really need. And also, it doesn't level the playing field between online retailers and the people who occupy the high streets, and that's one of the reasons why the high streets around the country are failing, why independent businesses cannot get a foothold in town centres, because they're being penalised for their physical presence in amazing towns with great potential like Macclesfield. So fundamental reform of business rates has got to be a critical aspect of what the government do, and they need to grasp that nettle, and they need to level the playing field between real-time businesses and online businesses.
Walking up from the station this morning to get here, Macclesfield has a vibrant high street. You know, you walk around so many other city centres, it's not as thriving as Macclesfield. This place busy and buzzy at this time of the morning. So do you feel that you're in pretty good shape compared to, say, other towns and cities in the UK? And having said that, what do you actually want to come out of the Chancellor's mouth today that's going to help you improve? And for some businesses, just simply stick around, stay afloat.
I think Macclesfield isn't doing as well as it could. There's no question about that. It has far more potential. Yeah. And I think, you know, some of your people that you'll speak to, you'll understand a little bit about the impact that the cost of living crisis is having on people's spending power. The problem that I have as a businessman, and I've been in business now for 40 years one way or another, and we've never had it so bad. Independent business has never had it so bad. And what we need is some recognition, some vision about what the role that independent business can play in a post-Brexit economy, because the government, this administration, has paid no attention whatsoever to how at what the impact of Brexit is and how we can capitalise on the opportunity that presents. The opportunity that presents, in my mind, is about the celebration of identity, is about the role of independence. If we were in France or we were in Italy, all these independent businesses would be being celebrated. They all use produce from England's northwest first and foremost. So they're all sourcing their produce locally, and it's reinvesting in the regional economy. And they will be being celebrated in any other European country other than this country. And it just seems that the focus of the current administration is on big business, on corporates, on the world that they know. And they're disconnected from the real world that everybody else is operating within and connected to.
So it's not just about tax cuts with businesses for you, it's about recognition, it's about support and a long-term vision. And Will, I'm going to come to you. From a citizen's advice perspective, what are people saying to you when they walk through your door or pick up the phone? Because the backdrop to all of this is this cost of living crisis. We know that the Prime Minister is celebrating what he's seeing as a win, halving inflation. He said when that was announced, people should feel better off. Are they?
Well, in reality, not. In respect to the increase in inflation, that just means things aren't increasing in cost.
Still expensive.
As quickly.
Yeah.
Things are still increasing. Citizens' advice, we deal with anything and everything, with employment, housing, immigration, consumer. But with regards to the cost of living, what we're seeing are people essentially with negative budgets. You go back 5 years, we would deal with somebody who came in, maybe they'd had a change in circumstances which meant that they had debts that they couldn't pay. First thing that we would do is maximise their income. Second thing is that we would strip away the non-essential expenditure. So they're paying the rent, they're buying their food, they're paying the gas and electricity. 5 years ago, those they would have balanced. Now, more often than not, people have negative budgets.
Yeah.
So what you're looking at is people on the minimum income don't have enough, essentially, for day-to-day living. So the one thing I would be looking for is a recognition of that, and for welfare benefits to either be increased to offset and it's invariably utilities that are causing the imbalance. So an increase in welfare benefits, or somehow some increased regulation to ensure that utilities don't continue to exceed people's budgets.
And the autumn statement, of course, hasn't been announced yet, but there's some of the things we are expecting. Cut in national insurance, potentially. The minimum wage is going up in April. We know that next year. But there was also talk about potential benefit sanctions, tough new benefit sanctions. The government announcing potentially plans to make benefit claimants who fail to find work for more than 18 months undertake work experience placement or face losing access to government support. Well, on the surface, I mean, obviously that's not been announced, but how will that news go down with some of the people that you speak to?
I've been in this area of work for over 20 years, and the number of people who are consciously, deliberately evading their obligations with regards to, specifically we talk about people who should be looking for work, are supposed to be looking for work, are a minimum. I don't believe that's the issue. The issue is the rate of welfare benefits. The cost of living is that people don't have enough money, not the fact that they're somehow evading the opportunity to go to work.
Is that whole being punished for working, essentially, in terms of, people say they can work, but actually they're worse off if they work? Can that be the case for some people?
It depends how you view that. That could be the case.
Yeah.
When it comes to people shifting into in-work benefits, some people can benefit, some people are financially worse off. That's a case-by-case issue. The underlying problem is that there's just simply not enough money.
Yeah. Religiously support. Nick, you want to come in on that?
I think I understand the issues that government face with budget because of it's been exhausted through the banking crisis, through coronavirus. We all understand that there's not an awful lot of money knocking around, but there are things that the government can do to support independent business without it necessarily costing government money. We've had to lock into energy prices in a crazy Byzantine market where when we were locking in on our energy prices last year, our energy advisor said, if you'd done it last week, it would have cost you £7,000 less over the year. And I said, why? He said, because today it's raining. and we were locked into that price for 12 months. We can't do a shorter contract than 12 months. If we were able to swap out after, let's say, 3 months, we could, if the market was falling, we could get the benefit of that. The people who benefit from that are, of course, the energy companies, because we're locked into then a price for 12 months. So there are some simple things that government can do. If you wanted one big idea for business, one big idea for towns in this country, it's to designate the towns that are on the margins of success enterprise zones. So you could make a town an enterprise zone, relax planning regimes, reduction or no business rates, and opportunity. Because take Macclesfield, for example, it's the home to AstraZeneca. There's a load of really amazing creative scientists about 1.5 miles from here. Those people want to live in a place that's thriving, that's surviving, and the government need to make the connection between enterprise, culture and business. And that is a connection that simply isn't being made at the moment, because actually if this was a thriving town, then it would be more attractive for the minds that the likes of AstraZeneca want to attract to their campus, which is 1.5 miles from here. So there are some really simple things that can be done at very little cost, but they need a little bit of imagination, and that's what we're not seeing from this administration.
Simple and cost-effective ideas rather than headline grabbers, perhaps. And Fiona, Nick and Will, thank you very much as we build up to that autumn statement that will be delivered this afternoon. Thank you so much for your time and for hosting us here this afternoon as well. I'm going to hand back to Sophie in the studio now.
Thanks very much, SJ. SJ there taking the temperature on how the autumn statement's going down with voters, and this is the door we here in the studio are keeping a very keen eye on, the door to number 10. Expecting, of course, to see Rishi Sunak leaving for Prime Minister's questions, which will happen just ahead of the Chancellor's autumn statement. Let's pick up, shall we, with Beth and Ed again, shall we? We've been looking there at the door of number 10. I mean, obviously it's a big moment for Jeremy Hunt, but it's a big moment for the Prime Minister as well, isn't it?
Oh, God, it is a really big moment. We've been talking, haven't we, since the beginning of September about the Rishi resets and the different staging of that. There was conference, didn't really come off. There was the King's speech, didn't really come off. The reshuffle, quite an arresting moment, but has unravelled a little bit since. And now this, a moment where he tries to reset yet again. But there is quite a lot of criticism from within the party as well as from outside the party about this lack of strategy. And the reason people say that is, on the one hand, he wants to cut, go to war, if you like, on environmental taxes and sort of disavow that agenda. And people say, well, that suggests he's kind of tacking to the right, or be very tough on immigration. And then he brings in David Cameron. Everyone goes, hang on, and now you're taking on the Lib Dems in the south.
Just to break in, I think that is the Prime Minister. We promise, in the blacked-out window of that car, he is there. We're not having you on, it is the Prime Minister. There we are, Rishi Sunak's car, leaving for the House of Commons, where he will deliver Prime Minister's questions. Sorry for interrupting you, Beth.
Well, no, I mean, you know, and he wants to now sort of argue that the Conservatives are the party of low tax as they preside over the biggest tax burden in 70 years. He wants to say the party is the party of change, and then he brings back the old Prime Minister to become the Foreign Secretary. So everything that they have done is kind of contradictory, I would argue, and a bit confusing. When you talk to sort of Labour about what they think's going on, I mean, someone said, this was someone else, this wasn't the one that was talking about the being, wobbly road, said that he looked like a Prime Minister without a political North Star, i.e. where's the voter coalition that they're going for? You know, how do I get a majority? And at times you thought he's going for the 2019 coalition, and that's what I was talking about when we were talking about being really tough on immigration or disavowing green taxes. And then at other times you think, hang on, are you going for the 2015 coalition of voters that David Cameron brought together? And it looks at times like it's a number 10 just trying to get through each week, and it's week by week, and it's not building a coherent narrative. The final thing I would say, though, Sophie, is, and we've talked about this a lot, is that the point is that voters want change. They don't know what they want necessarily in terms of who to vote for. And when you've been in power for 13 years, it's really hard to be the candidate of change, and that gives him a really difficult political challenge.
Yeah, it is a difficult challenge. And Beth was just saying there that the political strategy sometimes feels confused or there's a lack of coherency. What about the economic strategy?
I think it's worth saying as leaving alongside that issue of kind of fatigue, political fatigue that clearly you would have after this length of government. It's tough at the moment. It's tough, and it's tough not just for the UK. The economics is really tough across all of Europe, Other countries are doing worse right now. Germany has faced a recession. We haven't actually had that recession here. Energy prices are still really high. You could say the entire economic model of Europe is now under question, and the UK is a big part of that. And so there are massive challenges out there alongside the cost of living crisis, alongside what's happening with interest rates. So it's not easy, and he could probably say, and I'm sure he will say, that in the circumstances we're doing pretty well, and I'm sure we'll hear about the UK versus other countries and how our growth is slightly better. I'm sure we'll hear about that. We always get that, don't we, in these things. But even so, how can you make a kind of, a rousing, encouraging, inspiring speech out of that? It's tough. Because the overall background right now for the economy is just not great, and it's difficult to think what levers you could pull for an easy result.
Thanks both very much. We'll have more from both Beth and Ed on the programme. But coming up, we are going to take you to Cambridge, where our business presenter Ian King is standing by with this. He's got all the great plots, Ian. This is an electric car in Cambridge. We'll be taking you there. That's next. Hello, welcome back. It's a big day here in Westminster as we look ahead to what we expect to be a tax-cutting autumn statement from the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt. The PM has left Downing Street. He's heading to the House of Commons for PMQs, and we've just got bit of a readout from Cabinet this morning as well, where they were looking ahead to the autumn statement. The PM effectively saying that the success in halving inflation has given them a bit of wriggle room to do some giveaways in the autumn statement. And the Chancellor also addressing Cabinet to say his statement was one that backs business and rewards workers to get Britain growing, particularly talking about the problem of people being on benefits with no requirements to look for work because of sickness or disability. So really leaning into his Back to Work programme there. We're, of course, expecting more rabbits to be pulled out of the Chancellor's hat later on this afternoon when he addresses the House of Commons. But we're going to be really analysing whether or not the government's claim is correct, that they do have the economic headroom in order to do these tax cuts. Well, let's find out, shall we, what businesses are hoping for from the Chancellor's autumn statement. Our business presenter Ian King is in Cambridge for us this morning. Ian, I'm very jealous by your backdrop. It looks pretty impressive.
Thanks, Sophie. Yes, good morning and welcome from the Evolution Business Park here in Cambridge. This is a real example of the kind of businesses and the kind of conditions in the economy that the Chancellor wants to see thriving as he tries to recreate, if you like, a UK version of Silicon Valley. We're being hosted today by Nyobolt, which manufactures and designs ultra-fast charging technology. I'm joined by Dr. Sophy Ridge. He's the Chief Executive. Si, thank you for welcoming us this morning. What are we looking at here?
Well, thanks for coming. So we make ultra-fast charging batteries, essentially batteries that charge fully in minutes. So we have everything from battery-powered robots that bring automation to warehouses and get the robots to charge up in minutes so they can spend more time working and less time charging. Today, it's the opposite. They take hours to charge, so you need more number of bots to get the same amount of work done. So what you see here is essentially an automated warehouse setting. We call them swarm bots, and they go around charging very quickly and getting the work done in a warehouse setting.
Now, this is your brand new product. This is a portable ultra-fast charger. I think you only unveiled this last week. Tell me all about it.
So the transition to clean energy comes with a sort of inconvenience that electric vehicle drivers have. So there are two problems. The first one is they take too long to charge, so you don't have the convenience of refueling petrol or diesel like in 5 minutes. And then the lack of charging infrastructure. So the problem with charging infrastructure is they needed a lot of civil works, and when you try and put a lot of charging points in car parks, you need to dig up pretty much more spots. And the way to get every car bay to be a charging bay is to have something like this. Okay. Battery on wheels that can offer fast DC power to every car. So what we have here is a CCS2 interface that can charge most of the cars on the road today with rapid chargers above 50 kilowatts. And you can take it all the way up to 300 kilowatts, so you can put up more than 100 miles in 5 minutes. And what we have inside here is our unique battery technology that we've designed that's come out of Cambridge University. And myself and Professor Claire Gray, who founded the company, we feel that UK leads the world in terms of bringing this type of technology to the market that brings convenience.
It looks incredibly light. I mean, it's and this moves around automatically.
Indeed. So fast chargers today have a lot of power electronics that are big and bulky. So what we have in here are compact high power density power electronics combined with our batteries that have very high power density. So we have high power density means you can put a lot of power in a very small space. And a problem that traditionally existed with batteries was the heat that's generated when you put a lot of power into it. So we've solved for that problem by getting new materials into the battery that we've invented here, and we're scaling that technology up here and manufacturing facility down the road. So bringing that materials innovation into the batteries, combined with new designs that allow to pack more power in a small volume, allows us to make devices much smaller and add that lightweighting that improves efficiency and also brings the convenience.
And you're already taking orders for these?
We would be putting into production early next year. Yes, we are working with some big fleet operators and car park garage owners and city centers. Actually, a lot of the charging infrastructure rolling out. We were quite excited to see what's going to happen later today.
I mean, you're quite a young company. You were only founded in 2019.
Indeed. We're up and running for about 3.5 years now, and we're about 110 people. We're one of the fastest growing battery companies in the world. We've been backed by venture capital and also the ecosystem that's around here in Cambridge that we have right from the university and the tech transfer offices, as well as the funding organizations, both public and private. So it's been a great journey so far.
So, I mean, the location, Cambridge, this is absolutely pivotal to what you're doing. You say the ecosystem is very important.
Indeed, indeed. So we need all that talent of engineering, talent that covers entire value chain around electrification, both materials, high-value engineering, manufacturing, as well as the supply chains that come together to bring the cost down. And today, it's all over the place, essentially all over the world, and we're trying to bring that to the UK.
Cambridge is quite a small city at the moment. I think it's about 52,000 homes. You are going to have to build like fury to get more people in, aren't you?
It is a big challenge to attract more people here because the lack of housing, as well as the infrastructure for a very small university town. But we've done very well until this point, and I believe it's going to get better.
OK, well, let's have a look at this fantastic concept car.
Yeah, so what you're seeing here is an electric vehicle concept that we unveiled in June this year. So this has the best of battery technology and the powertrain that brings down the weight of electric vehicles. So that's a big problem today. Electric vehicles are at least 50% heavier than their combustion engine equivalent. So what we're saying is you can put more power into batteries that allow them to be downsized. And what we've shown here is 1.2 ton EV that's about half the weight for the same power that you find on the road. So lightweighting improves the efficiency. Efficiency improvement means you get more miles per kilowatt hour. And when you have a smaller battery, you improve the efficiency, you can get longer range and have the same convenience as refueling. So we can fully charge it in 6 minutes, just 6 minutes.
Stunning, yeah. I mean, I think we can show people, if you want to...
Yeah, so what you saw earlier was the CCS port. So we charge with the CCS2 technology and the DC fast charger cable port over here. And combined with ultra-efficient electronics that we have inside the chargers and also inside the powertrain, we can get the best of that energy transfer into it. So you have very high throughput of energy in a very short time. And with the beautiful design and a fun-to-drive sports car, launching the technology is a very exciting place for us early next year.
And right here, this is the guts of the battery technology.
Yeah, so what we need for the energy to be stored inside essentially is the battery itself and also a power conversion module. So what you see here is a power conversion module that's miniaturized to offer very high power in that very small footprint. So combine that with our batteries, you can get all that energy in 5 to 6 minutes and power up devices from robots to vehicles and consumer electronics down the road.
Terrific. Si, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, joining me now, I have Dr. Andrew Williamson. He's managing partner at Cambridge Innovation Capital, and Professor Dame Claire Gray, who's the co-founder of Niabolt and the chief scientist here. Claire, let me start with you. I mean, this was your technology that you devised at the University of Cambridge.
Yes, it was initially an anode technology, so that's one electrode in the battery that we put together, and with Sci we recognised that this was a real opportunity to build something and just to roll out batteries that could do very different things and identify different segments of the market. But it was very much an initial Nature paper, so a scientific journal paper that was produced, and then we pulled it forward into this company that you see today.
Now, Andrew, you've just completed a review for the government of how to get better value out of the IP that's developed in Britain's universities, spin-out companies, if you like. The government's taken all your ideas on board. Sum up basically what you recommended.
Yeah, so I co-chaired this review with Irene Tracy, who's the Vice-Chancellor of Oxford, and so what the Chancellor asked us to look at back in the spring was the UK spin-out ecosystem is growing very rapidly. We're doubling the number of spin-outs every year for the last few years. So how can we make the most of that, maximise the economic impact, make these spin-outs as successful as possible, like the company you see right here. So we looked at some of the economic terms that are involved in a spin-out and to recommend some best practices. So particularly for universities that are just getting into the spin-out game and are looking to learn, what are the standard ways to do this as expeditiously as possible, because speed is important. You want to get these companies out as quickly as possible. So we've recommended a series of sort of standard terms that can be adopted across the country. We've also recommended a number of things to do with how to increase the talent pool involved with spin-outs, because IP is important and economic terms are important, but really great businesses like this are built by people like Claire and Cy, right? So how do we get more founders like them wanting to spin out businesses, giving them the skills and the experience to do that? So we've got a number of recommendations on that. And then the last thing that we asked for was, we were just talking about valleys of death a minute ago. There's actually a new valley of death emerging pre-spin out. So often the kind of research that Claire's group is doing doesn't quite mature technology to the point where it's ready to create a company. And what you need is some proof of concept funding to take that technology to the point where it's ready for investment and spin out. And so we got our autumn statement early yesterday, and there was the Chancellor announced at our launch event yesterday a new proof of concept fund to do exactly that. So hopefully about 100 new spin outs will be able to get proof of concept funding. So.
Claire, I mean, the Chancellor wants the UK to have its own version of Silicon Valley. Is that a realistic aim?
I'm going to speak about the battery space because that's the one I'm the most comfortable with. I think we have to think about the whole ecosystem and also the extent of funding. But if we're going to create a battery Silicon Valley, whatever you want to call it, we have to think about where the materials come from, the supply chains, the international agreements, recognizing this is a global activity. We need to think about how we enable companies to go from the stages that we're at to manufacture and be competitive globally. And so there's sort of, Andrew was just talking about the valley of death. The next one is how do you go and you become a truly international global company? And so Cambridge has the Silicon Valley aspect to it already, but now we need to think about sustainability of a strategy. You know, we need to, because I'm very interested in the 2030 goals, 2050 goals, and the climate issues, and we need to be, you know, we already think of ourselves as a leader in this field, but now not only do we need to have an announcement about this, but we need to think about how, not just a strategy, but how do we implement this, and we need to be doing this now, because next year is too late, and so I'm optimistic because that's what entrepreneurs and startup people are, but we do need to think about strategy and implementation to make these things a reality and to be competitive globally.
Absolutely. And this point, Andrew, that I raised with Cy earlier, I mean, presumably what you'd like to see from the Chancellor today is more enabling of expansion so that people who want to come and work at places like this, they have a home that they can live in, that they can afford, a school that they can send their kids to.
Yeah, so these innovation ecosystems, as we talk about, are fundamental. And one of the things we talked about actually in the spin-out review is what are all the ingredients that need to come together? So you need an anchor IP generating institution like a university or a national lab. You need all the talent, you need the infrastructure, and you need that at a critical scale. So one of the great things about Cambridge is actually it's a safe place to fail. I worked in Silicon Valley for 20 years, and it's the same thing. I can recruit somebody to come and work in an early stage spin out that we're an investor in here in Cambridge, and they can do that in the knowledge that if that one doesn't work, they can go next door and join another one, right? So you need enough scale to do that, and we have that here in Cambridge. We have it in Oxford, in London. Now Northern Gritstone is setting this up in the Manchester, Leeds and Sheffield region. So we're creating more of these sort of critical scale innovation ecosystems. It's really very exciting.
There is a real buzz around here. Andrew, Claire, thank you very much. And Sophie, I would just reiterate that when I got off the train up from London this morning, I was about the oldest person getting off the train. It was full of really young people. It wasn't like the sort of vibe you get when you go into the city and people are sort of dolefully trudging in. There was a real buzz, a real crackle of energy. And that was just people coming into work or university and being excited about it. There's a lot going on up here, and we'll have more for you later.
Thanks very much, Ian. Ian King there in Cambridge. We're going to have lots more on the autumn statement, of course, as the day continues. But I do want to bring you a little bit of breaking news on the Israel-Hamas war, because what we're getting is reports from both Israeli sources and also Egyptian state media that the pause in fighting between Israel and Hamas will start at 8 a.m. tomorrow UK time. So 8 a.m. tomorrow UK time will reportedly be the beginning in that temporary ceasefire. It's going to allow the release of dozens of hostages from Gaza, also Palestinian prisoners currently being held in Israel, and the idea that it will also allow more aid trucks into Gaza during a 4-day pause in the fighting, starting at 8 a.m. UK time tomorrow. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, We are gearing up to Prime Minister's questions. So we're going to hear from the Prime Minister addressing MPs shortly before the autumn statement that is being billed as a tax-cutting moment for people in Britain. And of course, a big moment, not just for the Chancellor, but also for the Prime Minister and his electoral hopes too. That's coming up.
A lot of people come to us for well-being aspects. People who suffer from anxiety. We often get people who message me and say, I know someone that's autistic. I think they benefit from this. Other people really just love cows already and want to spend some time with them. The problem with cows is that they're so big. Generally, cows are quite inquisitive. They are, on the whole, very friendly. I mean, I would say don't just go and approach a cow in the field because you just never know. These are ones we've worked a lot with. We knew they were already friendly and confident. And they're really used to seeing people now, and they do actually love the attention. They're really enjoying having people here to see them. This is Cuddle Buff. She's a British Blue Cross. The rest of our cuddle cows are dairy crosses. When we had dairy herd up to last year, we sold those because of the flooding in the area. And we kept these because we just couldn't bear to part with them. They were our friends. £40 at the moment, and that lasts about 2.5 hours. We meet the cuddle cows about 3/4 of an hour, and then we meet our little Highlands as well. Really popular. We put tickets on sale, and we sell out usually within about half an hour. But we only take 6 people at once. There's three of us farmers, my husband, my brother, and myself. So one of us will just spend time with each couple, telling them about the cows, making sure everyone's safe. And making sure they have a really nice time.
Hello, welcome back. Well, before the Chancellor's autumn statement, we're going to have Prime Minister's questions live from the House of Commons. That's coming up shortly at midday. Well, here with us to discuss all of that, we've still got our political editor, Beth Rigby, standing by. We've also got Conservative MP, Party Chair Richard Holden, Labour's Tulip Siddiq, and the Lib Dems' Wendy Chamberlain. Good to have you all with us today. Right, go on then. What's the autumn statement then? What should we be expecting?
You don't have to wait long. You don't have to wait long, just after PMQs. But I think what we're going to see today is the chance that we've seen what's happened over the last year. Some of those, a recession was predicted. That's not happened. Actually, we've seen growth in the economy, fastest growth in Europe.
How much growth?
Pandemic started.
Not great, is it?
No, but it's far better than having.
What is the growth level?
Far better than having a recession, and also
what is the growth level?
And faster than our European competitors since we came out of the pandemic as well. So that's been a positive thing, which is really good for the country. Obviously, back in the last year, Labour were crowing about the idea that Britain would go into recession. That's not happened. That's because of the decisions we took in the autumn statement last year. Difficult, but the right decisions to maintain fiscal discipline for the country. And I'm hoping that today we'll start to see some of the fruits of that and also keep that push forwards, because it's really important, 2 things. One is that we get debt, keep debt under control and falling. And that was predicted to have gone up further than it has done, again, because of those decisions we took. And secondly, I want to see growth in the economy and the government really behind that. You can't have a demand-led growth. It's got to be that supply-side reform, which actually underpins the ability to drive productivity growth and therefore better wages for workers right across the country. OK, well, according to Richard Holden, the good management of the economy has meant that the government's now in a position for a giveaway at the autumn statement. What would you say to that?
Well, first of all, I noticed he didn't answer your question about growth, and I'll tell you why. It's because the Bank of England said there's going to be zero growth in the UK economy until 2025. I mean, that's not a good sign. And also, the thing about Labour crowing about a recession, actually we weren't. We were really worried because the Conservatives crashed the economy with Liz Truss's budget. No matter how much they try and divorce themselves from what happened, they ruin the economy, and now whatever they give away is not going to fix the cost of living crisis we have right now. I was never crowing. I was genuinely worried about my constituents who are facing such high inflation, living in an economy that doesn't have growth. The cost of food in this parliament from the last parliament has gone up by nearly 20%. That's astonishing for people on the ground. So I'm genuinely worried, and I want to see something in the autumn statement that makes the lives of people in this country easier.
Wendy, what are you hoping to see in the autumn statement?
Well, Richard's talking about growth there, and actually you can't grow the economy if you don't have people to work in the economy. And the fact of the matter is we've got 7 million people on waiting lists, NHS waiting lists, and we need to be focused on that so that we can get people back to work. That's what the government says that they want to see. What Richard also failed to point out is the fact that we have seen 20 tax rises during this Parliament. And as the COVID inquiry is showing us, there was a certain Prime Minister who was Chancellor then. No matter what they do today, none of that is going to undo the damage that has been done to the economy and that people are feeling in their pockets every day.
We have seen huge damage to the economy. That's mainly because of two major international events. One is obviously the war in Ukraine, which drove up food prices. In some countries where wheat is more of a basic food crop, we saw food inflation in places like Egypt going 100%. We just saw that on our own shops as well, with significant food inflation. It's something that people mention to me in my constituency all the time. The other thing is obviously the response to the coronavirus pandemic. I think at the time, I think we all wanted to step in to help families, but the only way we could do that is because of the sensible long-term decisions we'd taken over the last few years after we came into government in order to have a sensible and balanced economy. Those steps in with things like the furlough scheme, like that support for business, which were being cried out for right at the start of the pandemic, absolutely essential. But now we're in a much stronger trajectory than we were. The Bank of England, I noticed Tulip was talking about earlier on, they forecast the economy to shrink. That's not what's happened over the last year. The economy has actually grown. We've actually outperformed consistently expectations of whether it's the IMF, the OECD, the Bank of England, the Labour Party. We're actually there.
PMQs. Richard, I've got a really simple question for you. You're going to have to run the Conservative Party campaign in a general election. You are going to pitch yourselves as the party of low taxation when the tax burden in this country is at a 70-year high. That is a pretty hard sell, isn't it? I mean, the voters are just going to think that's a joke.
No, I think the truth is that voters do recognise that we've had these two major international events which have really hit the UK, but also actually internationally as well. I think what we'll see at the election is actually a choice between a Conservative Party with a balanced, proper plan, wanting to see tax reduction in the long term, and a Labour Party who've got currently a £28 billion annual of unfunded spending commitments, and they won't tell us where on earth that money is coming from.
Let's talk about Labour, shall we? Because the one thing that we do know from the trials is that it looks like taxes are going to be cut in the autumn statement. Tulip, does Labour support tax cuts?
We've always said if there's tax cuts for working people, we will support them. But I'm just going to come back on this point about the tax burden being so high, because it's £4,000 is the figure. We will support, if we have to see the details,
so
obviously.
Tax cuts for working people, so
if it's
national
lower
insurance,
tax,
for example.
I have to see the details, but I just want to make the point that £4,000 per household is how much more each household is paying in tax since 2010. No matter what he cuts in this autumn statement, it's not going to take away that £4,000 burden.
With the extra £28 billion a year of borrowing. Where's that coming from?
All your talk about the fact that all the global shocks. I mean, you're the government, let's remind you. I am in the opposition.
Where's your policy? Your policy is £28 billion a year of more spending. Are you borrowing that, which will drive up interest rates for families,
there's a difference between borrowing to invest and then irresponsible borrowing, which is exactly what you did when you crashed the economy on mortgages. That's the problem, isn't it? You crashed the economy, you made people, you paid gamble with
£28 billion a year more borrowing will drive up interest rates on government debt.
We've said
it'll drive up interest rates on families.
You have the highest tax burden. You have no no right to lecture me on the fact that people are £4,000 worse off per household.
And what are you proposing to cut?
What are you proposing to cut in the autumn statement?
Well, you'll see very shortly. You'll see very shortly what the taxes that we're proposing to deal with in the autumn statement.
And I still haven't heard about how much the economy's grown.
This is the battle line. You can hear it right here.
This is the election campaign that we're going to hear just condensed in the last minute or couple of minutes or so.
Voters will have to make a choice on 13 years of economic failure of a Conservative government or fresh new ideas from the Labour government.
I'm going to bring Wendy in because I can see it. You know, you got it with these two. You've got to struggle to get a word in edgeways here. Tax cuts. Would you guys support that?
Look, when the Liberal Democrats were in government, we took millions of people out of tax with the changes to the personal tax allowance.
But would you support tax cuts now?
Well, again, it's about what is going to have the most impact on the most vulnerable. So we have to be really focused on that. But what we are looking at is a
what does that
government
mean, tax cuts now? What's the position on tax cuts now?
Well, what we are looking at is what we will do for the most vulnerable to help, and we are looking at how we boost the economy, because clearly that is not working for this Conservative government currently. And as a result, that drag effect of people being stuck with frozen income tax thresholds means that the government would need to cut tax by about 6 pence to actually see any impact for people. It's how people feel now, whether they feel better off, and it's quite clear that they do not.
OK, here we go. Rishi Sunak, out Prime Minister's questions. Let's go to the House of Commons. Oh, apologies. He's just walking in. So we're getting too excited here.
I do think, though, picking up from Wendy, I do think Starmer might talk about public services today, because while we're all talking about tax cuts, there's still that issue of those huge NHS waiting lists that the Prime Minister is committed to cut by the next election.
Part of this headroom that the Chancellor is going to use today is taken from projected cuts to public services further down the line. And actually, when you look at what the public want, they do want that spending on public services because they are seeing the deterioration of those across.
We're seeing record levels of
OK, it's also waiting lists. I mean,
this time it's real.
He's up.
Let's listen.
Mr. Speaker, I know the thoughts of the whole House will be with the family and friends of the 4 teenagers who died in a car accident in North Wales. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sure we'll touch on it later, but let me just say we welcome the agreement reached overnight for a humanitarian pause in Gaza. This is something that we have consistently pushed for and is a crucial step towards ending the nightmare for families of those taken hostage in Hamas's terror attack and also addressing the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Justin Oswald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, his government will say that disabled people have a duty to work from home or lose their benefits, as if a suitable job of this kind is something that can be conjured up at will. It should be obvious to anyone that this kind of punitive policy isn't incentivising work, it's simply punishing disabled people who are already among the most marginalised in our communities. So can the Prime Minister do his duty and tell us now how many of the 137,000 jobs on the DWP Find a Job website are roles which specify that you can work from home?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, it wouldn't be right to preempt the Chancellor's autumn statement later, but let me just say this. I'm proud of this government's record in supporting those with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, not only have we closed the disability employment gap, not only have we increased the number of employers that are now disability confident, we're also making sure that we support those who are most vulnerable in our society, not least with the cost of living payments this year, which include £150 for all those on means-tested disability benefits.
Andrew Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Prime Minister agree that the measures taken to get us through the economic shocks caused by COVID and Putin's war were right for that time, but they are not the blueprint for the long-term successful economies of the future? It's innovation and skills and investment in these, such as the imminent rebuild of Harrogate College or the 12,000 local apprenticeships we've seen since 2010. These are our foundation and not the fantasy fairy tale tens of billions of borrowing from the Labour Party.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right, and I'm proud that since 2010 we've created 5.5 million apprenticeships. And Mr. Speaker, that's the difference between us. We now know that the party opposite want to halve the number of apprenticeships if they were in office. Meanwhile, we want to make an apprentice education secretary. But my honourable friend is right. Labour's plans to borrow £28 billion a year would just push up inflation, interest rates and taxes, undermining all the progress that we've made on the economy. And it's only the Conservatives that will give people the opportunity to build wealthier, more secure lives for them and their families.
Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like the Prime Minister, I know the whole House will welcome the agreement reached overnight. We repeat our calls for Hamas to release all hostages immediately. This humanitarian pause must be used to get the hostages out safely, to tackle the urgent and unacceptable humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, and to make progress to a full cessation of hostilities. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, the international community has treated the two-state solution as a slogan rather than a serious strategy, and that must now change. Like the Prime Minister, I'm sure I speak for everyone in the House in saying our hearts go out to the families and friends of the 4 young men from Shrewsbury who tragically lost their lives this week. It's a living nightmare for any parent, and I can hardly begin to imagine their loss. Mr. Speaker, this week the Prime Minister unveiled the latest version of his 5 pledges for the country. Let's hope he has more success with these than the last ones. Did he forget the NHS?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, not only when I became Prime Minister, just weeks after becoming Prime Minister, we injected record funding into the NHS and in social care. We also unveiled the first ever long-term workforce plan in the NHS's 75-year history. But I'm pleased he mentioned the 5 pledges because, as he knows, 3 of them are economic, and on a day which we will focus on the economy, I'm pleased to report that we have indeed halved inflation, no thanks to the party opposite. We have indeed grown the economy, and we have indeed reduced debt. That's a Conservative government delivering for this country.
Well, the reason he ignored the NHS, not only in his new pledges, but just now, is because 7.8 million people are currently on the waiting lists. That's 500,000 more than when he pledged to bring them down nearly a year ago. And the Prime Minister just claimed that this is all about economic growth. So let me ask him, if a labourer or a care worker is forced to wait a year for an operation, how are they meant to help grow the economy?
Mr. Speaker, we're doing an enormous amount to bring waiting lists down. Enormous amount. Expanding patient choice, rolling out new community diagnostic centres, new surgical hubs, as well as putting more doctors and nurses in our ward. But I guess the question, Mr. Speaker, is when he talks about targets and waiting lists, I really just hope that the Welsh Labour government aren't listening. Because after 25 years in power, they're missing every single one of his targets. Weren't they meant to be his blueprint?
Mr. Speaker, more than double the entire population of Wales are currently on a waiting list in England. He really needs to take some responsibility. And on his watch, 2.5 million people are too sick to work, with the majority also suffering from mental health issues. On top of his failures on waiting lists, can he tell us how many people are waiting for mental health treatment?
Well, actually, Mr. Speaker, we've injected record sums to expand the number of mental health treatments in our country. But, Mr. Speaker, I talked about the practical things that we are doing with CDCs and surgical hubs. But he doesn't also seem to realise that the union action that he fails to condemn and that his members of Parliament support from the picket lines have led to several 100,000 cancelled appointments, all making waiting lists worse. And he asked about Wales, but we can look at it. In Wales, over 70,000 people are waiting over 18 months for treatment, compared to in England, where, thanks to our efforts, we have virtually eliminated 18 months' wait. And that's the difference between us, Mr. Speaker. He wants to play politics, we get things done.
So raising the waiting list by 500,000 is getting things done. He's through the looking glass, this one. I asked the Prime Minister how many people are waiting for mental health treatment. He knows the answer, he just doesn't want to give it. 1.2 million. 200,000 are children, some waiting nearly 2 years to be seen. Would the Prime Minister accept those kind of delays if it were one of his family or friends?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the key things we are doing to bring down waiting lists is to expand the access of patient choice. It's a very straightforward idea to make sure that patients can choose where they get treated, and that way we will bring down waiting lists for mental health and other treatments far faster. Now, the Labour Party's policy on this is a total and utter mess. First, he promised, in his words, to ban NHS use of the independent sector. Then he said he wants more use of the independent sector. His shadow health secretary agreed with that, but then the deputy leader said that she would end it. As ever, you simply don't know what they stand for, and you can't trust a word they say.
As ever, no responsibility for the shocking state of the NHS. The truth is, the Prime Minister would not accept those waits for his family, and neither should anyone else. This morning, I spoke to an NHS nurse. For many months, Cam struggled to find time to see her 14-year-old son, Mikey, until he became seriously unwell. And now he hasn't been able to be in mainstream education for over a year. Mikey's mum is having to balance nursing with caring and being a parent. And this isn't a one-off. There are families up and down the country in exactly the same situation, working hard, trying to get through the cost of living crisis whilst desperately worried about relatives who can't get the treatment they need. How does he think they feel when they see the Prime Minister refusing to take responsibility and boasting that everything is fine?
Mr. Speaker, we're doing absolutely everything we can to put money into the NHS to bring down the waiting list, because I do want families up and down the country to have access to the healthcare that they need. He's absolutely right, they do deserve it. But then it is incredibly galling, Mr. Speaker, to hear this from someone who, when there are strikes happening in our hospitals and people are being denied access to emergency medical care, not only does he not have the strength to condemn it, he refuses to back legislation that would guarantee all the families that he talked about that access.
This is on his watch. It's his responsibility. 13 years in, and all he's got to offer is trying to blame the opposition for his failures. Over and over again. Mikey's mum. I'll tell you what Mikey's mum said to me this morning, shall I, if you're so interested to hear. She said, and I'm going to quote her, she said, whatever spin the government puts on it, you can't hide the reality for ordinary working people. That's her words. Worth reflecting on. Yes. Now, I'm glad that in recent years, real progress has been made in tackling the stigma surrounding mental health. But the fact remains that the suicide rate for 15 to 19-year-olds has doubled since 2010, and suicide is now the biggest killer of men under 45. And they're not just statistics. Every single one is a tragic loss to families and to friends. Politics has the ability to turn this around. It means tough choices. If we were to scrap tax loopholes, we could have thousands more staff, more support in our schools, more support in our communities. That would allow us to treat patients on time, getting them back to work, back to their families, and, crucially, giving them their lives back. This is about mental health. That's Labour's plan. Will he back it?
Prime Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, it was this government that, for the first time in the NHS's history, ensured that it had a long-term workforce plan, providing it with record funding so that we can eliminate long waits, but also ensuring that it has the money that it needs to train record numbers of doctors and nurses, whilst radically reforming how they work to improve productivity, because the only way we will get everyone the treatment that they need is to make sure that the NHS has a fantastic staff that it needs, and it's this government that has put that in place. And we can look, because he talks about records, Mr. Speaker, because this is something that no government has done in the past. It's something I'm proud we've done. Labour's record on this issue is clear. It was a disastrous failure of workforce planning. And those weren't my words, Mr. Speaker. Those was the verdict of the Labour-chaired Health Select Committee. It was Labour that did not train the consultants that we would need now, that take 13, 14, 15 or years to train. And it's this government that is for the first time making sure that every family will finally have the doctors and nurses that they need.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Access to housing that local people can afford is the biggest challenge we face in Cornwall. And whilst we need to build more houses, we need to ensure that they are available and affordable to local people and meet the needs of our rural and coastal communities. Now, local knowledge, particularly from elected representatives, is an important part in ensuring we achieve this. Yet the Leader of the Opposition has made clear that his intention is to ignore or override the views of local people in decisions on planning matters. Can the Prime Minister assure me and the people of Cornwall that under his government, the views of local communities will play a part in the planning process?
I thank my honourable friend for his excellent campaigning on behalf of his constituents, and I agree with him that housing must meet the needs of local communities, and our Affordable Homes programme is delivering hundreds of thousands of homes across the country. But crucially, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we believe that local communities must be consulted. In contrast to Labour's plan, which is top-down housing targets, concreting over the Greenbelt and destroying our precious countryside.
SNP leader Stephen Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think all of us in the Chamber are united in our relief at reports that hostages are due to be released by Hamas in Gaza. But we can't afford to lose sight of what comes at the other side of the temporary pause in hostilities that we are about to see. At the end of 4 days, do we simply see the return to the killing of children in Gaza every 10 minutes? Or do we choose in this House to instead back a permanent ceasefire?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do welcome the agreement reached overnight. And as I said, this is something that we have consistently pushed for and is a crucial first step as we try and resolve this situation and, indeed, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Of course, we want to see all hostages released as quickly as possible, including British nationals, and I would urge all parties involved to deliver the agreement in full. I would also like to put on record my thanks to Qatar for their important role, and we will continue to work with the United States and Israel to ensure the safe return of hostages and maximise the opportunity of this temporary pause to step up aid to suffering civilians in Gaza. It is something that we have pushed for, we've continued to do, and the UK is playing a leading role in delivering.
Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, ultimately it's not a pause in the killing of children that we need. It is an end to the killing of children that we need. And I can think of no better time than now for the Prime Minister to advocate for that permanent ceasefire. But given that he won't currently do that, will he instead lay the foundations for that two-state solution by finally recognising the state of Palestine?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, actually what the agreement that has been reached demonstrates that it wasn't right to have a unilateral ceasefire, and what was right was to do, as we have done, consistently push for a pause that would allow not just for aid to reach people in Gaza who desperately need it, but also for hostages to be released. That is what we have pushed for, and I'm glad that that is now being delivered versus a unilateral ceasefire, which would have emboldened and strengthened Hamas. And our position on the Middle East peace process more broadly is clear. We do support a negotiated settlement leading to a safe and secure Israel living alongside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. I've spoken to President Abbas and met with him to discuss this issue, and we are clear about strengthening the Palestinian Authority and reinvigorating efforts to find a two-state solution. And our long-standing position is that we would recognise the state of Palestine when it best serves the interests of peace.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Prime Minister's Network North project, which will see the full £1.7 billion put into the Midlands Rail Hub, which will reopen the central platforms at Kings Norton train station, which have been derelict for so long. And can I ask him to bring forward the cash so we can increase capacity on the line and improve journey times? And can he look at my campaign to extend the new Camp Hill line to Longbridge, which will open up access to the new Longbridge Business Park, which he visited earlier in the year, which will be bringing back manufacturing jobs to Longbridge for the first time since MG collapsed in 2005.
Well, I am pleased that my honourable friend's constituency will benefit from the decision on HS2 and benefit significantly from new Network North funding, an additional £1 billion to deliver the Midlands Rail Hub in full. And I know that decisions about Kings Norton are due to be made later this year, which should be good news to him. And the extension of the forthcoming Camp Hill line services between Birmingham and Kings Norton and Longridge will be assessed in due course as well. So I hope that's helpful, and I'm sure the Rail Minister keeps him up to date on progress.
Sybil Roberts.
All right, I'm sure the Prime Minister will join me and the communities that I represent in sending heartfelt sympathies to the families and friends grieving at the loss of 4 young men lost in a tragic accident in Carrickglenrothen this week. People in North Wales pay the highest standing charges on energy bills at £340 a year. That's a third more than London. That's despite having lower average incomes and people there living in older, poorly insulated houses. With a further increase in standing charges due next April, he must recognise that he can't leave this to Ofgem. Will his government, therefore, tackle unfair standing charges, and that before winter sets in?
Mr. Speaker, we have provided an extraordinary package of support for households across the country to help with energy bills, totalling almost £100 billion over the past year or two. The Ofgem price cap has also fallen to around £1,800 currently, and our price guarantee will remain in place till spring of next year, which will provide further protection for families. But crucially, the Chancellor announced previously that we have removed the premium paid by households using prepayment meters until the EPG ends, bringing their costs into line with those paid by comparable direct debit customers, and we continue to provide considerable support for vulnerable families throughout the winter with their energy bills.
Liam Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Setting strategic aims for the Middle East requires us to be precise about the terms we use, and that includes the word peace. Peace is not just the absence of war or conflict, but the freedom from the fear of conflict or oppression or terror. Peace requires mutual respect, freedom from persecution, and living without fear of destitution. It comes with self-determination and liberation from arbitrary justice. It needs hope and dignity and enforceable rights. Does my right honourable friend agree that only when all the people of the Middle East can achieve all of these things can any of us talk about having achieved peace?
Well, I agree wholeheartedly with my right honourable friend and thank him for what he says. And I know his advice will continue to be of value to the government as we find a way for a peaceful, more secure future for everyone living in the region.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Scottish surcharge on energy, according to Ofgem, means that people in Scotland pay 50% more in standing charges than Londoners, despite exporting 3.2 million hours of electricity to England in the last 2 months alone. Meanwhile, Scottish green energy producers pay higher charges than English power companies to connect to the grid. Does the Prime Minister think that this is fair to Scotland's consumers and businesses?
Mr. Speaker, I refer to my previous answer about the considerable support that we're providing to families across the United Kingdom with their energy bills. And actually, what would be good, she mentioned Scottish businesses, what would be good is if the SNP realised that they should support the 200,000 people employed in Scotland's North Sea oil and gas industry.
Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The latest film from Torquay's unleashed theatre company, 3 Steps, outlines the impact of homelessness. What further steps does the government plan to take in order to ensure everyone has a place of their own?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for highlighting the important work of his local theatre company, Unleashed, and I wish them well in their future endeavours. We are investing an unprecedented £2 billion over the next 3 years to tackle homelessness and rough sleeping, including building thousands of move-on homes and implementing our landmark Homelessness Reduction Act, which has already prevented or relieved almost 600,000 households from suffering from homelessness.
Next, Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Why are 34% of children in my constituency living in poverty?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's this government that has ensured that across our country 1.7 million fewer people are living in poverty as a result of the actions of this government. Yes, that is true, Mr. Speaker. Not only that, hundreds of thousands fewer children are living in poverty, and income inequality is at a lower level than we inherited from the party opposite. But, Mr. Speaker, we don't want any child to grow up in poverty, and the best way to make sure that that happens is to ensure that they do not grow up in a workless household. And that is why the right strategy is to ensure that we provide as many children with the opportunity to grow up with parents in work. And because of the actions of previous governments, several 100,000 more families are in that.
Got it. Darren Henry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question about apprenticeships. It is vital that individuals of any age can train and retrain for good local jobs, further education and skills opportunities that are available. So will the Prime Minister work with me in my campaign to establish an apprenticeship hub in Broxton?
Thank my honourable friend for all his campaigning on this important issue. We've delivered over 9,000 apprenticeships in his constituency, of great local businesses, including some that I visited as Chancellor, like Hair and Beauty from memory. But while we continue to invest in apprenticeships, we know the party opposite now want to halve that number, and that is the difference between us. Whilst on this side of the House we want to give people a hand up, all Labour want to do is keep them in their place.
Andrew Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With 316 arrivals by small boat this week, last week's Supreme Court ruling on Rwanda has left this government's lack of a compassionate and functioning asylum system totally exposed, with refugees suffering as a result and chaos at our borders. So could I ask the Prime Minister, yes or no, does he now intend to disapply human rights laws in order to continue wasting time and money on this cruel and discredited gimmick?
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the honourable gentleman mentioned the small boats arrivals. I'm pleased to tell him that thanks to the actions of this government, the number of arrivals are down by over 33% so far this year. No thanks to the party opposite that has opposed each and every single measure we have taken to stop the boats.
Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst the Labour leadership at Kirklees Council are looking to close Colne Valley Leisure Centre, hike up car parking charges and being criticised by their auditors for the way in which they manage their resources, there has been lots of good news for my bit of Yorkshire this week. £64 million of levelling up cash for Huddersfield Market and the Penistone rail line upgrade, and the West Yorkshire Investment Zone, focusing on the National Health Innovation Campus at the University of Huddersfield. Will the Prime Minister continue to invest in West Yorkshire and come and see some of these fantastic...
Prime Minister!
Well, Mr. Speaker, what great news. What great news. I was delighted to hear that the third investment zone was announced in West Yorkshire, and indeed money for the Penistone Line rail upgrade and regeneration funding for Huddersfield Open Market. But honourable friend is right, though. While the Labour-run Kirklees Council is not investing in closing things, it's this Conservative government that is backing communities across the north.
He's not going Mr. Speaker. On Monday, the government's chief scientific advisor, Patrick Vallance, told the COVID inquiry that the now Prime Minister had not asked for advice regarding Eat Out to Help Out. But on the 9th of March 2 years ago, the Prime Minister told this House that, and I quote, "At all steps in the crisis, we have taken the advice of our scientific advisors." He was right.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as he knows, there is an ongoing statutory inquiry into COVID. It's absolutely right that that process is followed. I look forward to providing my own evidence in the coming weeks and addressing all these questions. But it was the case that the government took advice from scientific advisors, and again, that's exactly what this inquiry will go over.
Mr. Speaker, since I recently shared my own experience of birth trauma in this chamber, I've been inundated with mums writing to me from across the UK to share their stories. I received a concerning email last week from a Staffordshire mother who'd like me to raise her concerns about Royal Stoke University Hospital. She also experienced birth trauma and has been told that due to the time elapsed, they will not be able to investigate her concerns. It is not acceptable to me that my constituents are not having complaints investigated by my local hospital. So can I ask the Prime Minister to urgently meet with me to discuss this? And can I also ask him to include birth trauma in the refreshed update to the Women's Health Strategy? We must do better to provide aftercare to all mothers in this country.
Well, can I thank my honourable friend for raising this important issue and for continuing to be a fantastic campaigner on birth trauma. I'm pleased that the first ever debate in Parliament on birth trauma was held recently in October. It was powerful, it was moving, and it highlighted just what a significant impact birth trauma can have on so many women's lives. The Department for Health are working with NHS England to make sure that we can improve maternity care and making sure that mental health care is also improved to deal with this. And I will ensure that the Health Secretary meets with my honourable friend so that we can ensure that we get this right for all the women who are depending on it.
Mr Speaker, in the last 13 years, the 6 oil and gas licensing rounds by the Tories have produced only 16 days' worth of oil and gas for the UK. Can the Prime Minister explain how doubling the number of licensing rounds will have any impact on the insanely high energy bills my constituents are facing? If he cared about energy security, jobs or the environment, he would surely be better matching the Scottish Government's £500 million investment in a just transition and providing a £400 rebate to bill payers.
Mr Speaker, not £500 million, we're investing tens of billions of pounds in the energy transition, not least with things like carbon capture and storage, which the North Sea can play a starring role in. But it's just completely wrong. In order to have energy security, it's right to exploit the resources that we have here at home. Even the Independent Committee for Climate Change projects that we will still need oil and gas as we make the transition and in decades' time. So the question from the Honourable Lady is, are we better off getting that here at home, supporting Scottish jobs and businesses, or are we better off putting that money in the hands of foreign dictators and shipping it here with 2 or 3 times the carbon emissions?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today I'm hosting 14 Ukrainian teenage children here in the House of Commons, whose parents have been and are fighting the Russians in Ukraine. 6 of them have been orphaned. They are up in the gallery, but they will also be in the IPU room from 1 till 2:30 this afternoon. So I know it's a busy and important day, but all colleagues are welcome to drop by if they are able. So will the Prime Minister join me in paying tribute to the parents of these children and take this opportunity to reiterate our steadfast support for the people of Ukraine in their fight for their independence, their freedom and their nation's survival?
Well, I do join my honourable friend in paying tribute to the parents of these children and many others, but also to take the opportunity to say that whilst events in the Middle East have been dominating the headlines, I can assure my honourable friend that we and our allies are steadfast in our resolve to support Ukraine for as long as it takes for them to achieve victory. And that's why the Foreign Secretary visited both Kyiv and Odessa last week, confirmed the UK's continued unwavering support for the Ukraine. Putin cannot hope to outlast the incredible resolve or spirit of the Ukrainian people, and they should continue to have our support for as long as it takes.
A few weeks ago, the world cringed at the Prime Minister's fawning welcome for Elon Musk.
Yep.
And this week, advertisers are fleeing Musk's platform after his latest vile outburst. So what exactly did the Prime Minister think he might learn from an unelected, super-rich individual who'd taken over a once successful organisation and plunged it into a death spiral?
Mr Speaker, it is striking. It is striking from the honourable member from Cambridge, of all places, to absolutely not understand the importance of technology sectors and companies to the growth of our economy. Absolutely extraordinary. It actually illustrates everything that is wrong with Labour's approach to our economy, Mr Speaker. What the rest of the world saw was the UK playing a lead in defining the regulations and approach to a technology that is going to transform how we live. It was a great example of the UK leading the way, an enormous tribute to our incredible entrepreneurs and businesses, many of which are being poorly represented by him and his constituents.
A is Red Wednesday, when we remember millions of Christians and others worldwide persecuted for their faith. People like Margaret Atta, a nurse, a lovely young mother of 4, here today from Nigeria,
who hid behind the altar as her church service was attacked. 100 were injured, 41 killed that day simply for being in church. Margaret lost both legs and an eye. And thousands more suffer similarly in Nigeria each year. So does the Prime Minister agree that the best way we could honour Red Wednesday today is to commit to quickly implementing the good words of the new International Development White Paper published yesterday to ensure UK development policies going forward are inclusive of those marginalised for their religion or beliefs?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank my honourable friend for her continuing dedication as my special envoy for this vital issue. Red Wednesday is an important moment to demonstrate our solidarity with Christians and all those persecuted around the world for their religion or belief. And marking this event annually was just one of the recommendations in the Bishop's report. And I'm pleased that today we will light up FCDO buildings in the UK in red in support. And I'm also pleased to say that we've taken forward all 22 recommendations in a way that we believe is making a real change for those persecuted for their religion or belief.
That completes Prime Minister's questions. Before I call the Chancellor, it may help the House if I set out how proceedings on the autumn statement will unfold.
Well, there you go. The Prime Minister's questions is over. Rishi Sunak answering questions from the House of Commons. It's always a bit weird, the PMQs directly ahead of an autumn statement. And Keir Starmer deciding to go on public services, and in particular the state of the NHS, rather than to try and draw the Prime Minister on anything specific with regards to the autumn statement, because of course he's pretty limited in what he can say before the Chancellor gets to his feet. So we're just waiting now. The lull before proceedings and before the Chancellor steps up in order to give his autumn statement. Beth, it is a bit weird, isn't it, the PMQs just before it? There's not that much they can say, and perhaps unsurprising that in a statement where we're expecting to hear lots about tax cuts, Keir Starmer decided to lean more into public services.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to steal the Shadow Chancellor's thunder, and it's difficult to talk about economy ahead of the statement, but instead choosing another difficult area for the Prime Minister, the NHS.
Here we go, let's listen.
Mr. Speaker, I come today with good news. It's my wife's birthday, and unlike me, she's looking younger every year. I turn to the statement. After a global pandemic and energy crisis, we have taken difficult decisions to put our economy back on track. We've supported families with rising bills, cut borrowing and halved inflation. Rather than a recession, the economy has grown. Rather than falling as predicted, real incomes have risen. Our plan for the British economy is working, but the work is not done. Others proposed a more short-term approach, but we have not made unaffordable pay offers to the unions. We have not stopped new oil and gas exploration, and we have not increased borrowing by £28 billion a year. That would have pushed inflation up just when we need to bring it down. Instead, under this Prime Minister, we take decisions for the long term. In today's autumn statement for growth, our choice is not big government, high spending and high tax, because we know that leads to less growth, not more. Instead, we reduce debt, cut taxes and reward work. We deliver world-class education. We build domestic sustainable energy. And we back British business with 110 growth measures. Don't worry, I'm not going to go through them all. But, well, I will if you like. But in summary, Mr. Speaker, they remove planning red tape, they speed up access to the national grid, they support entrepreneurs raising capital, they get behind our fastest growing industries, they unlock foreign direct investment, they boost productivity, they reform welfare, they level up opportunity to every corner of the country, and they cut business taxes. The Office for Budget Responsibility say that the combined impact of these measures will raise business investment, get more people into work, reduce inflation next year and increase GDP. But Conservatives also know that a dynamic economy depends on the energy and enterprise of people more than any diktats or decisions by ministers. So today's measures do not just remove barriers to investment, they reward effort and work. And I'll go through the measures in three parts. In the first, I'll use updated OBR forecasts to show the progress we're making against the Prime Minister's economic priorities. The second part sets out growth measures to back British business. Finally, I conclude with measures to make work pay. Before I start with the forecasts, I want to express my horror at the murderous attack on Israeli citizens on October the 7th and the subsequent loss of life on both sides. I will remember for the rest of my life, as I know many other honourable members will, being taken to Auschwitz by Rabbi Barry Marcus and the remarkable Holocaust Educational Trust. But I'm deeply concerned about the rise of anti-Semitism in our country. So I'm announcing up to £7 million over the next 3 years for organisations like the Holocaust Education Trust to tackle anti-Semitism in schools and universities. I will also repeat the £3 million uplift to the Community Security Trust. When it comes to anti-Semitism and all forms of racism, we must never allow the clock to be turned back. I now move on to the OBR's economic and fiscal forecasts, and I thank Richard Hughes and his team for their sterling work in preparing them. Three of my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's 5 pledges at the start of the year were economic: to halve inflation, grow the economy and reduce debt. Today I can report to the House that we are delivering on all 3. Let's start with inflation. Now, the Shadow Chancellor didn't mention it in her conference speech. My conference speech was before hers, so all she had to do was a bit of copying and pasting, which I've heard she's good at. But it speaks volumes that during the worst global inflation shock for a generation, it didn't even get a mention. Well, if controlling inflation isn't a priority for Labour, it is for us. When the Prime Minister and I took office, inflation was 11.1%. Last week it fell to 4.6%. We promised to halve inflation and we have halved it. Core inflation is now lower than in nearly half the economies in the EU, and the OBR say that headline inflation will fall to 2.8% by the end of 2024 before falling to the 2% target in 2025. I will not take risks with inflation, and the OBR confirm that the measures I take today make inflation lower next year than it would otherwise have been. I thank the Independent Bank of England Monetary Policy Committee for their crucial role in bringing inflation down, and we will continue to back them to do whatever it takes until the job is done. But as we do, we will continue to support families in difficulty. And today I add 4 further measures to help with the cost of living. Firstly, for those on the lowest incomes, I understand the concerns some have about the effect on work incentives of matching benefit increases to inflation. I know there's been some speculation that we would increase benefits next year by the lower October figure for inflation. But cost of living pressures remain at their most acute for the poorest families. So instead, the government has decided to increase universal credit and other benefits from next April by 6.7% in line with September's inflation figure, an average increase of £470 for 5.5 million households next year. Vital support to those on the very lowest incomes from a compassionate Conservative government. Second, because rent can constitute more than half the living costs of private renters on the lowest incomes, I've listened closely to many colleagues, as well as the Institute for Fiscal Studies, the Resolution Foundation, Citizens Advice UK, and the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, who said that unfreezing the local housing allowance was an urgent priority. I will therefore increase the local housing allowance rate to the 30th percentile of local market rents This will give 1.6 million households an average of £800 of support next year. Third, although I'm going to increase duty on hand-rolling tobacco by an additional 10% above the tobacco duty escalator, I know that for many people, going to the pub has become more expensive. I've listened closely to the persuasive arguments on alcohol duties from my honourable friend for Murray and my right honourable friend for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweedsdale, fierce champions of the Scotch whisky industry. I've also listened to defenders of the great British pint, such as my right honourable friends for the Vale of Glamorgan and Buckingham, in my own constituency to Councillor Jane Austen, who is a big supporter of the Jolly Farmer pub in Bramley, and indeed to the Sun newspaper. So, as well as confirming our Brexit pubs guarantee, which means the duty on a pint is always lower than in the shops, I have decided to freeze all alcohol duty until August the 1st next year. That means no increase in duty on beer, cider, wine or spirits. Finally, pensioners. The triple lock has helped lift 250,000 older people out of poverty since it was instituted by a Conservative government in 2011. It's been a lifeline for many during a period of high inflation. There have been reports that we would uprate it by a lower amount to smooth out the effect of high public sector bonuses in July, but that would have been particularly difficult for 1 million pensioners whose only income is from the state. So instead, today, we honour our commitment to the triple lock in full. From April 24, we will increase the full new state pension by 8.5% to £221.20 a week, worth up to £900 more a year. This is one of the largest ever cash increases to the state pension, showing a Conservative government will always back our pensioners. Including today's measures, our total commitment to easing cost of living pressures has risen to £104 billion. That includes paying around half the cost of the average energy bill since last October, and amounts now to an average of £3,700 per household. We are able to do that only because we reduced the deficit by 80% ahead of the pandemic, which the party opposite might reflect on, having opposed us every step of the way. Next, I turn to my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister's pledge to reduce debt. Before I took difficult decisions in last year's autumn statement, debt was predicted to rise to almost 100% of GDP by the end of the forecast. Since then, the economy has outperformed expectations, and I've taken difficult decisions to reduce borrowing. As a result, headline debt is now predicted to be 94% of GDP by the end of the forecast. The OBR today forecast underlying debt will be 91.6% of GDP next year, 92.7% in 24-5, 93.2% in 26-7, before declining in the final 2 years of the forecast to 92.8% in 28-29. That is lower in every year compared to forecasts in the spring. We therefore meet our fiscal rule to have underlying debt falling as a percentage of GDP in the final year of the forecast, with double the headroom compared to the OBR's March forecast. And we will continue to have the second lowest government debt in the G7, lower than the United States, Canada, France, Italy or Japan. I turn to borrowing. The Right Honourable Lady opposite said when it comes to borrowing, she will take it up to £28 billion a year. Take it up, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, she has opposed every decision we have made to reduce our borrowing. But, Mr. Speaker, this side of the House will bring borrowing down because, as the late Lord Lawson said, borrowing is just a deferred tax on future generations. Now, I see the Leader of the Opposition shaking his head. In fact, we do have something in common. Both he and I wanted to make a Jeremy Prime Minister. In fairness, his party and mine are probably equally relieved we failed. But Whereas this Jeremy is growing the economy, his Jeremy would have crashed it. And the numbers... And the numbers show the contrast. According to the OBR, borrowing is lower this year and next, and on average across the forecast by 0.7 billion every year compared to the spring budget forecast. It falls from 4.5% of GDP in 23-24 to 3%, 2.7%, 2.3%, 1.6% and 1.1% in 28-29. That means we also meet our second fiscal rule, that public sector borrowing must be below 3% of GDP, not just by the final year, but in almost every year of the forecast. Some of this improvement is from higher tax receipts from a stronger economy, but we also maintain a disciplined approach to public spending. As I set out in the spring budget, resource spending will increase by 1% a year from 25.6 in real terms, and we are sustaining the record 2020 increase in capital spending in cash terms until the end of the forecast. Within this, we will meet our NATO commitment to spend 2% of GDP on defence, critical at a time of global threats to the international order, most notably from Putin's evil war in Ukraine. We also support a group of people to whom we owe our freedom, our brave veterans. I will extend national insurance relief for employers of eligible veterans for a further year and provide £10 million to support the Veterans, Places, Pathways and People programme, and I thank our excellent Veterans Minister for his championing of their cause. We have shown that we're prepared to increase funding for vital public services, with record numbers of police officers, doctors, nurses and teachers. We're nearly doubling the numbers of doctors and nurses we train, having given the NHS its first ever long-term workforce plan, as I promised to do a year ago. We're also tackling the biggest single preventable cause of mortality the NHS has to deal with by bringing forward plans for a smoke-free generation. But alongside extra funding and support, we need to see reform. We need a more productive state, not a bigger state. And that is why I want the public sector to increase productivity growth by at least 0.5% a year, the level at which the size of our state starts to reduce as a proportion of GDP. I've already announced plans to cap and reduce the size of the civil service to pre-pandemic levels. Today, I pay tribute to my friend, the former Chief Secretary of the Treasury, the Right Honourable Member for Salisbury, who started our brilliant public sector productivity programme. It will now be pursued by his formidable successor, the Right Honourable Member for Sevenoaks, who has already been with me to meet police, fire and ambulance personnel to understand why bureaucracy is holding them back. And through this vital work, we will ensure that over time, the growth in public spending is lower than the growth in the economy, whilst always protecting the services the public value. And I will also provide HMRC with the resources they need to ensure everyone pays the tax they owe, raising an additional £5 billion across the forecast period. My right honourable friend also promised to grow the economy. Since 2010, despite inheriting what was then the worst recession since the Second World War, Conservative administrations have presided over faster growth than many of our major competitors, including Spain, Italy, France. Well, they don't like to hear this, but let me tell them the list. Spain, Portugal, France, Italy, Netherlands, Austria, Germany, Japan. We've grown faster than all of them since 2010. But all those countries have faced a pandemic and an energy shock, and as a result, last autumn, the OBR forecast a recession in which the economy was forecast to shrink by 1.4% this year. Instead, it grew. In fact, it's grown faster than the euro area. Revised numbers from the ONS now say the economy is 1.8% larger than pre-pandemic. And looking ahead, the OBR expects the economy to grow by 0.6% this year and 0.7% next. After that, growth rises to 1.4% in 25, then 1.9%, 2% and 1.7% in 28. If we want those numbers to be higher, we need higher productivity. The private sector is more productive in countries like the United States, Germany and France because it invests more, on average 2 percentage points more of GDP every year. The 110 measures I take today help close that gap by boosting business investment by £20 billion a year. They do not involve borrowing more and ramping up debt, as some advocate. Instead, they unlock investment with supply-side reforms that back British business in the following areas. First, skills. No economy can prosper without investing in the potential of its people. Despite strong opposition, we took difficult decisions to reform our schools. England's 9 to 10-year-olds are now the 4th best readers in the world. And since 2015, our 15 to 16-year-olds have risen 7 places in the OECD rankings for maths, not least thanks to the efforts of the brilliant Right Honourable Member for Bognor Regis and Littlehampton. But 9 million adults in England still have low basic literacy or numeracy skills. So last month, the Prime Minister set out the new Advanced British Standard to ensure all school leavers reach minimum standards in maths and English. And while the party opposite wants to reduce the number of apprentices, we want to increase them. So, following engagement with Make UK and others, I'm announcing a further £50 million of funding over the next 2 years to pilot ways to increase the number of apprentices in engineering and other key growth sectors where there are shortages. Next, planning. It takes too long. There's 110 of these measures, so just be patient, folks. I move on to planning. It takes too long to approve infrastructure projects and business planning applications. Many businesses say they would be willing to pay more if they knew their application would be approved faster. So from next year, working with the Community Secretary, I will reform the system to allow local authorities to recover the full costs of major business planning applications in return for being required to meet guaranteed faster timelines. If they fail, fees will be refunded automatically with the application being processed free of charge. A prompt service or your money back, just as would be the case in the private sector. Now, many planning applications are for house building. The leader of the opposition told us he wanted to be a builder, not a blocker. It didn't last long. Just a few months later, Labour blocked reforms to the rules on nutrient neutrality, shamelessly preventing 100,000 houses from being built. Conservatives, on the other hand, are the builders, with more homes being completed in 21-22 than any single year of the last Labour government. And today, we take further decisions to unlock the building of more homes. We'll invest £110 million over this year and next to deliver high-quality nutrient mitigation schemes, unlocking 40,000 homes. We'll invest £32 million to bust the planning backlog and develop fantastic new housing quarters in Cambridge, London and Leeds, which will lead to many thousands of additional dwellings. We'll allocate £450 million to the Local Authority Housing Fund to deliver 2,400 new homes, and we'll consult on a new permitted development right to allow any house to be converted into 2 flats, provided the exterior remains unaffected. It's also taking too long for clean energy businesses to access the electricity grid. So after talking to businesses such as National Grid, Octopus Energy and SSE, we today publish our full response to the Windsor Review and Connections Action Plan. These measures will cut grid access delays by 90% and offer up to £10,000 off electricity bills over 10 years for those living closest to new transmission infrastructure. Taken together, these planning and grid reforms are estimated to accelerate around £90 billion of additional business investment over the next 10 years. Next, foreign direct investment. I'm extremely grateful to Lord Harrington for his excellent report on how to increase foreign direct investment. We accept all his headline recommendations, and in particular will put in place a concierge service for large international investors, modelled on the best such services offered by our competitors, and will increase funding for the Office for Investment to deliver it. I now turn to reforms to pension funds that will increase the flow of capital going to our most promising growth companies in a way that also improves outcomes for savers. I'll take forward my Mansion House reforms, starting with measures to consolidate the industry. By 2030, the majority of workplace DC savers will have their pension pots managed in schemes over 30 billion, and by 2040, all local government pension funds will be invested in pools of 200 billion or more. I'll support the establishment of investment vehicles for pension funds to use, including through the LIFTS competition, a new growth fund run by the British Business Bank, and opening the PPF as an investment vehicle for smaller DB pension schemes. I will also consult on giving savers a legal right to require a new employer to pay pension contributions into their existing pension pot if they choose, meaning people can move to having one pension pot for life. These reforms could unlock an extra £75 billion of financing for high-growth companies by 2030 and provide an extra £1,000 a year in retirement for an average earner saving from 18. Alongside this, I'm also proposing further capital market reforms to boost the attractiveness of our markets and make sure the UK remains one of the most attractive places to start, grow and list a company. And as part of this, I will explore options for a NatWest retail share offer in the next 12 months, subject to market conditions and achieving value for money. It's time to get SID investing again. Yeah. Next, I move on to measures to support our most innovative industries. In the last decade, under Conservatives, we have grown to become the third largest technology sector in the world, double the size of Germany, 3 times the size of France, the biggest life science industry in Europe, Europe's third largest generator of renewable electricity after Germany and Norway, and the 8th largest manufacturer in the world. When it comes to tech, we know that AI will be at the heart of any future growth. I want to make sure our universities, scientists, and startups can access the compute power they need. So, building on the success of the supercomputing centres in Edinburgh and Bristol, I'll invest a further £500 million over the next 2 years to fund further innovation centres to help make us an AI powerhouse. Our creative industries already support Europe's largest film and TV sector. This year's all-Californian blockbuster Barbie was filmed in the constituency of the Honourable Member for Watford, where, of course, the sun always shines. I know that even more could be invested in visual effects if we increase the generosity of the film and high-end TV tax credits, so I'll today launch a call for evidence on how to make that happen. British-discovered vaccines and treatments saved more lives across the world during the pandemic than those from any other country, and I'm incredibly proud of our life sciences industry. To further support research and development, I'm creating a new simplified R&D tax relief, combining the existing R&D expenditure credit and SME schemes. I'll also reduce the rate at which loss-making companies are taxed within the merged scheme from 25% to 19%, and lower the threshold for the additional support for R&D-intensive loss-making SMEs that I announced in the spring to 30%, benefiting a further 5,000 SMEs. And because 2028 marks the centenary of the invention of penicillin by Alexander Fleming, I'm giving £5 million to Imperial College and Imperial College Healthcare NHS Trust to set up a Fleming Centre to inspire the next generation of world-changing innovations. For our advanced manufacturing and green energy sectors, International investors say the biggest thing we could do is to announce a longer-term strategy for their industries. So with the Secretaries of State for Business and Trade and Energy Security and Net Zero, I'm today publishing those plans. I confirm that we'll make available £4.5 billion of support over the 5 years to 2030 to attract investment into strategic manufacturing sectors. That includes support of £2 billion for zero-emission investments in the automotive sector, something that's been warmly welcomed by Nissan and Toyota, £975 million for aerospace, building on decades of success from firms like Airbus and Rolls-Royce, and £520 million for life sciences to build on the strength of world-class British pharma companies like AstraZeneca and GSK. We'll also provide £960 million for the new Green Industries Growth Accelerator focused on offshore wind, electricity networks, nuclear, CCUS and hydrogen. These targeted investments will ensure the UK remains competitive in sectors where we're already leaders and innovative in sectors where we're not. And taken together across our fastest growing innovation sectors, this support will attract an estimated £2 billion of additional investment every year over the next decade. One of the reasons we support our manufacturing and clean energy sectors is they help to level up growth across the United Kingdom. So I now turn to further levelling up measures. In the spring, I announced we'd deliver 12 new investment zones, 12 mini Canary Wharfs, where government, industry and research institutes collaborate across the UK. Since then, the Exchequer Secretary, the Honourable Member for Grantham and Stamford, has done outstanding work across government to bring this vision to fruition. Following tenacious representations by the Honourable Member for Innis Mon, without whom a mention would mean that no Chancellor's speech was complete, and representations from the unstoppable Mayor of Tees Valley, I have today decided to extend the financial incentives for investment zones and the tax reliefs for free ports from 5 years to 10 years. I will also set up a £150 million investment opportunity fund to catalyse investment into the programme. Now, on Monday, I confirmed a new investment zone in West Yorkshire. Today, having listened to representations from the West Midlands Salesman-in-Chief Andy Street, as well as the Honourable Member for Mansfield and the Honourable Member for Bury North, I'm announcing 3 further investment zones focused on advanced manufacturing in the West Midlands, East Midlands and Greater Manchester. Together, local partners expect these will help catalyse over £3 billion of private investment and 65,000 new jobs. And having listened to the Honourable Member for Wrexham and the Honourable Member for Clwyd South, I can announce a second investment zone in Wales in the fantastic region of Wrexham and Flintshire, which I will visit tomorrow. We're publishing new devolution deals with 4 areas, including Hull and East Yorkshire, and offering devolved powers to even more county areas. One of those areas will be the leafiest and most charming county in the country, namely Surrey, where, of course, the Leader of the Opposition grew up. We don't get everything right. On Monday, we saw the announcement of £1 billion of funding through round 3 of the Levelling Up Fund, supporting projects following the campaigning efforts of the members for Keighley, Dewsbury, Doncaster, Scunthorpe, and, of course, Mr. Speaker, Chorley. I can also confirm that we will proceed with over £50 million of funding for high-quality regeneration projects in communities such as Bolsover, Monmouthshire, Warrington and Eden Valley, all of which have particularly effective local MPs as their champions. And because we are proudly the Conservative and Unionist Party, I'm announcing £80 million for the new Levelling Up partnerships in Scotland, £500,000 to support the Hay Festival in Wales, and £3 million of additional funding to support the successful Tackling Paramilitarism programme in Northern Ireland. Next, small business. I ran my own one for 14 years, and I've always known that every big business was a small business once. The Federation of Small Businesses say the biggest thing I could do to help their members is end the scourge of late payments. The Procurement Act we've passed means that the 30-day payment terms, which are already set for public sector contracts, will automatically apply throughout the subcontract supply chain. But from April 24, I'll also introduce a condition that any company bidding for large government contracts should demonstrate they pay their own invoices within an average of 55 days, which will reduce progressively to 30 days. Any small business will also tell you the biggest frustration they have is the tax you pay before making a penny of profit, not least business rates. Now, the government has already taken a third of properties out of rates completely through small business rates relief. We've frozen the tax rate for the last 3 years at a cost of £14.5 billion. We've removed downwards caps from transitional relief. And for retail, hospitality and leisure businesses, we've introduced a 1-year 75% discount on business rates up to £110,000. And those measures have saved the average independent shop over £20,000. It's not possible to continue with temporary support measures forever. But whilst the standard multiplier, which applies to high-value properties, will rise in line with inflation, I have today decided that we will freeze the small business multiplier for a further year. And following extensive discussions with the FSB and many colleagues in this House, I've also decided to extend the 75% business rates discount for retail, hospitality and leisure for another year. This will save the average independent pub over £12,800 next year, and at a cost of £4.3 billion is a large tax cut which recognises the role of pubs and high street shops in our communities. I thank the members for Stockton South, Barrow and Furness and East Devon for their tenacious campaigning on this issue. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I turn to the smallest of all businesses, those run by the self-employed. These are the people who literally kept our country running during the pandemic. The plumbers who fixed our boilers in lockdowns, the delivery drivers who bought us our shopping, the farmers who kept food on our plates. As part of our plans to grow the economy, I want to reform and simplify taxes paid by the self-employed. So today I'm announcing a major reform of one of those taxes. It's one most people haven't heard of, but it's a big deal for those who have to pay it. Class 2 national insurance is a flat rate, compulsory charge, currently £3.45 a week, paid by self-employed people earning more than £12,570, which gives state pension entitlement. Today, after careful consideration and in recognition of the contribution made by self-employed people to our country, I can announce that we are abolishing Class 2 national insurance altogether, saving the average self-employed person £192 a year. Access to entitlements and credits will be maintained in full, and those who choose to pay voluntarily will still be able to do so. But this change simplifies and cuts tax for nearly 2 million self-employed people, whilst protecting the interest of those on the lowest pay. And because we value their work, I'm taking one further step for the self-employed. They also pay Class 4 national insurance at 9% on all earnings between £12,570 and £50,270. Today, I've decided to cut that tax by 1 percentage point to 8% from April. Taken together with the abolition of the compulsory Class 2 charge, these reforms will save around 2 million self-employed people an average of £350 a year from April. Mr. Speaker, we're backing small business. by freezing their business rates, extending retail, hospitality and leisure relief, abolishing compulsory Class 2 national insurance payments and reducing Class 4 national insurance by 1 percentage point in today's autumn statement for growth. Small businesses work so hard for us, and a Conservative government today is working hard for them. I turn now to my final measure to back British business, Mr. Speaker. As I said, since 2010, we have seen the second highest growth in investment of any G7 country. However, if we're to raise productivity, we need to increase business investment further. In 2021, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, introduced the super deduction for large businesses to further stimulate business investment. And this spring, I introduced full expensing for 3 years. This means that for every £1 million a company invests, they get £250,000 off their tax bill in the very same year. The CBI, Make UK, the BCC, Energy UK and 200 other business leaders from companies including BT Openreach, Siemens and Bosch have said that making this measure permanent would be the single most transformational thing I could do for business investment and growth. The Centre for Policy Studies say it would maximise business investment, boost productivity and deliver higher levels of GDP. But because it costs £11 billion a year, I made clear that I would only do so when it was affordable. Well, with inflation halved, borrowing down and debt falling, today I deliver on that promise. I will today make full expensing permanent. That is the largest business tax cut in modern British history. It means we have not just the lowest headline corporation tax rate in the G7, but its most generous capital allowances. The OBR say this will increase annual investment by around £3 billion a year and a total of £14 billion over the forecast period. We know on this side of the House the way to back British business is not to borrow more or subsidise more, but to increase the incentives to invest. And we do that today by introducing one of the most generous tax reliefs anywhere in the world, a huge boost to British competitiveness in an autumn statement for growth. Skills, planning, infrastructure reform, pension fund reform, support for innovation industries, levelling up, backing small businesses, and full expensing. Under Labour, business investment was 9.3% of GDP in real terms. Since 2010, it's been 9.8% of GDP. But today we go further because taken together, the overall impact of today's growth measures will be to increase business investment in the UK economy by around £20 billion a year within the decade, nearly 1% of GDP at today's level. This is the biggest ever boost for business investment in modern times, a decisive step towards closing the productivity gap with other major economies, and the most effective way we can raise wages and living standards for every family in the country. Now, as well as backing business, Conservatives know you need to back the people without whose effort no business can succeed. The entrepreneur taking risks, the builder working weekends, the nurse working nights, and the job seeker leaving benefits behind. I therefore conclude with 3 further supply-side reforms designed to improve the incentives to work in a modern, dynamic economy. And I begin with welfare, and I want to start by thanking the outstanding Work and Pensions Secretary for his help in developing these reforms. He builds on the work of my right honourable friend for Chingford and Woodford Green, who introduced universal credit. Those reforms helped reduce unemployment, which has fallen by over 1 million, but to their shame, the party opposite voted against them 30 times. Because they think compassion is about giving money, we think it's about giving opportunity. But post-pandemic, we still have over 7 million adults of working age, excluding students, who are not working, despite 1 million vacancies in the economy. Many can and want to work, but our system makes that too hard. In the spring budget, I announced 30 hours of free childcare for working parents of 1 to 2-year-olds. That plan, still opposed by the party opposite, starts rolling out in April. It will help tens of thousands of parents return to work without having to worry about damaging their career prospects. Today, we focus on helping those with sickness or disability and the long-term unemployed. Every year, we sign off over 100,000 people onto benefits with no requirement to look for work because of sickness or disability. That waste of potential is wrong economically and wrong morally. So with the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, last week I announced our Back to Work plan. We will reform the fit note process so that treatment rather than time off becomes the default. We'll reform the work capability assessment to reflect greater flexibility and availability of home working after the pandemic. And we'll spend £1.3 billion over the next 5 years to help nearly 700,000 people with health conditions find jobs. Over 180,000 more people will be helped through the Universal Support Programme, and nearly 500,000 more people will be offered treatment for mental health conditions and employment support. Over the forecast period, the OBR judged these measures will more than halve the flow of people who are signed off work with no work search requirements. At the same time, we'll provide a further £1.3 billion of funding to offer extra help to the 300,000 people who've been unemployed for over a year without any sickness or disability. But we will ask for something in return. If after 18 months of intensive support, job seekers have not found a job, we'll roll out a programme requiring them to take part in mandatory work placement to increase their skills and improve their employability. And if they choose not to engage with the work search process for 6 months, we will close their case and stop their benefits. Taken together with the labour supply measures I announced in the spring, the OBR say we will increase the number of people in work by around 200,000 at the end of the forecast period, permanently increasing the size of the economy. Now, I know that some on the benches opposite would prefer to fill those vacancies in a different way. They hanker after a more liberal immigration regime, or even dream of bringing back free movement. But Conservatives say we should unlock the potential we have right here at home. And we do that with the biggest set of welfare reforms in a decade in today's autumn statement for growth. Now, Mr. Speaker, if we're to incentivise work, we must also tackle low pay. People who get up early, put in the hours and work hard for their families deserve to be paid fairly. Since 2010, those on the minimum wage, now the national living wage, have seen their hourly wage go up from £5.80 an hour to £10.42 an hour. That's a real terms increase of more than 20%. Because we've also doubled the threshold at which you pay tax or national insurance, their after-tax income has gone up not by 20%, but by 25% more than any other income group. Today, I confirm we'll go further and accept the Low Pay Commission recommendation to increase the national living wage by 9.8% to £11.44 an hour. That is the largest ever cash increase in the national living wage, worth up to £1,800 for a full-time worker. And since the national living wage has been introduced, the proportion of people on low pay, defined as earning less than 2/3 of national median hourly income, has halved. But at the new rate of £11.44 an hour, it delivers our manifesto commitment to eliminate low pay altogether. That means by next year, someone working full-time on the national living wage will see their real take-home after-tax pay go up not by 25%, but by 30% compared to 2010. And that is the difference. The party opposite tried to reduce poverty by tinkering with benefits and tax credits. They wanted to move people from just below the poverty line to just above it. But Conservatives know the best way to tackle poverty is through work. By reforming the welfare system, reducing workless households and tackling low pay, we have helped lift 1.7 million people out of absolute poverty since 2010, because a central part of our plan for growth is to make work pay. And so, Mr. Speaker, to the final supply-side measure in today's autumn statement for growth. Because of the difficult decisions that we've taken in the last year, today's OBR forecast shows that borrowing will be lower than forecast in the spring. Debt as a proportion of GDP will be lower than forecast in the spring. Inflation will continue to fall, and our fiscal headroom has doubled. I said I would cut taxes when we could, but only responsibly and only in a way that did not fuel inflation. The OBR today confirm I can deliver a package which does that. For businesses, I've today delivered the biggest business tax cut in modern British history, with the most competitive investment allowances of any large economy. For the self-employed, I've simplified and reformed their taxes by abolishing the compulsory Class 2 charge and cutting Class 4 national insurance. But high employment taxes on 27 million people working in the public and private sectors also disincentivise the hard work we should be encouraging. On top of income tax at 20%, they pay 12% national insurance on earnings between £12,570 and £50,270. That is a 32% marginal tax rate. If we want people to get up early in the morning, if we want them to work nights, if we want an economy where people go the extra mile and work hard, then we need to recognise that their hard work benefits us all. So today, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to cut the main 12% rate of employee national insurance. If I cut it by 1 percentage point to 11%, that would be an extra £225 in the pockets of the average worker every year. But instead, I'm going to go further and cut the main rate of employee national insurance by 2 percentage points from 12% to 10%. That change will help 27 million people. It means someone on the average salary of £35,000 will save over £450. For the average nurse, it's a saving of £520. For the typical police officer, a saving of £630 every single year. And, Mr. Speaker, I would normally bring in a measure like this from the start of the new tax year in April. But instead, tomorrow, I'm introducing urgent legislation to bring it in from January the 6th. So people can see the benefit in their payslips at the start of the new year. The OBR say reducing a tax on work means more people in work. And they say today's measures will, just on national insurance, will lead to the equivalent of 94,000 full-time employees in our economy, because lower tax means higher growth. And that is the difference between this side and that one. In 13 years, Labour raised taxes in every single budget, but Conservatives cut taxes when we responsibly can. And today, we do just that. We cut taxes to help bigger businesses invest. We cut taxes to help smaller businesses grow. We cut taxes for the self-employed who keep our country running. And from January, we cut taxes for 27 million working people whose hard work drives our economy forward. Mr. Speaker, the best universities, the cleverest scientists, the smartest entrepreneurs have given us Europe's most innovative economy. But we can be the most prosperous too. In the face of global challenges, we've halved inflation, reduced our debt and grown our economy. As a country, we're sticking to a plan that's working, and this autumn statement for growth will attract £20 billion additional business investment a year in the next decade, bring tens of thousands of people into work and support our fastest growing industries in a package which leaves borrowing lower, debt lower and keeps inflation falling. We are delivering the biggest business tax cut in modern British history, the largest ever cut to employee and self-employed national insurance, and the biggest package of tax cuts to be implemented since the 1980s. An autumn statement for a country that has turned a corner, an autumn statement for growth, which I commend to the House.
I now call the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer, Rachel Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Chancellor has lifted the lid on 13 years of economic failure. We were told that this was to be an autumn statement for growth, but the economy is now forecast to be £40 billion smaller by 2027 than the Chancellor said back in March. Growth revised down. Next year, the year after, and the year after that too. The Chancellor claims that the economy has turned a corner, yet the truth is that under the Conservatives, growth has hit a dead end. What has been laid bare today is the full scale of the damage that this government has done to our economy over 13 years. And nothing that has been announced today will remotely compensate. Mortgages rising, taxes eating into wages, inflation high with prices still going up in the shops, public services on their knees, and too many families struggling to make ends meet. As the sun begins to set on this divided, out of touch, weak government, the only conclusion that the British people will reach is this: after 13 years of Conservatives, the economy is simply not working, and despite all the promises today, working people are still worse off. Mr. Speaker, the centrepiece of today's autumn statement is a cut in the headline rate of national insurance. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm old enough to remember when the Prime Minister wanted to put up national insurance. As recently as January last year, he said, and I quote, "We must go ahead with the increase in the health and care levy. It is progressive in that the burden falls most on those who can most afford it." Utter nonsense. It was a tax on working people, and we opposed it for that very reason. Yet again, the Prime Minister is left arguing against himself. In response to last year's autumn statement, I warned that the government was pickpocketing working people through stealth taxes. I have long argued that taxes on working people are too high. Indeed, I said in my conference speech that I want them to be lower. From their failure to uprate income tax or national insurance bans, to forcing councils to raise council tax, the Conservatives have pushed the costs of their failure onto others. But the British people won't be taken for fools. They know that what has been announced today owes more to the cynicism of a party desperate to cling onto power than the real priorities of this high-tax, low-growth Conservative government. So I think that we can forgive taxpayers for not celebrating when they see the truth behind today's announcements. Going into this statement, the government had already put in place tax increases worth the equivalent of a 10p increase in national insurance. So today's 2p cut will not remotely compensate for the tax increases already put in place by this Conservative government. The fact is that taxes will be higher at the next election than they were at the last. This is the legacy of the Conservatives, and that, Mr. Speaker, is their record. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor and Prime Minister have spent the last 2 weeks marching their MPs up a hill, only to march them down again on inheritance tax. Now, let's not forget, when they realised that they had money to spend,
I've had you chipping all the way through.
Either go and get yourself that cup of tea or be quiet. Rachel Reeves.
When they realised that they had money to spend, this government's first instinct was a tax cut for millionaires. But in the end, even they realised that they couldn't get away with it in the middle of a cost of living crisis. So can the Chancellor tell the House today, is cutting inheritance tax a decision delayed or a decision abandoned? This autumn statement for growth is now the 11th Conservative economic growth plan, from the 5th Prime Minister, the 7th Chancellor and the 9th Business Secretary. And what do those numbers add up to? According to the most recent GDP data, a big fat zero. That's zero growth in the most recent data in the third quarter of this year. Now, the Chancellor mentioned some countries that we are outperforming in growth, but I couldn't help notice that he failed to mention any of the many advanced economies that have grown faster than the UK. Over the last 13 years of this low-growth Conservative government, the UK languishes in the bottom third of OECD countries when it comes to growth. There are 27 OECD economies that have grown faster than us in the 13 years since 2010, including the US, Australia, Canada, Sweden, Slovenia, and 22 others. In fact, over the next 2 years, no fewer than 177 economies are forecast by the IMF to grow faster.
Sorry.
Don't bother me, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, it bothers me. I'm not being funny. I expect the same courtesies to the Shadow Chancellor of the Exchequer. Those who wish to not give that courtesy, please go and find something else to do, because my constituents are interested, yours aren't. Rachel Reeves.
And next year, Mr. Speaker, we are forecast to be the slowest growing economy in the whole of the G7. When it comes to economic growth, under the Tories, we are more world-following than world-beating. And let's look at how their record on growth compares to Labour's record on growth. Under the Conservatives, GDP growth has averaged 1.5% per year. But with Labour, it grew an average of 2% a year in the 13 years that we were last in office. Had the economy continued to grow at the rate it did with Labour, it would now be £150 billion bigger. So what is this government's economic record? Lower growth and higher borrowing, with debt more than doubling, now at almost 100% of GDP. This is a product of their failures over 13 years. A Tory government that has failed on growth, failed on debt, failed on levelling up and failed on the cost of living too. And now they expect the British people to believe that when they say they are going to turn it all around, when it is them that is the problem and not the solution. Mr. Speaker, if we are going to grow the economy, we must get more people into work. Let me be clear. People who can work should work. That's why we've long argued that the work capability assessment needs replacing. Because right now it is discouraging people from seeking work. But there's a wider problem that, yet again, this government is failing to face up to. Britain is the only country in the G7 where the employment rate still has not returned to pre-pandemic levels. With the increase in the number of people out of the workforce due to long-term health issues costing the taxpayer a staggering £15.7 billion a year. NHS waiting lists have swelled to 7.8 million, an additional 500,000 since the Prime Minister said he was going to cut them. And 2.6 million people are out of work due to long-term sickness. A healthy nation is critical to a healthy economy. That's why Labour has pledged to cut hospital waiting lists, investing an additional £1.1 billion a year to deliver 2 million more appointments, scans and operations. It will be funded by abolishing the non-dom tax status and replacing it with a modern scheme for people who are genuinely living in the UK for short periods. But once again, we see that this policy has been vetoed by the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, The best way to get people back to work is to get our NHS working, but the reality is you can never trust the Tories with our NHS. Now, the Chancellor has made a great fanfare about public sector efficiency and value for money. This is from a government that has blown £140 million on a discredited Rwanda scheme and yet are not able to send a single asylum seeker there. £7.2 billion money lost on fraud during the pandemic, all those cheques signed up by the former Chancellor, the current Prime Minister. £8.7 billion on PPE that's been written off. HS2 costing £57 billion with not a single piece of track going north of Birmingham. No one can trust the Tories with taxpayers' money. And it says it all, that after 13 years of Tory government, there are still nearly 12,000 NHS computers running on outdated software that's vulnerable to cyber attacks. 10 years ago, when he was Health Secretary, the now Chancellor promised a paperless NHS by 2018. Yet today, in 2023, 26 NHS trusts are still using fax machines. Now, why on earth should people who experience deteriorating public services under this Conservative government trust them to fix it? When his 6 years as Health Secretary makes him one of the biggest architects of failure. If you put your hands into people's pockets and take money out of them, and they don't see visible improvements in the services that they receive, they get very angry indeed. Not my words, the Chancellor's words 2 years ago. And I agree with him. The Tories have had 13 years to improve public services, and they have failed. Mr. Speaker, this is too little and too late. I do want to welcome the Chancellor's announcement today of additional funding to tackle anti-Semitism and Islamophobia to keep our communities safe, as well as the additional money for the Holocaust Educational Trust. There is no place for hate in our society, and I know that across the House we will work together to eliminate it. Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor calls this an autumn statement for growth, but it is Labour who has led the agenda on growth. And today we see the Conservatives have released their own poor cover version of what we have already announced. The Chancellor today is talking about unlocking capital by reforming pensions, but Labour would go further, encouraging investment into British start-up firms and scale-up firms, and introducing measures to ensure the consolidation of pension funds, so that our pension system gets better returns for savers and for the UK economy. On planning, the Conservatives are following Labour's lead on providing money off bills for communities that host grid infrastructure and speeding up planning decisions. What's taken them so long? Labour will get Britain building again, with a once-in-a-generation set of reforms to accelerate the building of our country's national infrastructure and to build housing too. We will fast-track battery factories, our life sciences and 5G technology to grow our economy and provide good jobs in every part of our country. And we welcome the fact that the Chancellor has announced that he will make full expensing permanent, another thing that we have been calling for. But that doesn't make up for the years of uncertainty that businesses have faced, with taxes going up and down like a yo-yo. With small and medium businesses who play such a pivotal role in growing our economy, left exposed to the Tories' economic volatility. Labour's partnership with business will get our economy firing on all cylinders. That's why this week we established a new British Infrastructure Council with key investors in the UK economy, focused on unlocking private investment by addressing the delivery challenges businesses face when investing in Britain. Through Labour's new National Wealth Fund, we will work alongside the private sector to back the growth of British industries so that we can make the crucial transition to a zero-carbon economy. And for every pound of public investment, we will leverage in 3 times as much private investment, whilst also getting a return to taxpayers. Labour's plan will boost our economy, get debt falling and make working people better off. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you listen to the benches opposite, you would believe that the cost of living crisis was behind us. But inflation is still double the Bank of England's target rate. I know the importance of low and stable inflation from my time as an economist at the Bank of England. Now, it is of course welcome that the Chancellor has accepted this year's recommendations from the Low Pay Commission that we set up on the minimum wage. But the reality is, of the Conservatives' record, that average wages for working people have been held back. Under this government, real average weekly wages have increased by just 3% in 13 years, compared to a 27% increase under the last Labour government, worth an additional £120 more every week for someone going out to work every day. And today, Mr. Speaker, is Equal Pay Day. So it is also important to recognise that the living standards of working women have also been held back by a gender pay gap that I am determined to close. Now, the Chancellor and the Prime Minister say that the cost of living crisis is dealt with. Now, everything might look a little bit better 10,000 feet up in your helicopter. But down here on planet Earth, people are approaching Christmas and the year ahead with worry and trepidation. The cost of living crisis has hit us harder because Tory mismanagement has left us so exposed. 11 million UK households don't have enough savings to cover 3 weeks of living expenses if they needed it. Working families have been skating on thin ice for too long. And as their resilience has been eroded, so has our national economies. Let's not forget, it was this government that oversaw the closure of our critical gas storage facilities, which left our country more exposed to the huge fluctuations in international energy markets. While the former Prime Minister, that's 4 Prime Ministers ago, cut energy efficiency programmes leading to higher bills for homeowners. And just last year, we saw the true cost of the Conservatives when their kamikaze budget crashed the economy, leading to market turmoil, pensions put in peril and a spike in interest rates. 1.6 million families will see their mortgage deals end this year. Those remortgaging since July have seen their payments rocket by an average of £220 a month. And next year, 1.5 million families will face a similar fate. The Conservatives' economic recklessness inflicted a Tory mortgage penalty on families across the country. In Wellingborough, families with a mortgage will be expected to find an additional £190 every single month. In Richmond, North Yorkshire, homeowners face £200 more a month on their mortgage. And in the Chancellor's own constituency, but maybe not for long, families with a mortgage will see an average increase of £420 a month because of this Conservative government's economic failure. And with increased costs for landlords, and the Chancellor knows something about that as well, renters are paying a high price too. The truth is, Mr. Speaker, working people just don't have this sort of money lying around. But this is what we've come to after 13 years of Conservative government. And this is the record upon which people will judge the Conservatives at the next election. This Tory economic recklessness is not a thing of the past. The British people are still paying the price. And we say never again. Last week, Labour put forward an amendment to the King's Speech to put our fiscal lock into law. It would prevent a repeat of last year's economic horror show. And yet the Tories voted against it. It is clear that today, Labour is the party of economic and fiscal responsibility. And what have the Conservatives learnt? The Conservatives have learnt absolutely nothing. Mr. Speaker, the country is crying out for change. A decaying government can change its personnel, but they have failed to change the direction of our country. In 13 years, we've had 7 chancellors. You wouldn't run a business like this. And you can't run a country like it either. And the Prime Minister can't even promise that this chancellor will be in place at the next election. Now, we've all heard the reports. When they first came together, it was the fairy tale marriage. But 1 year on, the relationship has hit the rocks. The pair have grown apart, with rumours running rife that the Prime Minister already has his eyes on someone else. But whoever this Prime Minister picks as the Chancellor, the truth is this: Britain is and will be worse off under the Conservatives. They have held back growth. They have crashed our economy, increased debt, trashed our public services, left businesses out in the cold and made life harder for working people. Our country cannot afford 5 more years of the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, the Ravens are leaving the tower when even Saatchi and Saatchi are saying the Tories are not working. And the questions that people will be asking at the next election and after today's autumn statements are simple. Do me and my family feel better off after 13 years of Conservative government? No. Do our schools, our hospitals, our police, do they work better after 13 years of Conservative government? In fact, does anything in Britain work better today than when the Conservatives came into office 13 years ago? We all know that working people are worse off under the Conservatives, with growth down, mortgages up, prices up, taxes up, debt up, and, Mr. Speaker, their time is up. It is time for change, a changed Labour Party to lead Britain and to make working people better off.
Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Well, that was Rachel Reeves there, the Shadow Chancellor, responding to the autumn statement. The big rabbit today, a 2 percentage point cut in national insurance from 12% to 10%. Now, that will benefit, according to Jeremy Hunt, 27 million people, and he'll bring in emergency legislation for it to start in January. There was help for businesses too, particularly the self-employed, with full expensing as well. And the message from the Chancellor was that he can do this because of improving figures on inflation, borrowing and debt. Not all rosy, though, I should say. The OBR revising down its growth forecasts and also, of course, the fact that Jeremy Hunt appears to have spent most of the headroom that he gave himself ahead of this fiscal statement, this autumn statement. Let's get a bit more analysis, shall we? We're joined by our political editor, Beth Rigby, and our economics editor, Ed Conway. Beth, it really felt like a pre-election autumn statement.
It really did. And actually, we were just saying it did what it said on the tin, didn't it? He talked about it as a go-in for growth autumn statement, and there were 2 big headline announcements in it. And when we go through the scorecard, this is the book that costs it all for us and shows us in real terms where he's spending the big money. You could see there's 2 big elements there. There is the NI cut. Now, we were expecting 1 percentage point. It does that classic politicians where you were expecting 1. It's 2 percentage point cut. So from 12% to 10%, that benefits 27 million people, saving someone on an average salary, I think it was about £450 a year, according to the Chancellor. And crucially, he's bringing it in for the beginning of the new year. So a post-Christmas present for millions of workers who will see that in their pay packet. And that is clear electioneering, isn't it? That you get that tax cut in January and then wait for the rest of them in the March budget. And the second one was that big deal for business, the full expense. And this is basically where you can off-right investments in machinery and so on, encouraging business to invest 11 billion. So overall, it looks like he's spending about 20 billion. Ed will know this far better than I do, but that looks like the headroom is spent. And he used that to frame it all as our economic plan is paying off and now it's time for tax cuts. We promise you, the party of low tax. But when you actually look at it in the context of the autumn statement last year, raising 55 billion in taxes last year, this is a 25 billion giveaway, so take that in. And then in the OBR, and this is the official forecasts, independent forecasts, you know, they make the point here that while tax changes in the autumn statement reduce the tax burden by 0.7% of GDP, it still rises every year to a post-war high of 37.7% of GDP by 2028 to 29. Now, remember, we're already at a 70-year high, so I don't think Tories will like that very much at all. But look, the big point in all of it is that the question is politically, when you're going into an election, can you make people feel materially better off in the early months of next year? And he's put down a big stick there to show his intent.
Yeah, and you heard that from Rachel Reeves, didn't you? Do you feel better off? I guess this is one thing, at least, that the Chancellor will be able to point to say, yes, on this, on national insurance, you will be slightly better off. Ed, you've been crunching through the numbers. You've already got some charts for us.
Shall I just... I'll give you kind of, you know, the big story, because there's quite a lot here, actually, and we've already got some charts that we can kind of show you on precisely kind of where this is coming out. We'll have more as the day kind of unfolds, but so far, actually, there's already quite a lot we've learned. First of all, the picture of the economy, just how the economy is doing. Of course, you know, autumn statements typically were all just about updating us on how things were looking, and this is showing you economic growth and the forecast last time around. So the higher these bars are, basically, the better the economy is doing, the higher GDP growth is. That was March, OK? So that was March. Look at these bars. Now look at what's happened this time around, OK? Let's look in the short term, first of all, OK? So in the short term, 2023, better than expected, and that's part of the explanation for why the Chancellor has a bit more money to spend. But... you know, it's a very big but here. Look at the next few years. Look at 2024. Big cut in 2024. 2025. Big cut in 2025 as well. That's down from 2.5%, which is your kind of... that's what you'd be hoping for, you know, trend growth rate, typically, down to 1.4%. And it's only towards the end. Actually, even 2026 is a little bit weaker as well. So it's a weaker economy. It's a weaker economy in the medium to long term, slightly stronger in the short term. No recession. So that's kind of good news, at least on that front. But it's not necessarily anything to write home about. Worth saying, though, better than the Bank of England is forecasting. We showed you earlier on what the Bank of England was forecasting. These bars were a lot lower. So that's something at least. Now, inflation, OK? This, obviously, the cost of living crisis has been the big story recently. Last time around, the OBR, the Office of Budget Responsibility, was saying there was going to be a very big rise in inflation, and then it would be down, and it would be getting down towards zero come the kind of middle of 2025. And that was with relatively low interest rates. Well, relatively low, 4.5%, so lower than they are at the moment. Now look at what the latest forecast is. You can see it is coming down, but not going down to those same levels. So you've got slightly higher inflation. It's still, you know, be reassured here, it is still around that 2% level, OK? So this is not kind of out of control inflation, but still it's higher than it was before. That's inflation, OK? Let's deal with, you know, the other big thing here, borrowing. This is basically the government here talking about how much it's going to be borrowing each year. These numbers, by the way, will bring you the kind of billions numbers, but this is as a percentage of GDP, so you're kind of looking at comparative numbers here. Again, slightly lower borrowing each year, but as you'll see, there are still some big giveaways here. So these numbers aren't going down by as much as they could have gone down had the Chancellor decided to pocket extra cash that was coming in to him. And that comes back to the big story here. And you just saw, we were talking about the scorecard. The scorecard is basically your measure of just how much money is coming into the Exchequer or going out. And we can bring you actually straight away, this is the overall number, the scorecard totals of the amount of money that, in this case, because these are negative numbers, that's money going out of the Exchequer into our pockets. So isn't that great? But here's the thing, OK? These are big figures, by the way, and about half, let's focus on 2028-29, because that's usually people look at the final year of the forecast horizon. That's a lot of money, £21 billion coming out of the Exchequer into people's pockets. About half of it is that national insurance cut. The rest of it, slightly more than half actually, is full expensing, OK? So it's mainly full expensing, in other words, that measure where businesses can write off all of their investment or a lot of their investment against their future tax bills. It's a lot of that. But here's the thing that's worth noting, OK? These bars, you see these bars, when they're down, it means that there's money going out of the Exchequer into your pockets. 1 year ago, in last autumn's statement, those bars were way up there. In fact, the government was taking up to £55 billion out of our pockets and bringing it in. So this only goes less than halfway, actually, to reversing what we saw in the autumn statement last time around. And here's the kind of chart that I said that we really needed to watch out for today. It is the tax burden, because remember, this is all for Jeremy Hunt and for Rishi Sunak about being able to say they are cutting taxes. Well, have a look. This shows you taxes as a percentage of GDP going all the way back to 1948. So the higher that line is, the more heavily taxed this country is. It's all kinds of taxes, business taxes, personal taxes. In March, and these numbers have been readjusted because we've got different GDP numbers. In March, look, it was going up to there. Do you think that now the line is going to be lower than that? In other words, a lower tax burden or higher? Well, here's the surprising thing. Actually, the latest line is higher. The tax burden is higher than it was last time. A really striking bit of news there from this autumn statement.
Well, lots to chew over in the tax-cutting autumn statement. What does it mean for the punters? What does it mean for you at home? What does it mean for the government's election prospects? We'll be finding out after the break. For millions of workers. Plus, there's billions for business and a boost to the state pension. We'll analyse what Jeremy Hunt's autumn statement means for you.
I'm in Macclesfield getting reaction to the Chancellor's pledges and how they'll affect the pound in your pocket.
And I'm in Cambridge to see what British business makes of what the Chancellor claims is the biggest business tax cut in history.
For workers, national insurance payments are cut by 2 percentage points, while the self-employed also see their contributions cut. For business, a support package worth £4.5 billion aimed at attracting investments. And there's a freeze on alcohol duty until next summer, but an extra tax on tobacco. But the Office for Budget Responsibility downgrades growth forecasts for the next 4 years. We'll hear from them at 1:30.
Rather than a recession, the economy has grown. Rather than falling as predicted, real incomes have risen. Our plan for the British economy is working, but the work is not done.
After 13 years of Conservatives, the economy is simply not working, and despite all the promises today, working people are still worse off.
Hello, good afternoon. The Chancellor has announced a cut in national insurance contributions for millions of workers, including the self-employed. The slash of 2 percentage points to the headline rate could save someone on the average salary £450 a year. Well, Jeremy Hunt also announced billions of pounds in both support and tax cuts for British business. He called it an autumn statement for growth, despite the latest forecast from the OBR revising down the UK's prospects for the next 4 years. We'll hear from them at 2:30. First, though, here are the headline announcements. The Chancellor, as we were saying, cut the main rate of employee national insurance by 2 percentage points. That's down from 12% to 10%. And it's going to come into effect from the 6th of January, so very soon, helping 27 million people. He's also increasing universal credit and other benefits by 6.7% from April. That's in line with inflation, which he says will help 5.5 million households on the lowest incomes. Jeremy Hunt also confirmed the government's commitment to the triple lock, saying from April 2024, the full new state pension will increase by 8.5%. And there were some big announcements for business too. The Chancellor said he is introducing what he described as the largest business tax in modern British history, tax cut, I should say, by making full expensing permanent. So that means that for every £1 million a company invests, they get £250,000 off their tax bill in the same year. For the self-employed, Class 2 national insurance, that's a flat rate compulsory charge, is being abolished altogether. That the Chancellor says will save the average self-employed person £192 a year. There was also confirmation that he's increasing the national living wage by 9.8%, up to £11.44 an hour, and he says that will be worth up to £1,800 for a full-time worker. And finally, all alcohol duty is being frozen until the 1st of August next year. He increased duty on hand-rolling tobacco by an additional 10%. That's above the tobacco duty escalator. And on AI, he announced £500 million to fund further innovation centres to help make the country what he described as an AI powerhouse. Right, here's the Chancellor.
We cut taxes to help bigger businesses invest. We cut taxes to help smaller businesses grow. We cut taxes for the self-employed who keep our country running. And from January, we cut taxes for 27 million working people whose hard work drives our economy forward. Mr. Speaker, the best universities, the cleverest scientists, the smartest entrepreneurs have given us Europe's most innovative economy. But we can be the most prosperous too. In the face of global challenges, we've halved inflation, reduced our debt and grown our economy. As a country, we're sticking to a plan that's working, and this autumn statement for growth will attract £20 billion additional business investment a year in the next decade, bring tens of thousands of people into work and support our fastest growing industries in a package which leaves borrowing lower, debts lower and keeps inflation falling. We are delivering the biggest business tax cut in modern British history, the largest ever cut to employee and self-employed national insurance, and the biggest package of tax cuts to be implemented since the 1980s. An autumn statement for a country that has turned a corner, an autumn statement for growth, which I commend to the House.
Well, that was the Chancellor, but Labour's Rachel Reeves said that overall taxes will in fact be higher.
The Chancellor claims that the economy has turned a corner, yet the truth is that under the Conservatives, growth has hit a dead end. Yes. What has been laid bare today is the full scale of the damage that this government has done to our economy over 13 years. Yeah. And nothing that has been announced today will remotely compensate. Mortgages rising, taxes eating into wages, inflation high with prices still going up in the shops, public services on their knees, and too many families struggling to make ends meet. As the sun begins to set on this divided, out of touch, weak government, the only conclusion that the British people will reach is this: after 13 years of Conservatives, the economy is simply not working, and despite all the promises today, working people are still worse off.
Well, here with us, as always, our political editor, Beth Rigby, and our economics editor, Ed Conway. Ed, I want to come to you first, just to pick up off the back on what the Shadow Chancellor was saying, because, look, this has been billed by the Conservatives as the big tax-cutting autumn statement. Labour is saying, no, actually, you know, taxes are still really eating into people's wages. What is the actual truth and what's happening with taxes?
Well, do you want me to do it in chart form or in
always in chart form?
Chart form. Okay,
always.
Chart form.
You don't have to ask us that.
So yeah, let me show you a groan of concern. So, you know, the big picture, first of all, the state of the economy, because this is kind of where everything starts, is, well, is it better than worse or worse than last time? It's, to be honest with you, it's a little bit better in the first year, but a bit worse going out into the future. These bars show you just how much growth there was forecast last time around. So back in March, at the time of the budgets. And you can see that the red bars that are coming up just now, that's where we are today. So these numbers just in from the Office for Budget Responsibility, slightly stronger growth in 2023, so no recession, so good news there in 2023. But in the future, so next year, the year after that, weaker growth, weaker, and actually considerably weaker in 2024 and also in 2025 as well. So it's not necessarily sunlit uplands when it comes to the state of the economy, although it's worth saying these numbers are better than, for instance, the Bank of England is forecasting. So that's growth. How about inflation, the cost of living that we've been talking about so much in recent years? Well, last time, the Office of Budget Responsibility thought there was going to be a very big increase. We kind of knew that at that point, and then it was going to come down. So that line is showing you what they were saying in March. Note that they were talking about it getting down to basically zero, and that was on the basis of interest rates being about 4% and a bit, so they're much higher now than that, 5.25%. Now, that red line is where they're forecasting today. So inflation still coming down, so good news there. Inflation coming down towards the Bank of England's 2% target, but still higher than it was last time around. That's important. We'll come back to why in just a second. Higher inflation than previously forecast. The overall picture here, I'm not going to go through all of the borrowing numbers here, but what I will show you is the overall picture on what we call the scorecard. This is basically totting up all of the measures that we've just heard about from the Chancellor and working out how much money they mean is going out of the Exchequer or coming back in. So in this case, OK, those bars are in negative territory. That means money is leaving the Exchequer and going into our pockets. So that's good news, isn't it? But it's quite a lot as well, by the way. It's quite a lot. Look, we tend to look around this point, so at the end of the forecast horizon, OK? And that bar means £21 billion going out of the Treasury into our pockets. Half of it, just under half, is that national insurance cut. The rest of it is full expensing, although, you know, how that's kind of accounted for, there are some question marks over. But nonetheless, it's a lot of money. But here's the thing, OK? If we showed you this chart, and I'll get you this later on, we're just kind of going through what comes out by the second, really. But if I showed you this chart for last time around, for the autumn statement last year, those bars would be through the ceiling because the government was taking a lot of money out of the economy in terms of higher taxes. Basically, they were kind of freezing tax rates and allowances, and that meant a lot of people got ensnared by that. And here's why this matters. Although this is a tax-cutting budget, or rather autumn statement, the overall tax burden, it doesn't look like that at all, OK? And that's what Rachel Rees was talking about a second ago. And this really does matter because this is the measure of how highly taxed or otherwise this economy is. It goes all the way back to 1948, OK? It is the overall tax burden, all taxes, you know, the personal taxes you're paying, VAT, but also business taxes as well. That's kind of where we are at the moment. This is where it was forecast to go last time around. So see that line going up, 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 and a lot of people are saying, hang on, look, that's the highest rate that we've seen since kind of 1948 or so. Look at what's happened this time around. OK, although the government has introduced these tax cuts, that line's gone up. So there is a higher tax burden. And why is there a higher tax burden? It goes back to that inflation. Higher inflation, higher wage inflation as well, means you're going up into those higher tax brackets, which have been frozen. That's the point. People talk about fiscal drag. It results in you paying more tax. And that's what's happening here. Because inflation is higher, more people are paying higher taxes. So while it is, yes, a tax-cutting budget in terms of the measures, the impact of where we are now are to have higher taxes for, you know, for the whole country. You know, higher taxes primarily for individuals because you're paying those higher rates and more people are being dragged into the higher rates. That's really important as well. So, you know, it's complicated, is the short answer.
Always.
However, you know, there is definitely a picture. Slightly worse economy than we thought before, slightly higher inflation than we thought before, definitely some tax cuts, but it doesn't add up to a feel-good factor, really.
Beth, I want to talk to you about the politics. I've always thought on an election, Rishi Sunak's going to go long. But you're starting to think, hang on, this, you know, the national insurance changes coming in from January, some of the big ticket stuff. Well, it did feel like a pre-election autumn statement.
It did, but whether he goes long or short, whether he goes in May or October or even he's got until January 2025, what is clear is he's really out of time.
Yeah.
So he has to start moving now. And when you look at the language of that autumn statement for the Chancellor, you heard about the plumbers, the police officers, the nurses, the self-employed, the pensioners. It was an autumn statement squarely aimed at voters, be that, lifting pensions by 8.5%, lifting benefits by 6.7%, more generous than perhaps we expected.
And also, Beth, when you're talking about name-checking different professions, there's a few MPs name-checked
as well,
a lot of MP
love in there, and then the big showpiece, there was the self-employed, a big cut in national insurance for 27 million workers. So there you've got an election pitch right there. It's only the beginning. I think the reality is, though, and the question is whether people feel better off, is that you've got all these short-term improvements to people's income, but when you step back and look at what they did in 2022 with the freezing of allowances, and you look into the OBR forecasts, and you realise that over the same period, yes, NI will be cut by 9 billion, but the fiscal drag, and that means basically that allowances get frozen, and in high inflation, that means you get dragged into higher tax bands. It's 45 billion pounds. So you just got to put this tax cut into the context. I guess the bigger picture, though, is that it's what you feel immediately. And if you can cut NI in January and then overlay that with a cut in income tax in March, you get this narrative going that you are really helping people here and now. And maybe people will feel the effect of that, and that might make them more amenable to you, which is obviously what the Conservative Party are going for in this autumn statement.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll have to find out whether or not it makes any difference to the polls. And thank you, Ed. Thank you, Beth, very much indeed. It was a big lever that the Prime Minister and the Chancellor pulled today. Let's see how it's getting on with voters. We can talk now to Sarah Jane, who's getting a reaction for us in Macclesfield.
Yes, thanks, Sophie. Listening to Beth there, she was quite right. Everything that's announced today, it's all going to be about how it feels to people. I'm in Macclesfield, a staunch Conservative constituency, blue since 1918. And we're taking a look at how voters here have reacted to the announcements in that statement. And that's going to be crucial for the government as it prepares for a general election. Well, our political correspondent, Gurpreet Narwan, is here with me. We're also joined by Alison Kerry, Head of Communications at Scope. Alison, thank you for coming down. Gurpreet, I'm going to come to you first, because just playing into what Beth was talking about there, these announcements, how will they actually feel to people? Because at the end of the day, people will look at that and go, is that actually going to make a difference to my day-to-day life?
Yeah. Well, we got a string of tax cuts. Some of them were anticipated. But I think you're right in asking the question, how much difference will this actually make to people's lives? Places like here in Macclesfield, where you can't pull the wool over people's eyes. You can tell them that you've halved inflation, but they'll notice that food prices are still up 30% compared to 2 years ago. High rates of home ownership here. People's mortgage rates have gone up a huge amount. Rents are extortionate. And yeah, you've got 2 percentage point cut in national insurance, but the tax burden on working people is at its highest it's been in the post-war era, and the tax thresholds on national insurance have been frozen as well as on income tax. That means more people are being dragged into higher rates of tax. That represents a massive stealth tax on working people. So we've got a lot of grand rhetoric from Jeremy Hunt, but people can meaningfully ask, what difference is this going to make to my day-to-day life? And it's not looking great on the economic prospects front, because as you heard from Ed Conway just there, the Office for Budget Responsibility, it's downgraded the UK's economic forecasts. Inflation, yeah, it's been hard, but it's going to come down more slowly than we initially thought. And this is the backdrop now that Jeremy Hunt has got and Rishi Sunak has got heading into an election year. And there's going to be more appetite for giveaways in the March budget. How much room does he have to manoeuvre? Well, not much, because that £13.5 billion headroom that you heard about, a lot of it's been gobbled up already, and that's before we take into account the increases in public spending that will be inevitable unless we head for another round of austerity here in the UK.
Alison, let's talk about some of the points in the announcement that are relevant to Scope and the people you help. Benefits increasing by 6.7%, coming into effect in April. That's universal credit and other benefits. But the government planning to remove benefits and step up monitoring of welfare recipients in an effort to bring more people into work. That's really going to worry people watching today, those who are living with disabilities and those who can't work.
I think it's a real missed opportunity today from the Chancellor to provide more support to the UK's 16 million disabled people. I think they'll be wondering, why there isn't more there to help them thrive in employment instead of literally going into this winter wondering how they're going to survive, and threats of more sanctions and lots of rhetoric around disabled people being, scroungers or somehow defrauding the benefit system. I think this crackdown, it's unwarranted. I think that there needs to be more support in the welfare system. There needs to be a more flexible, tailored approach, and it needs to be grounded in reality, because we've heard in the last couple of days this kind of mythical situation where everyone who's disabled, who's out of work, is somehow going to work from home. Well, that's not realistic. Those jobs simply aren't there, and there isn't a magic wand to make that happen. And there's a realism to that a lot of disabled people are digitally excluded. They might not have a laptop at home. They might not be able to afford Wi-Fi. They might not be able to have suitable accommodation to work from home. So there's a kind of reality check, I think, that's needed with some of these ideas that are coming from government.
Yeah, what is it the government aren't getting? What could they have done better? Because you speak to some people who say, look, the onus should be put on business and employers to help the disabled into work, not to those who are living with disabilities. What could the government have done better there?
Well, I think it is about looking at the bigger picture, because it's not just about, obviously there are the problems in the benefit system, but there's also, employers and employers' attitudes towards disabled people, and too many employers, write disabled people off and don't recognise the talents. And there are many disabled people who are well enough and in a position to work, and then they are not denied the opportunities of a job. So it's quite complex, and it's also important to bring into this the health system and the massive waiting list that we have in the NHS right now. And if there are more people that are claiming benefits because they're unwell, that's largely contributed to by the fact that there's long waits in the NHS, so that also has to be addressed.
Okay, Alison Perry from Scope, thank you, and Gurpreet Narwan as well. A lot of people getting in touch on social media saying there was no mention of childcare or social care in the autumn budget. I've got a Q&A coming up later this afternoon at Sky Sarah Jane if you want to ask any questions about what came out in the autumn statement today. Let's talk about British business. How has British business reacted to the autumn statement? Ian King is in Cambridge for us. Ian.
Thanks, SJ. Yes, good afternoon from the Evolution Business Park in Cambridge, where we're gauging reaction from businesses here to the Chancellor's statement today. Obviously, this was a packed autumn statement in terms of measures designed to appeal to business. The big ticket item, of course, full expensing made permanent. Obviously, this is a measure whereby businesses can reclaim 25p in every pound that they invest in new plant machinery. And in broader business investment terms, there's also been simplification of R&D tax reliefs for SMEs and for large businesses, and more relief for the hospitality sector on business rates. They will continue to get support on the temporary basis. That's been extended for another year. However, there were some items missing, and the fact is that business rates will still be going up for the majority of businesses by 6.7% next year, and that's a major cause of irritation to a lot of businesses. Well, I can get some reaction now from the British Chambers of Commerce. Joining me from our studio in Westminster, Siobhan Haviland. She's the Director General of the BCC. I mean, Siobhan, obviously the full expensing is the big measure aimed to support business. Is it going to have the desired effect?
Hi, good afternoon, Ian. So, businesses have had a really tough few years. COVID, inflation, Ukrainian war, energy prices. It's been really tough. And we know, and this is what we've been saying to the Chancellor, is to get our economy back to growing, we need to invest in business that provides jobs to people, more money in people's pockets, taxes back to the Chancellor, pays for our public services. So it's been really, really important that the Chancellor has focused on helping business growth, planning, reform, investment in the grid, and as you said, full expensing. And we really hope this will see businesses, we know this will see businesses get back to investing in the long term.
The Chancellor said it would lead to an increase of £3 billion a year in business investment. Does that figure feel about right to you?
So I think it's important that the Chancellor's put the right frameworks in place for business. Business now have a long-term horizon. Business cycles, take time. It's good for them to have some of that clarity and certainty, and they can therefore make plans to put in place that investment in plant, in machinery, in IT, and that is crucial if we are going to get the economy back to growth.
Now, obviously, there are some tweaks promised to the planning regime and also, in particular, for grid connectivity, which is something that our hosts here, Nyabolt, were talking to me about earlier today. I guess the question here is going to be the implementation of those changes.
Yeah, we need to see those as quickly as possible. We know from our businesses, one of our businesses, a pub chain, they've got 26 of their properties with planning, looking for planning consent. 200 weeks they've lost to the planning system. I mean, this is really holding back business growth. So we need to get the planning system working, transparency and speed. And the same with the grid, of course. If you want to move your fleet to electric vehicles, it's really important for our net zero targets. So those things, again, long-term plans, but we need to get them as moving as quickly as possible. And on planning the grid, it's actually great to see that we have political consensus across all our parties that those are really important enabling factors for business growth.
Siobhan, you mentioned the hospitality sector just now. Obviously, they get an extension of the business rates relief that has been enjoyed over recent years. But for the vast majority of businesses, there is going to be no business rates relief. Business rates are actually going to go up by 6.7% next April.
Yeah, it's great to see that those business rate news for smaller businesses, for hospitality and retail, and then for smaller businesses. And as you know, Ian, it's much harder for smaller businesses to carry those upfront costs. They are still struggling in terms of cash flow. They have not recovered from the pandemic, and bigger businesses have sort of, deeper pockets to see them through. So supporting small businesses has been really welcome from the Chancellor.
What did you make of the merging of R&D tax relief schemes? I mean, clearly that looks good news on the face of it. Any simplification on tax is usually welcome, but there are probably going to be some losers as well as winners from this, aren't there?
R&D tax credits are really important for that sort of early innovation piece, growth businesses, startups, and some of them rely on that tax credit to literally employ more people to grow their businesses. So any positive reforms in R&D tax credits are absolutely welcome. It's not just the tax release, of course, that we're looking for here, Ian. It is the speeding up of the system, so making sure those tax credits get back to businesses as soon as possible so they can keep expanding.
Were there any measures that you would have liked to have seen today, Siobhan, that we didn't get from the Chancellor?
One of the things we have been talking to the Chancellor about was using the tax system to help businesses get more access to occupational health. So help keeping people who are unwell in the right sort of work for longer. Obviously, he did come forward with a package of measures around keeping people in work and helping them get back into work more quickly, which of course we welcome. There are 1 million open headcount in this country, and that is literally stopping businesses from growing and thriving. So any measures that we can put in place that help people get back to work or stay in work when they're unwell will be absolutely the right things to do.
OK, Siobhan, we have to leave you there. Thanks for joining me this afternoon. It's much appreciated. More from me throughout the afternoon here at Cambridge. A lot more business reaction to come throughout the course of the day. But for now, Sophie, back to you in the studio.
Thanks very much, Ian. Well, Ian, dealing with some of the business reaction, we'll get some of the political reaction now, joined by the Labour MP and Shadow Minister without Portfolio, Nick Thomas-Symonds. Thank you very much for being with us. Well, the big rabbit was the 2 percentage point cut to national insurance. Is that something that Labour supports?
Firstly, pleasure to join you this afternoon, Sophie, so quickly after the autumn statement. But in relation to the national insurance measure, of course, we want to see the cost of living pressures ease. But the reality is that over the course of this Parliament, The tax burden on the average family has already risen by the equivalent of 10 pence on the rate of national insurance. So I think for the Chancellor to come along now and just to try to give that very small proportion of it back really won't wash with people. And the big story really was the Chancellor coming along to Parliament.
Before you get to the big story, do you support the 2 percentage point cut?
Yes, in fact, we've called for the Chancellor previously to ease the cost of living.
Yes, yes?
But in respect of the central story of this budget, the Chancellor called it the Autumn Statement for Growth and presented a statement to Parliament that has a downgrade in the growth forecast, 0.6% for this year, 0.7% for next year, a cost of living squeeze that means in 2024-5 that is still in a worse position than pre-pandemic, and a tax burden, an overall tax burden, rising to an overall post-war high by 2028-9. So today what we saw laid bare was the cost of 13 years of Conservative failure.
Just to ask again, just because I want to be really clear, do you back the 2%?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
and the point I've made, Sophie, previously on that is if you look at what Rachel Reeves has said in previous fiscal events, when, by the way, the Prime Minister at that time was making the case for raising national insurance, we've been entirely consistent on that.
Yeah,
it's the government that hasn't been.
Appreciate it. The other thing that was pretty clear, I thought, from the statement today was that the Conservatives are going to use the £28 billion a year Green Prosperity Plan as a key part of their election campaign, effectively saying that, look, you can't trust Labour with the economy, they're going to borrow more money. Do they have a point? It's a lot of borrowing.
Well, there's only one party that's engaged in completely unfunded, reckless borrowing in recent years in British politics, and it's the Conservative Party that did that.
I'm not asking about
with the reckless mini budget.
I'm asking about your
we will only ever borrow subject to very stringent fiscal rules. So firstly, never borrow for day-to-day spending. That's the position we want to get to. Secondly, making sure that debt is falling as a percentage of GDP over the course of the Parliament. That is fiscal responsibility. The fiscal irresponsibility that my constituents and people up and down the country are paying for month after month in additional mortgage premiums is as a consequence of the Conservatives' reckless behaviour in recent years.
That's the kind of economic argument, the kind of fiscal rules, the different ratios you're going to look at. Just on a kind of political perspective, is it a bit politically naive to be going into an election where you're saying, look, you can trust us over the reckless Conservatives when you've got a £28 billion borrowing plan?
No, because I think our plan to bring about investment in the jobs and the renewables of the future is entirely responsible. It's a partnership agreement that there will be between government and the private sector. We've said for every penny the government invests, we will bring in 3 pence from the private sector. And what we will be doing is, when we are investing in renewables, in things like home insulation, bringing down people's energy bills, when we're doing things like building the houses the country needs, bringing down people's mortgages, what we will be doing is easing the cost of living for people in a responsible way.
We are, I should just mention to our viewers, waiting for the press conference from the OBR, the Office for Budget Responsibility. There they are. So we are going to go to that room when we hear from them. But Nick continues to be with us for the time being. Beth, I don't know if you've got anything that you want to...
I was going to say, Nick, I mean, it is quite smart politics. You can argue about reckless borrowing or overall tax rises over a long period of time. But, I mean, this Chancellor is going to put money into pensioners' pockets, into 27 million workers' pockets, into the self-employed pockets, you know, at the turn of the year. That's smart politics, isn't it? If you want to win an election?
Well, Conservatives manipulating the economy for political reasons is nothing new, but in terms of, you talk about money in people's pockets, I don't think people are going to forget the money that successive Conservative Chancellors have taken out of people's pockets, particularly over the course of this Parliament. And that continues to happen month after month after month as people's mortgage premiums go up.
But it does suggest, doesn't it, that they're going to give you a run for your money into next year. They're going to offer a retail offer to voters that is going to politically challenge you.
Oh, listen, irrespective of today, we've always known the challenge of the political year ahead. The Conservatives' cynicism will never surprise us.
There you go. Let's listen to the OBR.
I'm joined by the 3 members of the Budget Responsibility Committee, the Chair, Richard Hughes, along with Professor David Miles and Tom Josephs. In a moment, Richard will run us through a summary of the forecast that we have just published. after which the committee will take questions, both from those of us here in the room and those joining online. If you're joining us online, then you can submit questions at any time via Slido, which you can find via a link on our website. And with that, over to Richard.
Thanks, Steve, and good afternoon, everyone. I'll first take you through our latest forecast for the economy, and then turn to what it and the policies announced by the Chancellor in today's autumn statement imply for the public finances. As many have already noted, there have been significant changes to the economic and fiscal outlook since our last forecast back in March of this year. And these are driven by three key economic developments in the interim. First, the revisions to the historical GDP data and recent outturns suggest that the economy has proven more resilient to the twin shocks of the pandemic and the energy crisis than we believed back in March. As you can see from the gap between the yellow and blue lines on this chart, ONS revisions and outturn data since March suggest that output recovered more fully from the pandemic in 2021 and weathered the 2022 energy crisis better than we expected. And the level of output currently stands 2% above its pre-pandemic level, rather than remaining 1% below, as we thought in March. However, from this higher starting point, we now expect the economy to grow more slowly over the forecast period, at around 1.6% a year, which is around 1/4 percentage point less over the next 4 years than we forecast in March. This slower pace of output growth reflects a combination of more of the recovery from the economic shock of the pandemic now having happened in the past, higher interest rates weighing on household and corporate finances, and a revised assessment of the impact of demographic and technological changes on the effective supply of labour and capital in the economy. And as you can see from the right of this chart, the net result of these changes leaves the level of real output in the medium term only 0.5% higher than our March forecast. A second key development over the last 9 months is that inflation has turned out to be both more persistent and more domestically driven than we had anticipated. While inflation's more than halved from its 40-year peak of 11% at the end of last year, as you can see from this chart, it's still more than a percentage point higher in the third quarter of this year than we projected in March. And we now expect inflation to be higher over the remainder of the forecast, taking a further year to reach the Bank of England's 2% target and staying relatively close to that level in the years after that. We also expect the composition of inflation to be driven less by external and more by domestic factors. As you can see from the chart on the left, wholesale gas prices, which were the source of much of the increase in inflation in 2022, have fallen more quickly than we anticipated over the course of this year, and are expected to remain below our March forecast over the next 5 years. By contrast, as you can see from the chart on the right, the nominal earnings of UK workers have grown more quickly in recent months than we anticipated, and are forecast to be 4% higher by 2027-28 than in our March forecast. As you'll see later in this presentation, this more persistent and more domestically driven inflation has important implications for the underlying fiscal outlook. A third key economic development since the spring has been the further rise in UK and global interest rates. From the historic lows in the midst of the pandemic, as you can see from the chart on the left, markets now expect bank rates to peak at just over 5%, more than 1 percentage point higher than at the time of our March forecast. And as you can see from the chart on the right, yields on UK government debt are also over 1 percentage point higher across the curve, and have now also reached 5% at some long-dated maturities for the first time since 2002. For a government with a stock of debt approaching £3 trillion, this rise in the expected cost of servicing those liabilities also has significant fiscal implications. Turning to what these three changes in the economic outlook imply for the public finances relative to our March forecast. Higher and more domestically fueled inflation, and in particular the interplay between higher nominal earnings and frozen tax thresholds, raises nominal tax receipts and reduces underlying borrowing by around £60 billion in 2027-28. But higher inflation and earnings also push up the cost of inflation-linked welfare benefits and the triple lock state pension by around £20 billion. And higher inflation interest rates also add £15 billion to the cost of servicing the government's debts. But because the Chancellor leaves departmental and other spending largely unchanged in cash terms despite higher inflation, these changes in the economic outlook deliver a £27 billion net fiscal windfall by the 5th year of our forecast. And the Chancellor chose to spend virtually all of that windfall on the policy measures he announced in his autumn statement today. So after accounting for the cost of these measures and their effect on the economy, this leaves total borrowing over the next 5 years almost completely unchanged relative to our March forecast. Looking in more detail at the autumn statement policy package, the Chancellor spends most of this £27 billion on two big tax cuts. First, a 2p cut in employee national insurance contributions and a 1p cut in the rate for the self-employed. These deliver a £343 average increase in take-home pay to 29 million workers at an average annual cost of £10 billion. We also expected to deliver a modest boost to work incentives, raising employment by 28,000 people. But as it also raises hours worked by those already in employment, delivering a total increase in hours worked across the economy of 94,000 in full-time equivalent terms. Second, the Chancellor's autumn statement makes upfront write-offs for business investment permanent, rather than allow them to expire in March of 2026. This costs around £9 billion a year and boosts total investment by £14 billion over our 5-year forecast period, and even more beyond that. He also announces a further package of welfare reforms aimed at boosting the labour supply, this time targeting those on health-related benefits. And we estimate that they will help get around 50,000.
Well, there you go. That was the OBR, the Office for Budget Responsibility, giving some of their assessment after the autumn statement. Jeremy Hunt called it an autumn statement for growth, but as the OBR were just saying there, they've actually cut their forecasts for growth as part of the numbers that goes along with this. You might have noticed that Beth Rigby has transformed magically into Sam Coates, so we will be hearing more from Sam in just a few moments' time. But first, Ed, what did you make of what the OBR was saying there?
Sorry, everyone had to watch that. I mean, like, it's for me, it's a great thrill, but it is, you know, it's dry stuff. But I think that's why we have institutions like the OBR who are providing this, you know, independent analysis of what the government are doing. You know, back in the day, you didn't have the OBR doing their independent forecasts, and the government could essentially kind of produce more or less whichever numbers it wanted to. As it is, here they are, and one of the things they're pointing out is the growth outlook is not great. It's really not great. It's a bit better. You know, yes, there wasn't a recession this year, but looking out into the future, election year next year, is going to be way weaker in terms of economic growth than was previously forecast. Looking out further, it's pretty grim as well. And secondly, that inflation forecast, and they showed that chart there, and we had a version of that just a moment ago. Because inflation is higher, that means more people are going to be dragged into those higher bands of taxation. You know, this is millions of people having to pay higher rates taxation because of those bands being frozen. Fiscal drag is what it's called, but, you know, that's quite a technical term to encompass something that's very, very real for millions of people across the country. And the impact of that is still ratcheting away at this country, which, I mean, yes, this is a tax-cutting autumn statement. And actually, you know, we had some tax cuts. We had some measures in the budget earlier in this year that were pretty positive as well in terms of giving money back. However, when you take into account those measures that we saw come in from this Chancellor back in the last autumn statement, everything we've heard about today, everything we heard about in March, that can't bring back the money that has just been taken back from people as a result of those tax increases. So the tax burden is higher. This is not a tax-cutting government. You know, they are presiding over the highest tax burden that we have seen since the 1940s, and there's no two ways about it. And, yeah, there's some interesting stuff in there, though.
And that's an issue for two of the government's key messages on tax cuts, as you say, because of what happened before, and also on growth. I mean, back in January, Rishi Sunak said it was one of his 5 priorities for the country.
And, there's not much growth. But, I mean, like, listen, what is interesting, actually, is when we look at, there's some measures there. Full expensing is something that a lot of people have been talking about for years, you know. It can really help boost investment. Yes, by the same token, there's a question mark as to why the government isn't investing more, and actually they've kind of frozen. In real terms, they're cutting their investment. Yes, there's a question mark about whether they're presiding over an environment that's attractive for investors, because it's not just about these tax rates, it's also about your policy on net zero and being clear about that. It's also about things like Brexit. So there is a whole cosmos that this doesn't address. Nonetheless, it's interesting. And it kind of, however, we heard the Chancellor saying, you know, a moment ago, the biggest corporate tax cut, I think he said something along those lines, in British history. Well, they've just delivered the biggest increase in the corporate tax rate ever. So, I mean, you've got 1 year, it's a massive clawback. The next year, you're kind of giving a little bit money back into people's pockets. And the question is whether they've just remembered that bit, the fact that things have got a little bit better for this particular year, or whether B, are they just so confused about A, where this government stands, about B, whether they in net terms are better off or worse off. Frankly, it's worse in terms of tax, in terms of the cost of living, and in terms of your standard of living. So that's a very difficult kind of morass to try and fight against politically.
Thanks very much, Ed. Ed Conway there with some analysis. Right, well, let's bring in Sam Cates at this point, shall we? We've been talking about the economics here. It felt to me a very political autumn statement as well.
That's right. You've got to absolutely admire the, how should we call it, the narrative skills of the Chancellor to deliver that statement that sounded so rosy off the back of the numbers that Ed and the Office for Budget Responsibility have just been spelling out. Look, the economics and the politics pull almost in different directions right at the moment, which is why I would argue this is, of course, it's a political budget. We've got an election next year. The Chancellor has had to make this argument that they've turned a corner and that things are better so that they've got the space to do these really quite big tax cuts, although at the same time the overall tax burden isn't going down. And when you look at the scale of the decrease in the projection of growth for next year by the OBR, when you look at the fact that inflation is actually going to be higher in 2024 than it otherwise would have been, the fact that actually he's spent a lot of the money that he could have saved for the next pre-election, potentially, autumn statement, you get the impression that this is an event where they've decided they've got to go big now. They've got to go big now because they don't know whether they're going to be able to go big in the spring. And it almost doesn't matter that the backdrop, the economic backdrop, perhaps doesn't really support the argument it feels like the Chancellor is making. They're doing it now for political reasons at this really difficult point for Rishi Sunak. And that's just very striking. You know, look at the biggest thing today. Two biggest things are a tax cut in people's pockets, national insurance. The irony of that is who put up national insurance by 1.25% in March 2022? Well, it was Chancellor Rishi Sunak. Now, Rishi Sunak's Chancellor, who's Jeremy Hunt, is basically undoing that by 2 percentage points. So we're kind of, you're giving with one hand one year, you're taking it away again the next. It's a complicated picture.
We'll be talking about the reaction to the budget today, but also in the coming days, that these things always take a while to unfold. And we've been speaking a lot about how it'll go down with voters, including with SJ and Macclesfield. I guess my question to you is, how do you think it's going to go down with Conservative MPs? Because this is another audience that's quite important for Rishi Sunak right now.
That's right. And Conservative MPs that I've been talking to the last few days said they were going to look for two things. They were going to look for the tax cuts, and then they were going to look at the tax burden. Now, the overall tax... It was a fabulous little sequence from Ed Conway earlier where he was doing his Bruce Forsyth essay. Will it be higher? Will it be lower? Well, it was actually higher. The sky's Bruce Forsyth. This is the problem. Although there are...
We'll chuck him out soon, don't worry. Just get Beth back.
Although there are tax cuts, the consequences of the decisions actually taken by Rishi Sunak to collect more tax by a complicated manoeuvre. It's raising the thresholds on income taxes, so raising the point at which you, also lowering the point at which you start to pay higher rates and higher rates of tax, is going to collect an enormous amount of money in the coming years. And so overall, the tax burden is going up, not down. And I think that is going to be politically difficult. Now, Paul Johnson of the Institute for Fiscal Studies has said, look, let's be honest, after particularly the pandemic, we are just in a phase for the next few years of a bigger state, a bigger government, because that's what pressure on the NHS and the immediate pressures of the pandemic demand. And there's no two ways about it. You can't, there is no, without a huge re-engineering of the state, for which there is not necessarily a mandate at the moment, you're not going to be able to change that. But Tory MPs want them to change that. And that's just one of the many binds, I think, that Rishi Sunak will find themselves in. Will they be pleased with a tax cut they can sell on the doorstep? Yes. Are people going to have more money in their pocket in a year's time? Or do the taking away from your pay packet by the increased, by the changes in threshold, offset a lot of the national insurance 2 percentage point cut? Well, I think people, when they look at their pay packets, could not come to the judgment that the Tories want.
Ed, just a sort of final thought from you. Jeremy Hunt billed this as the autumn statement for growth. Do you think that the measures announced today could actually make the numbers better, if you like?
They do. I mean, so the OBR does look at some of that stuff, and they do dynamic forecasting. So they try and take account of what the growth impact of some of this stuff is. And it's pretty conservative. They're not saying it's kind of runaway growth. That being said, they are always quite conservative about that. So it's quite possible. You know, I'm looking at the investment forecast. It looks kind of OK, but you can well imagine investment being stronger off into the future. But it's very difficult to forecast that kind of thing. So you could have a bit stronger growth. It's just not runaway growth. And you're starting from that base of really weak growth. We talked, just before the statement about the fact that there's real challenges right now, not just for the UK, but for all of Europe right now. We are struggling. There is a big energy crisis that's still ongoing, and that is very difficult. The cost of living, the standard of living is being kind of, it's problematic in Europe. So he may make a bit of a difference, but the baseline that you're coming off is a really challenging one, and that's hard.
Thank you both very much indeed. Ed Conway, Sam Coates, we'll have lots more from both of you as the afternoon goes on. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll have more analysis as the Chancellor cuts taxes for millions of workers, plus there's billions of pounds for business and a boost as well to the state pension.
A lot of people come to us for well-being aspects, people who suffer from anxiety. We often get people who message me and say, I know someone that's autistic, I think they benefit from this. Other people really just love cows already and want to spend some time with them. The problem with cows is that they're so big. Generally, cows are quite inquisitive. They are, on the whole, very friendly. I mean, I would say don't just go and approach a cow in the field because you just never know. These are ones we've worked a lot with. We knew they were already friendly and confident. They're really used to seeing people now, and they do actually love the attention. They're really enjoying having people here to see them. This is Cuddle Buff. She's a British Blue Cross. The rest of our cuddle cows are dairy crosses. When we had dairy herd up to last year, we sold those because of the flooding in the area, and we kept these because we just couldn't bear to part with them. They were our friends. £40 at the moment, and that lasts about 2.5 hours. We meet the cuddle cows for about 3/4 of an hour, and then we meet our little Highlands as well. Really popular. We put tickets on sale, and we sell out usually within about half an hour. But we only take 6 people at once. There's three of us farmers, my husband, my brother, and myself. So one of us will just spend time with each couple, telling them about the cows, making sure everyone's safe. And making sure they have a really nice time.
It's like Emirates. It's like better. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the autumn statement. The Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, announcing some pretty big tax-cutting measures. He's announced a 2 percentage point cut in national insurance, also full business expensing permanently as well. If you look under the bonnet, though, It's a little bit more complicated because while he is cutting taxes, slightly confusingly, the tax burden is still going up, and that's because of some of the measures in last time still feeding through. So a complicated economic picture. Ed, very quickly to you, because I do want to go to SJ in Macclesfield to get some reaction to how things are going down with voters as well. Can you just explain the kind of overall economic picture that we found out today?
I mean, the big picture here is, standards of living have fallen as a result of what we've gone through recently, a massive kind of energy price spike, cost of living crisis. Our standards of living are worse than they were before, and unfortunately, there's very little, to be honest with you, that the government can do about that. It's happened across Europe. And what they're doing so far is they are trying to, first, it's confusing because, in the face of that energy price crisis, you obviously had the mini-budget, you had Liz Truss introducing a range of different measures, then you had the market reaction to that. Then you had Jeremy Hunt coming in and raising taxes in order to try and make it, the fiscal situation look a bit better. And now, subsequently, you have the Conservative government saying, well, you've gone through a lot of the pain and the kind of repair job that we had to do post-mini-budget. Now you can have some of the relief. The problem is that the relief we're seeing, in terms of those tax cuts that we're hearing about from the Chancellor, barely makes up a fraction of some of the fiscal pain that's been doled out to all of us. We're all having to pay more as a result, on top of the fact that our standard of living is down. It's only one part of it. You've got higher mortgage costs, you've got higher cost of living as well, and this will slightly ameliorate that. The real question mark is whether it's noticeable. And I think that kind of gets into more kind of political territory. Do people kind of notice this enough to feel like I'm getting better off and I can trust the Tories again? I don't know.
Well, let's try and find out, shall we? Sam will give the political reaction to that in a moment, but we can go to Macclesfield and talk to Sarah Jane. SJ, are people noticing the measures, as Ed was putting it?
Well, Sophie, to be brutally honest, no. I've been talking to people here in Macclesfield. I'm at the Picturedrome, which is a real haven here in Macclesfield, a little home for independent and local businesses. So I've been talking to people from an independent business point of view and a personal point of view. Everybody's being affected by the cost of living crisis. And they've listened to what the Chancellor's had to say, and they're saying, we're not really sure we're going to feel the effects. I'm joined now by Lee Jennings, who runs the Dick's General Store, a lovely little gift shop at the front of the Picturedrome, and of course by Gurpreet Narwan, our political correspondent. Lee, we've been chatting throughout the day, before the statement and after the statement. And I suppose the only thing that was really in the statement for your business, your independent business, was the decision on business rates.
Yeah.
How's that going to affect you?
It's always going to be another bill for us at the end of the day, and at the moment we're still feeling left out as an independent specifically. So business rates are, of course, extremely important, but they're holding us back massively.
Yeah.
Independent businesses are so important on the high street. We're helping the community, we're helping our town. We have just as much impact as these big businesses, and yet it feels like we're being punished for being there and being successful ourselves when we're probably working harder.
You want the playing field to be levelled in terms of you want business rates to go completely for independent businesses. We're not talking about the big corporations, they can afford it. You're arguing that you can't.
We're never going to be able to afford it. At the moment, of course, electricity, everything, all the bills have gone up, but our profit margin gets smaller and smaller, and all we want to do is to support more independents and to help more independents grow and to help more businesses grow. And at the moment, there's no growth for us when there's bills like this.
Yeah, Gurpreet, we've been talking to some of the small independent owners here in the Picturedrome today, and that's been the sense, is that the playing field isn't level. A lot of the government decision-making is aimed at big corporations, those big organisations, not at local, independent, often family-run businesses.
Yeah, I think there's no denying that businesses have been hit. Small businesses have been hit incredibly hard over the past couple of years, particularly by the energy crisis. We had some support on energy bills for businesses when the war in Ukraine first started, but it came really late, and it's since been tempered. And the relief that we do now have in place, the discount scheme, is due to expire in March. That's going to hit small businesses really hard. And we've got, obviously, the announcement on business rates today, which will provide some relief. However, I think a lot of businesses got used to relief on business rates since the pandemic, and everybody wants those taxes that have been frozen to continue. The problem for the Chancellor is he's got a set amount of headroom, 13.5 billion. How does he spend that? How does he please everyone? Working people, their living standards have declined drastically. Businesses, their costs have gone up enormously. He's trying to balance all of that up, while also keeping a view to the election that's going to happen next year. And it's really interesting when you look at the polling and you ask people, do you want public services to be cut? They say no. When you say who's going to pay for it, overwhelmingly, let the businesses pay for it. People want business taxes to go up to pay for their public services. Of course, that's not good for employers, that's not good for businesses, but Jeremy Hunt has that all in mind when he's deciding where the axe is going to fall.
And that's the problem, isn't it, Lee? Seeing business as this one thing, but it's not. There are so many different sizes of business and financial reward and profits.
Yeah.
How are you feeling going into the Christmas period? We've only got about 30 seconds. Are you feeling confident? Because of course the cost of living pinching it.
There's a lot of friends who have businesses like ours that are saying we'll see how we get on, and if it's not successful, we're going to have to reconsider our dream jobs.
Oh gosh, Lee. Okay, all right. Putting it into perspective there, putting it in real terms for us. Lee Jennings, thank you. Thank you very much as well. You're watching a Sky News special programme on the autumn statement. Coming up, we'll have much more reaction to the Chancellor's announcements and analysis of those comments from the OBR. Stay with us here on Sky News.
It's 3 o'clock. The Chancellor cuts taxes for millions of workers, plus there's billions for business and a boost to the state pension. We'll analyse what Jeremy Hunt's autumn statement means for you.
I'm in Macclesfield answering your questions about today's statement, looking at how it's going to affect the pound in your pocket. That's coming up at past.
And I'm in Cambridge to see what British business makes of what the Chancellor claims is the biggest business tax cut in modern history.
For workers, national insurance payments are cut by 2 percentage points, while the self-employed also see their contributions cut. For business, a support package worth £4.5 billion aimed at attracting investment. And there's a freeze on alcohol duty until next summer.
Rather than a recession, the economy has grown. Rather than falling as predicted, real incomes have risen. Our plan for the British economy is working, but the work is not done.
But the overall tax burden remains at a record high, and the Office for Budget Responsibility downgrades its growth forecasts.
After 13 years of Conservatives, the economy is simply not working, and despite all the promises today, working people are still worse off.
Good afternoon. The Chancellor has announced a cut in national insurance contributions for millions of workers, including the self-employed. The slash of 2 percentage points to the headline rate could save someone on the average salary £450 a year. Well, Jeremy Hunt also announced billions of pounds in both support and tax cuts for British business. He called it an autumn statement for growth, despite the latest forecasts from the OBR revising down the UK's prospects for the next 4 years. Right, let's have a look now, shall we, at the headline announcements. First up, the Chancellor cut the main rate of employee national insurance by 2 percentage points, so it's down from 12% to 10%, and that will come into effect from the 6th of January, so very soon, impacting 27 million people. He's increasing universal credit and other benefits by 6.7% from April, in line with inflation. He says that will help 5.5 million households on the lowest incomes. And the Chancellor also confirmed the government's commitment to the triple lock, saying that from April 2024, the full new state pension will increase by 8.5%. There were also some big announcements for business as well. The Chancellor said he's introducing what he described as the largest business tax cut in modern British history by making full expensing permanent. So it means that for every £1 million a company invests, they get £250,000 off their tax bill in the same year. For the self-employed, Class 2 national insurance, that's a flat rate compulsory charge, is being abolished altogether, which the Chancellor says will save the average self-employed person £192 a year. There was also confirmation that he's increasing the national living wage by 9.8%, up to £11.44 an hour. He says that should be worth up to £1,800 for a full-time worker. And finally, all alcohol duty is being frozen until the 1st of August next year. He did increase duty on hand-rolling tobacco by an additional 10%. That's above the tobacco duty escalator. Plus, on AI, he announced £500 million to fund further innovation centres to help make the country what he described as an AI powerhouse.
We cut taxes to help bigger businesses invest. We cut taxes to help smaller businesses grow. We cut taxes for the self-employed who keep our country running. And from January, we cut taxes for 27 million working people whose hard work drives our economy forward. Mr. Speaker, the best universities, the cleverest scientists, the smartest entrepreneurs have given us Europe's most innovative economy. But we can be the most prosperous too. In the face of global challenges, we've halved inflation, reduced our debt and grown our economy. As a country, we're sticking to a plan that's working, and this autumn statement for growth will attract £20 billion additional business investment a year in the next decade, bring tens of thousands of people into work and support our fastest growing industries in a package which leaves borrowing lower, debts lower and keeps inflation falling. We are delivering the biggest business tax cut in modern British history, the largest ever cut to employee and self-employed national insurance, and the biggest package of tax cuts to be implemented since the 1980s. An autumn statement for a country that has turned a corner, an autumn statement for growth, which I commend to the House.
So that was the pitch from the Chancellor, but Labour's Rachel Reeves said that overall, taxes will in fact be higher.
The Chancellor claims that the economy has turned a corner, yet the truth is that under the Conservatives, growth has hit a dead end. Yes. What has been laid bare today is the full scale of the damage that this government has done to our economy over 13 years. Yeah. And nothing that has been announced today will remotely compensate. Mortgages rising, taxes eating into wages, inflation high with prices still going up in the shops, public services on their knees and too many families struggling to make ends meet. As the sun begins to set on this divided, out of touch, weak government, the only conclusion that the British people will reach is this. After 13 years of Conservatives, the economy is simply not working, and despite all the promises today, working people are still worse off.
Right, we've got the main pieces that were announced. We've got the pictures from the Chancellor and the Shadow Chancellor. Let's get the analysis now, shall we? We're joined by our economics editor, Ed Conway, and also our deputy political editor, Sam Coates. Sam, to you first. What's your kind of big thought, I guess, after today's speech?
Jeremy Hunt has put a £9 billion a year tax cut at the centrepiece of this autumn statement in a bid to show to the country that he understands the pressures that people are facing. He's also uprated benefits, uprated pensions by more than some had been expected. He is trying to send a message that he understands the struggles that people face, and after the hard work of the last few months, difficult decisions that he would say he has taken ever since he became Liz Truss's Chancellor, that is beginning to pay off. He's also trying to present a budget for growth with effectively business tax cuts in lots of different ways. But, Sophie, there is a big but at the centre of this budget, of this autumn statement, which is that picture that things are rosy is called into question when you look at the figures. Yes, it is absolutely true to say that things are better than they were at the time of the March budget, which Jeremy Hunt presented. But wherever you look, there are ominous indicators about where the economy's going next, whether it's the fact that growth in 2024 has dropped from 1.8%, now it's the OBR expect it to be 0.7%, or whether it's inflation, which you heard during the autumn statement, Jeremy Hunt saying had come down. Yes, it's come down, but next year it's going to come down slower than they were anticipating last year. The economic picture isn't perhaps quite as rosy as the Chancellor might suggest from his tone. So he's gambling by spending a lot of money now, possibly for political reasons.
Just listening to what you're saying there, Sam, in kind of reflecting, it does feel, doesn't it, like, you know, both Jeremy Hunt and Rishi Sunak pitch themselves as, look, we're the guys who are sensible on the economy. We know what business is like. You know, we've got the kind of fiscal prudence. Do you think they were hoping the economy to have improved a bit more by this point so that they would be able to spend this money without anyone blinking an eyelid?
I mean, I think anybody doesn't want the economy to grow as much as possible. And anaemic growth seems to have been the curse of the British economy for some years. A lot of that to do with factors outside any politician's control, not least the pandemic. I think they are having to sketch a rosy picture, and you know, depending on how you slice and dice the numbers, there's evidence for that, but there's also evidence to challenge that. Yes, they have to look like the sensible ones, as you put it. And, I mean, that's a common-sense economic tactic, that's a common-sense political tactic. But just take a couple of things. You know, the centrepiece of this autumn statement is the 2 percentage point cut in the headline rate of national insurance from 12% to 10%. But here's a quiz, Sophie.
I'm not very good at quizzes.
Who put up the headline rate of national insurance
I know this.
in March 2022? It was Rishi Sunak as Chancellor. And so in some senses, we're going at some points in one direction, but then we're having to undo that. In some senses, we're having to rely on certain slices of economic data that look positive. But then who knows what Rishi Sunak and his Chancellor are going to be left with next year when there's a March budget, quite possibly just before a general election. They've left themselves a tiny amount of wiggle room. It's not clear things are going to get better from here. The spot that they're in is getting tighter and tighter.
Ed, what have you been sort of crunching through? What data do you want to talk about?
Shall I kind of go? We can go from the start, and we can go from the state of the economy, and then kind of piecing together that question of. Here we go. Here are the charts. So we'll start with that. So how is the economy doing? And the picture here is, as Sam was alluding to, not especially encouraging. This is showing you economic growth, and this is the forecast that happened last time around, so back in March, not that long ago. But the expectation from the OBR was that we're going to have pretty weak growth, indeed maybe a recession in this year that we're in at the moment, and then it would be really quite strong afterwards. We'll have a look at what they're now forecasting. No recession this year, so some good news there, 0.6% growth. However, look at this, growth in 2024, cuts, growth in 2025, cuts, and actually slightly lower as well in 2026. As well. So the outlook there, when you're looking at the state of the economy, it's not good. There is not a kind of feel-good factor coming here from the OBR. And remember, these are, independent numbers produced by the Office of Budget Responsibility, but they don't paint a very rosy picture when you're looking particularly at 2024 election year. 0.7% growth, that's not very good, is it? Inflation, the story here, it's kind of interesting. So last time around, the Office of Budget Responsibility was saying that inflation was going to fall very fast and potentially get down to around 0%. So basically get down to zero there. Now look at the line this time. OK, inflation coming down again, so still good news, and down to around the Bank of England's, just below the Bank of England's 2% target, but still a bit higher than it was last time around. Remember that, OK, because that has a bearing on all of our lives in a couple of ways. Obviously, costs are higher, but it also means potentially more people being dragged into those higher rates of taxation. It's worth just talking about this. When you go through these kind of things, a budget and an autumn statement, a lot of people, pointy heads like me, and maybe Sam, the first thing they do is they turn to the scorecard. That's the kind of rating of just how much money is either going into the Treasury or coming out. And in this case, there was quite a lot of money going out. So this is money going out. See these bars? That's billions of pounds leaving the Treasury, going into people's pockets. And that is where your full expensing is. That's where your national insurance cut is. So those are quite big numbers. However, what happened just last year? Last year, we saw some big money going into the Treasury, coming out of our pockets. And just have a look at these bars. That was autumn statement last year. A lot of money coming out of our pockets and going into the Treasury. The reason, by the way, they say anything positive is money going into the Treasury, because that's what they're focused on. Even though the kind of negative bit, there is the bit probably that most people out there would rather enjoy, money coming out, tax cuts. But this is tax rises, big tax rises. And the issue here is that these tax cuts don't outweigh the previous tax rises. In fact, on the contrary, when you look at the size of the tax burden, and this is just showing you how much we are taxed as an economy going back to the 1940s. The higher that bar is, the more the taxes are, whether you're talking about business taxes, personal taxes, everything, all that we're paying out there. This is what was forecast last time around. The number's been slightly adjusted because we've got a different GDP figure. I won't go into that. This is what would have been the line had it not been for the various measures that we've had. So there have been tax cuts. That was pre-measures, but because we've got tax cuts, that line is a little bit lower. So look, in some senses, it is a tax-cutting budget. But in the broad sense that previously the tax burden was heading there, and now it is heading there to the highest level since at least 1948, it's very hard for this Chancellor and this Prime Minister to say they're presiding over a low-tax economy. It is not a low-tax economy. It is the highest tax economy that we've had in a lifetime, going back to the war. And it is worth just saying that is partly because inflation is so high and more people, millions of people, are being dragged, fiscal drag, dragged into higher rates of taxation. And the upshot is you have the highest tax burden that we've seen in this country since records began. And I find it hard to understand how you can square that political kind of conundrum. You want to talk about cutting taxes, but it's pretty plain that taxes are very, very high right now.
That's right. And by the way, Sophie, I think what Ed has just set out with his sort of Bruce Forsyth, higher, lower, highest tax burden since 1948 presentation is the thing that's going to worry Tory MPs who are looking at not just the individual measures of that, but the other massively significant thing today is what wasn't announced. And there was nothing on departmental spending because there's a line in the Office of Budget Responsibility report that they think that the plans for how much you're going to spend on public services essentially are all but unsustainable. The phrase is, the outlook for departmental spending is therefore a significant and growing risk to our forecast. They don't think that spending so little on our public services is sustainable. That's a big deal and an unaccounted for factor and an undiscussed factor today.
It is, isn't it? And it's also a real issue for whoever it is who wins the next election. It could very well be Labour left with that to sort out. Ed, Sam, thank you very much indeed. Right, we've been talking about the economic, political reaction. How's business reacted? Ian King is in Cambridge for us. Ian.
Thanks, Sophie. Yes, good afternoon from the Evolution Business Park here in Cambridge. This afternoon we're at the headquarters of Nyabolt, a charging technology specialist, where we're gauging reaction from businesses to the Chancellor's statement today. Cambridge, of course, is well known as a tech and science hub, and the government hopes to turn it into a business area to rival Silicon Valley. Well, joining me now is Catherine Chapman, Director of Science and Technology at the Life Science Research Centre, the Babraham Institute. Catherine, welcome to you. You better explain what you do at the Babraham Institute.
Yeah, so I'm from the Babraham Research Campus, and we are a campus that takes academic research, discovery research in the life sciences, generally in healthy ageing, right through to commercialisation and through to companies. So solo founders start there and they go up to companies that are up to 200 people in size. And it's a fantastic campus for commercialisation in the life sciences.
And of course you do have a real ecosystem here, because you've got the university on your doorstep and of course the likes of AstraZeneca.
Absolutely. The AstraZeneca coming to Cambridge has made a big difference. There's a strategic partnership with the university, and the linking between academia and business is a hugely important part for Cambridge.
So what have you heard today that you liked in the autumn statement? Is this going to unlock more investment into your sector?
Absolutely. So what firstly, we're really, really delighted with the support for the Chancellor for the Life Sciences, and what we were looking for was support for our companies to be able to start up, scale up and grow and stay in the UK. So incentives and investment to do that. So we've seen three things. I mean, really importantly, the spin-out review. So for those early companies, that adoption of those recommendations to enable more spin-outs, fantastic, and the £20 million proof of concept fund associated with that. Really excited about the sort of more flexibility in the R&D tax relief, because the tax relief is really a lifeblood for R&D for these start-up companies. They see it as a co-investment with government, and it enables them to unlock more investment. So flexibility around that is really, really exciting. It remains to be seen exactly how the life science sector might take advantage of that, but it's good. And then the third thing, I think, is the unlocking of the pension funds and the £50 million investment to the British Business Bank, because, again, that will be really, really important for our life science companies to tap into that and unlock that.
Well, we'll go into some of these. I mean, the pension funds, obviously, it means that people who save into pension funds, some of their money is potentially going to be diverted to start-ups and businesses of the sort that you help to flourish. Is there a risk inherent in that, though, for pension savers?
I think the life science sector is becoming less risky. I think VC firms understand a little bit more about the companies that are going to bring that return on investment, and absolutely it's going to be the future of the UK to invest in those companies. So the risk, it's not a high risk.
I mean, I've seen it suggest, I mean, obviously VCs know what they're doing in this field. I've seen it suggested quite a lot that pension fund managers don't necessarily understand startups.
So I think pension fund managers will be working very closely with the people that know where to invest this money. So, yeah, I don't think that's a major concern at the moment, as long as that support is there for the pension fund managers and the expertise. They're surrounded by the expertise needed over the years that they've been built up in the life science sector in the UK.
OK. And now, obviously, as you mentioned there, the R&D tax credit system is being simplified. I've seen it suggested there are going to be some losers as well as winners from this. You're fairly confident that life sciences will win out from this?
I think so. I mean, as I said, it remains to be seen the detail. I mean, our role is to help life science companies to access what the government are putting out and access that flexibility. So we are optimistic that we will be able to help companies to do that.
It's worth pointing out, I mean, you've actually benefited from government support over many years at the Institute. What sort of payback has the economy received for that?
Yeah, so, I mean, our campus has... government funding has been an extremely important factor for the Babraham Research Campus. We've received £100 million from government funding, and that has enabled us to support a lot of life science companies that now actually have raised on the back of that another £1.2 billion to be able to do that. So that's the return. It's basically that £100 million investment has unlocked £1.2 billion.
And it was nice to see the Chancellor actually did mention life sciences in the statement, and particularly the role played in the fight against COVID.
Absolutely, the fight against COVID. We saw last week the approval of the first CRISPR drug, incredibly exciting for sickle cell anemia. So the life sciences is a really phenomenal and exciting place to be investing at the moment.
And Cambridge is just about the most exciting place in the UK to be doing it, I guess.
It is, but what we're trying to do in Cambridge is to make sure that that benefits the whole of the UK. So we're working closely with Manchester, Coventry and other centres of excellence, Newcastle, because it's really important that Cambridge opens its doors to the whole of the UK and the UK sees the benefit of what's happening in Cambridge.
All right, it's an exciting time. Catherine, great to see you this afternoon. Thank you. Sophie, back to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Ian King there. Well, I'm pleased to say that joining us now is Paul Johnson, the Director of the Institute for Fiscal Studies. And to be honest, if you want to understand what on earth is going on with any kind of major fiscal event, this is the guy you need. So I'm very happy that he's in the studio with us. It felt to me like the message from the Chancellor was like, look, I've managed the economy so well that I'm now allowed to do all these great things like cut taxes. Does the economic picture allow him to do it in the way that he says?
Well, the economic picture hasn't actually got any better. And in fact, if you look at the OBR forecasts, they're forecasting less growth over the next few years than they were at the beginning of this year, from a slightly higher base, to be fair. So the size of the economy 4 or 5 years out is very similar to what they were expecting in March. So things haven't got better in that sense. What has oddly helped out the Chancellor is their view that there'll be more inflation. So prices and earnings are going up more than they were. The economy will in cash terms be bigger, and that brings in more tax revenue.
So weirdly,
even though
most people would say inflation staying stickily high is a bad thing, but actually it's helped the Chancellor.
It kind of helps the Chancellor because it means we all pay more tax. So he's got a little bit of, that's given him a little bit of wiggle room. Now, one of the reasons it's given him a little bit of wiggle room is he's said, I'm going to be really, really tight on public spending over the next 4 or 5 years, assuming he's Chancellor, of course. And so if you're really tight on the public spending and you're getting more tax revenue in, that in principle gives you some more money to spend, which he has spent on a whole series of different things.
Let's pick up on that, because this does feel to me like something that perhaps we haven't talked about enough. It is, all these projections are based on a really, really squeezed public sector spending, right, post-election. Is it realistic at all, do you think?
Well, you never say never. I mean, we're considering the scale of austerity we had in the 2010s. But if we have what looks like 1% a year increases in real public spending for 4 or 5 years, if you've got anything like what you'd normally expect for the health service and given our international commitments on defence and all those sorts of things, that will mean cuts in a lot of those public services that already suffered really big cuts over the last decade. So justice, prisons, local government, social care, those sorts of things. Now, that's not a projection from me about what will happen, but that's what the arithmetic tells you on the basis of what we know the government is actually committed to. And I think you have to ask whether that's realistic. The other thing it's worth saying is that he's added another year to a cash freeze in the amount of money the government's going to spend on investment, on infrastructure, on roads and all those sorts of things, which we know is really important for growth, of course, which other things he did in the budget might, or the autumn statement might be good for. So what he's really done here is say, we've got some more money coming in because of inflation, but I'm not going to spend any of that on public services.
Is it possible? I mean, is it possible that anyone is, the OBR is kind of underestimating the amount of potential growth in the future? Because I know that they look a bit at the dynamic changes, but is it possible that some of these things, whether it's full expensing, whether it's the tax cut, might actually, create this little boost to growth that could actually make the next few years feel a little bit better, and they're just not really, due to look at it yet? I mean, is that possible, or in practice, not really?
Well, the OBR has got a little bit of that sort of effect.
There's a bit of
there. And I think one of the things like full expensing, I think, are a good thing for growth in the long run. Yeah. But it's really the long run rather than the short run. Don't forget, we already had full expensing for 3 years in the budget. So it's only adding an extra 2 years to that. Of course, the OBR will be wrong. All these forecasts are wrong, and they could be wrong in either direction. In general, take year by year over the last 13 years, they've been over-optimistic, not over-pessimistic about where things are going to turn out. So I certainly wouldn't bank on things being better than they suggest.
And how about just in distributional terms? Is this when you glance at it, I know you'll be doing the full numbers tomorrow, but does this look like it's kind of better for richer people, for poorer people? Is this kind of fair across the income distribution?
Well, in terms of what was announced today, the big change clearly is this cut in national insurance contributions, which is only, of course, going to help working people and people of working age, which is a very which is actually a noticeable and I think welcome difference to quite a lot of the things we've seen over the last 13 years, which have tended to benefit people over pension age rather more. So I think that is actually quite a welcome way, if you're going to cut rates of taxes on income, to do it through national insurance. Obviously, it's not going to help people. That itself won't help people on very low earnings or on benefits. The benefit changes are largely just to keep things going up in line with inflation, though very noticeable when he announced at the same time that pensions will go up by 8 point something percent and working age benefits by 6 point something percent. So you can see the effect of the triple lock there. And quite a welcome change actually to thing that many people may not have heard of, local housing allowance, which is essentially housing benefit for people in private rented accommodation. And a lot of people in private rented accommodation receive this benefit. It's been frozen for the last 4 years, and that's been unfrozen and rebased to take account of current levels of rents, which I think will be very welcome to a lot of people on low incomes.
Paul, we're trying to look at this as well as a political event. And we are told that this is only the first step in a two-step manoeuvre by the Chancellor to cut taxes. But it strikes me that he's not left himself a huge amount of wiggle room, or to use the technical jargon, headroom, the kind of gap between the maximum amount he can spend under his, or borrow under his fiscal rules. It's at a sort of quite a low at the moment. Could we be in a situation where actually this autumn statement is the big giveaway moment, and there's just not a lot of money left by the time we get to, I don't know, March, when the budget, possibly the last big fiscal event is before the election?
Well, he's taking quite a risk, it seems to me. I mean, from what one can understand from the sort of running commentary that we've had, the OBR has gradually sort of given him more optimistic forecasts over the last several weeks, and only quite recently as he felt he's got room to make these tax cuts. Well, what the OBR gives, it can take away. So it may well be, I mean, there's a 50-50 shot either way, that their forecast in March will be worse than their forecast now, and he may have to backtrack. Now, I don't expect he'll backtrack on the tax cuts. He'll find some additional spending cuts or some other way of making it up. But there's a possibility, at least, that in March, without doing some kind of tightening, some spending cuts or tax rises, he's going to miss his fiscal rules. So I think he's taking quite a big risk by announcing this now, not knowing what things are going to look like in March.
So very much just hoping the right things come along.
Absolutely, and I suppose, to some extent, he might be feeling he can gamble, but to some extent, a lot of these, a lot of these numbers, I don't want to be too rude, they're sort of made up. I mean, in terms of the spending numbers.
This is the reality.
The spending numbers post-election. He could have put, he's put 1% in, he could have put 0.5% in, just to make the numbers add up. And I think that would have been even more unrealistic or obviously difficult to achieve. But that's the sort of, the way you can make the numbers appear to add up.
There you go, Paul Johnson. A lot of these numbers are sort of made up. You heard it here first. Thank you very much for coming in the studio with us today. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, more from Sarah Jane in Macclesfield.
Thanks, Sophie. Yes, after the break, your questions answered. I'll be joined by a panel of experts as we try to work out how the autumn statement affects your household and your pocket. Join us after the break. welcome back to Macclesfield, where for the rest of this hour we're going to be focusing on your questions and concerns following today's autumn statements. With me to help navigate our way through what it all means to you and, of course, your pocket are the consumer champion Helen Dewdney, Stephen Gleischer, a chartered accountant from here in Macclesfield, and our own Sky News political correspondent Gurpreet Narwan. We've had plenty of questions coming in, but before we get into that, it might be quite useful to ask Helen, as a consumer champion, what did you like from the autumn statement today?
I think it's very difficult to see a huge amount of joy for consumers. I mean, I suppose you could say if you're going down the pub, that the duty's been frozen on that. There's a little bit of hope for those who are self-employed, seeing that national insurance come down.
Maybe the question should have been, what didn't you like at the autumn statement?
That would have been an easier one.
All right, we'll get into that in just a moment. Stephen, what about you?
I think it's great there's the national insurance cut. That's going to help a lot of people, probably saving you in the region of £750 to £1,000 a year.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a welcome cut going forward.
Yeah, I should just say that Stephen turned up with his calculator today. So you've been crunching the numbers on your way here to work out what it means for people. Gurpreet, overall, as ever with these kind of things, we do get a hint as to what's going to be in the autumn statement or budget or whatever it is that the government announced. Overall, what did we get, do you think? Was it pretty much in line with what we were expecting or a bit more?
Well, we were expecting moves on taxes. There's huge clamour within the Tory party now for tax cuts to butter up the electorate ahead of a general election. There was some speculation about inheritance tax cuts. That didn't happen. But we did get that cut on national insurance, which is welcome for self-employed and employees, but doesn't change the overall picture. And I think this is really important to bear this in mind. The tax burden is still at its highest in the post-war era, and fiscal drag, freezing those tax thresholds for national insurance and for income tax, is going to bring in about £45 billion for the Treasury over the next 5 years. And you and I, all of us, are paying for it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Our Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates was saying the figures that the government presented today in the House of Commons, if they'd have sliced and diced them a different way, it could have given us a totally different picture. But they're the numbers the Conservatives are working with. This is how they're spitting in. This is what we've got in the autumn statement. Let's have a look at some of the questions that have come into us. This first one is from Nick Smith. Gurpreet, you can kick us off with this. He says, when the NHS is under such strain, how can the Chancellor justify a cut to national insurance? It's just not logical. The single most important thing is having its funding cut by billions. Why?
Well, I think it's important to say this doesn't translate into a funding cut for the NHS, because NHS budgets is protected. Like the budget for schools, we have protected budgets, we also have unprotected budgets.
We're always told there's that link between national insurance and public services, the NHS. That's what people at home understand, isn't it?
Exactly, but the NHS budget is protected. I think there's a bigger question for unprotected budgets that's coming down the line, because a lot of these commitments that he's made, he's not being honest about what it means for public spending. Yes, inflation has boosted tax receipts, but it's also boosted spending. And if he doesn't increase spending to match the increase in inflation, then we're heading for austerity 2.0, massive increase in real-term spending cuts, akin to what we saw in the 2010s under George Osborne.
Helen, you're nodding along there. You could see that coming, couldn't you?
Absolutely, and I think, certainly people are telling me all the time that the lack of spending in public services is having the knock-on effect of that is huge, because you're not seeing things in social care, you're not seeing things in the health, and the knock-on of that is not being able to get support, so people can't go out to work, they haven't got the money to spend. So we would like to see a little bit more.
I think it's with the potential election coming up over the next 12 months or so, I think this should be a bit of electioneering. You promised to cut taxes before the election. I can see that's what's happening here.
Absolutely. The Conservatives perhaps thinking it's a vote winner. I don't think anybody's sort of in denial of the fact that may well be a possibility, given what we've heard today, especially speaking to people here in Macclesfield. That's come up time and time again. This is from James Pedden 3. He says, please explain how this budget helps young people who are trying to move out. From what I can see, there is no additional support or help for young people, and the additional national insurance cut makes pounds differences a month for the average working class person. Who wants to pick up on that? Helen, do you want to take that on first?
Yeah, I think that's right. I think when we saw the mention of the housing allowance being up to £800, for a year, that's actually so little because people's rents are going up nearly that a month, never mind a year. So I think it's getting more difficult. And when he says he's raised it £800 a year, we have to remember that it was actually fixed for 2 years, so 3 years. So it's still playing catch up. And as we've seen rents go up so much, it's still not enough. And there needs to be more reform, I think, in the housing market.
Yeah. That is the thing, isn't it? Being able to afford rent, being able to afford a mortgage, being able to afford getting on the housing ladder in the first place. Actually, being able to afford rent in the first place, being able to move out of your parents or something like that, that's a real concern at the moment.
Absolutely, I agree. I've got my own daughter who's just about to move out of our house, and she's 29, and she's having to find somewhere to rent at this place. It's very difficult to get on the housing ladder without help from bank and mum and dad, really, at the moment. And I think that's where most of the deposits are coming from, I would have thought.
Yeah, something that did come out today about benefits was the end in the freeze on local housing allowance, and also the government saying that they'll they've announced increases in benefits in line with inflation. Just looking at a reaction from the Trussell Trust, the food bank charity, saying that this will ease some of the pressures driving millions of people to food banks, but we can't stop here. People can't continue trying to get by on benefits that are so far below the cost of our essentials. They say we need an essentials guarantee to be embedded into the universal credit, which would ensure that everyone has a protected minimum amount of support to afford the essentials. That tends to be the message, doesn't it, when it comes to benefits? Yes, it's in line with inflation, but it's still not enough for people to survive day to day.
Yeah, the government is sort of giving on one hand, with one hand when it comes to benefits, but you've also got to remember that they're massively increasing the sanctions for those claiming incapacity benefit, and they're framing that as a pro-growth measure. There's been a massive increase in the number of people who aren't working because of long-term sickness since the pandemic. It's a bit of a mystery. Policymakers have been scratching their heads, asking why is there been this increase in the long-term sick. Some have questioned whether it's because of the NHS waiting list, and there's a correlation there. Others saying that's not the case. The Office for Budget Responsibility today saying this policy, along with the reforms on childcare, or the childcare policy announced in the previous fiscal event, could see a reduction in the number of inactive people to the tune of about 200,000. That is significant, and it will make a difference in terms of boosting the number of people in work. But it's also a revenue-raising measure. Let's not get away from that. The headroom, as we talked about earlier, is tighter than it appears, 13.5 billion. It's small in historic terms. The average headroom since 2010 has been about 25 billion. It's quickly been gobbled up already. The Chancellor is looking for ways in which he can raise money in order to offer handouts and tax giveaways. It looks like the benefit system has become one of them.
Yeah, Jeremy Hunt announced mandatory work placements for long-term unemployed, and if they don't take them up, they'll lose their benefits. Helen, what was your reaction when you heard that?
Well, I think the whole system is broken, certainly. And what's interesting about that is that he's saying that it will happen after a year or 18 months. Well, this government might not be in place then. So whether those kinds of things happen or not remains to be seen. But I know that already the assessments for people are so difficult and so stressful, they actually make people ill. And this kind of thing will actually just make things worse, because people will have more mental health issues, the waiting lists for people who need help with mental health issues, who want to go back to work but can't. There's all these knock-on effects that actually will all just backfire.
Gabriel, you mentioned earlier on there's only so much the Chancellor can do. People will have watched this statement today and gone, what about me? He can't give away everything to everyone. But Anastasia got in touch with me on social media to say, hi, Sarah Jane, I noticed social care wasn't mentioned in the statement at all. It's similar to the King's speech when we were all expecting something on mental health, and that didn't appear. A lot of people looking at the statement and going, actually, social care is vital at the moment. There's all this outcry that, we need to focus on social care if we're going to support the NHS, for example. But it was omitted. Why do you think that was?
Well, there's always a political judgment to be made about what the government thinks the electorate want right now ahead of a general election. And, for a long time, it was, let's sort out the mess that our predecessors caused, the Liz Truss mini-budget. We saw a massive increase in the tax burden after that, as Jeremy Hunt sought to cool financial markets to restore our credibility. Now, with inflation having been halved, they want to send a message that, you know, we've sorted out the mess, and now we can give you something to make you feel better about yourself. And that's where the movement on tax has come. And also because of the clamour within his own party. This is also inter-party politics. Tory backbench MPs want tax cuts, they want them now. The Liz Trussites and the Liz Truss voice in the party hasn't disappeared at all. We saw, but then this time last year, we did see moves on social care. He's just picking what he thinks the electorate need at this moment in time. And it seems that giving people a bit of a boost, an economic boost, is what that is at the moment.
Bit of a short-term view for this autumn statement rather than a longer-term view, perhaps. And Steve, what have you been saying to your clients today? Because obviously you'll have watched that statement on their behalf. I'm sure not everybody's had a chance to watch it today. They'll be catching up.
We're all catching up, I think, and what you often find is that the devil is in the detail.
Yeah.
A lot of that comes out over the next few days. I know we'll be putting on a webinar for our clients next week, once we've had time to actually get hold of all the information and interrogate it all and find out exactly what it means to people. But because we're only really getting the headlines at the moment, we would have to know what's going to happen with making tax digital. That's been kicked into the long grass once. Is it going to go ahead or not? And apparently there's been a statement on that. There's 120-odd statements and policy documents which have come out this morning.
You came armed with a calculator and a big wad of paper, I noticed.
I've been tapping away trying to work out what it all means.
Do you think he was going to list that?
I don't think so at some point, no.
Stephen, I also want to ask you about the biggest business tax cut in history, according to the Chancellor. Full expensing to be made permanent. For those not in the big business world, what is full expensing and why is this important?
Well, what that means is that any companies which spend money on plant and equipment mainly, and who spend capital allowances, you'll be able to claim for those. Previously, the limit was about £1 million a year, the maximum you could actually claim. He's basically said we can have full expensing of that equipment. So if you wanted to spend £10 million, for argument's sake, on new equipment, then you'll be able to get tax relief on the whole lot. So it is really for bigger businesses. It's not really for small businesses. They're going to be unaffected by what's gone on. But yeah, for big businesses, it's a very big boost. It will encourage investment and potentially encourage growth as well.
Actually, this is a question I'll put to you because I've been hearing this time and time again today because we're here at the Picturedome, home of independent local businesses here, you know, food retailers, gift shops as well. And the running theme has been that every time there's a government announcement, whether it's budget or statement, they tend to focus on these big business mechanisms. There's often very little for the... They don't like the word small. I've been pulled up on that a lot today. They like the word independent. There's very little for independent businesses. And given that they're all locally run and feeding local economies, you know, cities and towns like where we are in Macclesfield, the feedback I've been getting is the government don't give them enough attention. They sort of, it's a broad brushstroke when it comes to business. Not all of them are big organisations, though.
Absolutely, and the way the tax law is at the moment is it's so complicated that you need a degree just to be able to navigate your way around the tax system at the moment. The only benefit really for small businesses is the minimum wage, because a lot of places like this where it's all in retail and hospitality, minimum wage going up by nearly 10%. Is a boost in one sense. In the other sense,
for the employees, for the independent business, it comes out of their pot, right?
The other problem with that is that if you've got some employees now with a 10% wage rise, what happens to the rest of your employees? Do they all need an increase as well? And it becomes a cost to the employer as well. So you've got the increased cost of wages for a small business.
Okay, so many pluses, but equally a lot of minuses
you give
as well.
with one hand and take away with the other.
As Sophie was saying, giving with one hand, taking away with the other. Right, let's go on to... Actually, this is connected to it. LEB 73, with a minimum wage rise, this will push people into another tax bracket. Has the personal tax allowance increased?
No. Basically, exactly. Thresholds have been frozen. You've heard the term fiscal drag, where you actually pull people back into who are earning an amount, may get a wage rise, push them back into a higher rate tax bracket. The limit of £50,000 and a small amount, that is now fixed. So therefore, if you get pay rise, potentially you're going to be earning and paying tax at the rate of 40%. So that's how he gets his more money. So the thresholds don't rise in line with inflation.
I think it's worth pointing out just how significant a
Yeah.
tax hike this is.
Massive.
This is no small fry tax increase.
Yeah.
45 billion over the next 5 years. It's one of the biggest tax hikes through the back door that we've seen for decades. I think it was Geoffrey Howe in 1979 when he doubled VAT. It's the largest increase we've seen since then. I think 4 million people are now going to be paying extra, 4 million extra people are going to be paying the basic rate. An extra 3 million are going to be paying the higher rate. Nurses, public sector workers.
Like you were saying, devil in the detail, right?
None of these people a few decades ago were paying the higher rate of tax. Now they are. So we talk about wages going up, we talk about the national living wage increasing, but all those increases aren't worth as much as they used to be because we're paying more taxes.
So when you talk about pounds in your pocket, actually, there's going to be less in there for some people.
Yeah. Proportionately so, yeah.
Yeah, potentially as well with small businesses. A lot of small business owners pay themselves with a low salary and a regular dividend going out, and obviously the dividend allowance has now been cut from £2,000 to £1,000 and being cut again next year as well. So it's an extra cost to those people running small businesses as well.
And the 2 percentage point cut in the national insurance,
Will not affect
great,
them.
but it doesn't make a dent in the fiscal drag.
No.
Yeah.
And also these guys are not paying the national insurance anyway, so it has no effect on them.
Yeah. Helen, we've been talking today on Sky News about, these measures. Before we went into this autumn statement, the backdrop was the Prime Minister saying, I've met my target of halving inflation and you should feel better off. And a lot of people were saying, actually, I don't feel better off. Maybe I will after the autumn statement. How will consumers be feeling going into this evening? Now they've had the autumn statement, inflation has been halved. Do people actually feel better off at the moment?
I don't think they do. I don't think they will. And as you say, as we've said so many times, the devil's in the detail.
Yeah.
But I think the bottom line is, they haven't seen anything happen to their energy, they haven't seen anything happen to the food, they haven't seen anything to what they have to pay out, their mortgages, their rent.
Yep.
So all the things that they have to pay out for, they've not seen a change in, really. So I don't think we're going to see too many happy consumers thinking, I've got more money in my pocket, because I don't think they have.
When it comes to mortgages and rate, Gertrude, were there any levers that the government could pull? Because, of course, we talk about, the Conservatives and Liz Truss's Trussonomics damaging the economy to affect people's mortgages. But could the Chancellor have done anything in that statement today to affect that, or is that all down to the banks and interest rates?
Well, the Bank of England sets monetary policy in the UK.
Yeah.
They determine the interest rate. 5.25% is the highest it's been in years. It wasn't long ago that we had record low interest rates of 0.1%. What the government can do is help keep a lid on inflation by not increasing government spending too much, although that largely is within the confines of the Bank of England as well. I think what's worrying is the information we got from the Office for Budget Responsibilities today, saying that, the government has met its own self-set target of halving
their target's
inflation.
much lower.
Yeah, their target's 2%. And how long is it going to take us to get to 2%? Well, it's going to take us a lot longer than we thought it was in March. So the government's got a target to get inflation down. Well, actually, the news on inflation is bad. It's also got a target to get the economy growing. The news on that is also bad because the Office of Budget Responsibility downgraded its forecasts on economic growth. If inflation takes longer to come down, that means the prospect for interest rate cuts looks like we're going to have higher interest rates for longer as well. That's bad news for our mortgages.
So where does that all lead us to then? These announcements made today in the autumn statement to the backdrop of what the OBR have been telling us. Where does this lead us to in, say, a year's time?
Well, it means that there's still going to be clamour for more giveaways, right, in March, ahead of any potential general election. It's the big blockbuster fiscal event. What's the headroom going to look like?
Yeah.
What's
left to give?
What's left to give? He's got a target to get debt falling as a proportion of GDP in 5 years' time. He's basically used up a lot of that headroom today. How much room is he going to have to manoeuvre? I think it's going to be very limited.
Question here from, let's have a look, Neil. My daughter is disabled and unable to work as she has treatments. She has to attend 2 to 3 times a week. In addition, she's on controlled drugs for pain. How on earth is she expected to work because of her disability? Helen, that's something that a lot of people are going to be identifying with after that autumn statement, because, we talk about the benefit increases, but we also talk about getting the disabled back into work and what the government are doing to do that. And there'll be a lot of people at home sitting there fearful, actually, thinking, I'm not shirking work, I just can't for whatever reason. What would you say about that scenario and how that's going to play out? Because a lot of people are going to be worried.
Well, yeah, and I'm afraid I can't give any personal assurances because I think possibly they are right to be worried. You know, we've seen this government put plans in place to try and get people back to work, but it seems very much more threatening rather than encouragement.
Yeah.
And I know that consumers have told me that, you know, that they do want to go back to work. A lot of people do want to go back to work, but their mental health is an issue, and they can't get support. They can't get through on the NHS, and it sounds like, you know, they're going to make that even more difficult. They're going to make it more difficult for people to try and get into work or to try and get the benefits. But whether we actually see that all transpire in this next year or so, it remains to be seen. But yeah, very, very tough out there.
Yeah, I was talking to the charity Scope on programme a little earlier, and we were discussing the fact that, you know, a lot of the responsibility seems to be put on the shoulders of those with disability to get back into work, but perhaps the approach should be different. The government should be leaning on businesses and organisations more and making it more easier for disabled people to get back into work, you know, for the companies to make themselves more accessible. But that doesn't seem to be something that's explored. It seems like it's a very narrow view.
And that's what I mean about it's the threatening, there's the stick. If you don't do this, you're going to have your benefits cut, rather than actually, how can we make it easier for you to go back to work? Well, actually, it could be I just need this aid that I can't afford, or it could just be I need this counselling that I can't afford. Actually, those kinds of things will actually get people back into work in the longer term, and so cost the government less money. But there seems to be very little of that encouragement. It's far more sticks than carrots.
Yeah. Susan Simmons has got in touch. She put, I noticed the Chancellor froze alcohol duty again, but put tobacco in essence. Drinking puts more pressure on the NHS and ambulance crews. He froze that duty to suit the government. Sorry, it was a bit garbled that, but I think the essence is the Chancellor went for alcohol again, supporting alcohol, but the government is trying to phase out smoking, but alcohol puts as much pressure on public services, ambulance crews there, for example. Your view on that one?
Yes, I think it's always been a long-term aim to increase the cost of smoking, basically. And with the pressure on the hospitality businesses, is trying to maintain support for them by maintaining the alcohol duty on that, not actually putting it up. So places like this, the picture drone here, will be delighted that he's not increased that, because it just means it boosts inflation as well by putting up alcohol duty as well.
Yeah, alcohol duty, that's always the one to look out for, isn't it? Whether it be a budget or statement. I was just talking to the independent brewery here at the Picture Dome. And they were saying, actually, splitting hairs, it's not really going to make that much difference, because when put into the bigger picture for a brewery or a bar, you know, all their overheads, you know, the minimum wage going up, electricity prices, ingredients, all of that going up, it doesn't actually make that much difference.
Yeah, I think the bigger picture point is a really important one, because this fiscal event that we've had, this autumn statement, it's a snapshot from a moment in time. Jeremy Hunt can say that he's halved inflation. He can say that he's cutting taxes. He can say all of these things. But when you take a step back and look at what's happened over the last 3 or 4 years in the UK, that's when we can get a proper holistic view of what's going on. And I was struck by this when you were talking about expensing, because the expensing, full expensing is a good policy in terms of improving economic growth. It's widely considered to be something that can promote growth, but businesses aren't just looking at the tax rate. They're not just looking at the corporation tax rate. They're not just looking at full expensing. They're looking at the entire environment for business here, whether that's the cost of labour. That's really important and something people are thinking about. Brexit. How has Brexit changed the outlook for some businesses? Climate policies, consistency in politics and in policy also matters, which HS2 didn't help with. So all of these things, the bigger picture, as you said, so important and is beyond the autumn statement.
And you mentioned the word consistency there, Stephen. How important is that? Because, of course, this is a government on an election footing.
Yes.
There's a general election coming. So all of this stuff in the autumn statement may yet change again in a year's time.
Absolutely. If we look back and see what costs have increased over the last 12 months, 2 years, so you're looking at your heating costs, your energy costs, you're looking at inflation going up, oil prices going up. This is just giving you back a little bit of that. And again, with an election next year, we've got to see what Labour come out with in their manifesto as well, to see whether they're going to start reversing any of these policies going forward. But yeah, he's promised to do it, he's done it, he can say he's done it. Is it enough? Remains to be seen.
Okay, Helen, just a final word on consumers. We're going into the Christmas period. How do you think they're going to be spending in the run-up to Christmas? Because, as we've said, people aren't feeling any better off yet.
No, well, we've seen from the honest figures from last month that actually people are spending less. They are spending less, and far less than predicted. So I don't think we're going to be seeing anybody rushing out to the shops buying stuff.
Regifting, let's bring that back. Unwanted but not unloved gifts. I'm all for that, just letting my family know. Helen, Stephen and Gurpreet, thank you very much. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, Sophy Ridge will be back. She'll have analysis of today's announcements from the Chancellor, plus reaction from the city for you with Ian King. Keep it Sky News.
It's 4 o'clock. The Chancellor cuts taxes for millions of workers. Plus, there's billions for business and a boost to the state pension. For workers, national insurance payments are cut by 2 percentage points, and the self-employed also see their contributions cut. For business, a support package worth £4.5 billion aimed at attracting investment. And there's a freeze on alcohol duty until next summer.
Rather than a recession, the economy has grown. Rather than falling as predicted, real incomes have risen. Our plan for the British economy is working, but the work is not done.
But the overall tax burden remains at a record high, and the Office for Budget Responsibility downgrades its growth forecasts.
After 13 years of Conservatives, the economy is simply not working, and despite all the promises today, working people are still worse off.
And I'm in Cambridge, home to some of the UK's fastest growing tech and life sciences companies, where I've been gauging business reaction to the autumn statement.
Good afternoon. The Chancellor has announced a cut in national insurance contributions for millions of workers, including the self-employed. The slash of 2 percentage points to the headline rate could save someone on the average salary £450 a year. Well, Jeremy Hunt also announced billions of pounds in both support and tax cuts for British business. He called it an autumn statement for growth, despite the latest forecast from the OBR revising down the UK's prospects for the next 4 years. Let's have a look now, shall we, at the headline announcements. Well, the Chancellor, first up, cut the main rate of employee national insurance by 2 percentage points. It's down from 12% to 10%, which will come into effect from the 6th of January, helping 27 million people. He's increasing universal credit and other benefits by 6.7% from April, in line with inflation, which he says will help 5.5 million households on the lowest incomes. Jeremy Hunt also confirmed the government's commitment to the triple lock, saying from April 2024, the full new state pension will increase by 8.5%. There were some big announcements for business too. The Chancellor said he's introducing what he described as the largest business tax cut in modern British history by making full expensing permanent. That means that for every £1 million a company invests, they get £250,000 off their tax bill in the same year. For the self-employed Class 2 national insurance, that's a flat rate compulsory charge, is being abolished altogether, which the Chancellor says will save the average self-employed person £192 per year. And there was confirmation that he's increasing the national living wage by 9.8%, up to £11.44 an hour, which he says will be worth up to £1,800 for a full-time worker. And finally, all alcohol duty is being frozen until the 1st of August next year. He increased duty on hand-rolling tobacco by an additional 10%. That's above the tobacco duty escalator. And on AI, he announced £500 million to fund further innovation centres to help make the country what he described as an AI powerhouse. All right, there's actually a lot to discuss today. We're joined by our economics editor, Ed Conway, and also our deputy political editor, Sam Coates. Sam, to you first. The message from the Chancellor was, look at all these great things that I've done controlling the economy. That means I can now cut people's taxes. Is that right?
It certainly was the message. Jeremy Hunt presented a picture that the economy has turned a corner, and he said that's both because of growth since the last budget that we saw in March, because inflation has come down, Rishi Sunak's met his target, and he said there are higher incomes. And because of what he described as difficult decisions, the hard work, burden sharing by the British public, he can now say that we can all share in the proceeds of those difficult decisions because things are getting better. So he put at the heart of his autumn statement a £9 billion cut in national insurance. It's that 12% down to 10%. Reduction in the headline rate. He also did a big package, as you were saying, on business taxes, this policy known as full expenses. But, Sophie, and there is an enormous but, the evidence that the Chancellor put forward for this massive transformational moment is quite partial. Yes, when you look at it, we're in a slightly better growth position than we were in the March budget. But my goodness, actually, when you just look at growth alone, next year, growth is forecast not at 1.8%, which it was in the March budget, but now 0.7%. Inflation, well, it's at 4.7%. That's more than double the government's actual target. And real incomes, well, it's the biggest real income squeeze since the Second World War. So the picture, when you look in the round, is far less rosy than the Chancellor appeared to suggest. You have also this problem that although there is a big personal tax cut in national insurance, in just the last couple of years, there's been a big personal tax rise by other changes, particularly to income tax, to threshold, that mean that actually when you look at what you're getting and what's being taken away, you're not actually that much better off in the coming years. That's why, and this is going to be a big problem when it comes to the Conservative backbenchers, the overall tax burden going up in the next few years, not down. Nevertheless, the political pressure on Jeremy Hunt and Rishi Sunak to do something now after months of being 20 points behind in the polls was massive. He's splurged quite a big amount. He's left himself not much wiggle room to come back in the spring if there's anything else. Squeezed public spending in the future in order to do it. So it's quite a gamble.
Yeah, gamble indeed. Sam, thanks very much for the analysis. I mean, Sam was talking a bit there about the figures. You've been kind of crunching through, looking at charts, data. What have you found out?
Well, let me go. It takes a while, doesn't it? Because we get the announcements and we get that speech from the Chancellor, but then we gradually kind of get a sense of what the reality is, what's actually going on, the state of the economy, the state of the public finances. And we can kind of give you a pretty good sense of that now. Starting with this, I mean, everything really kind of comes back, or everything really starts with economic growth, because the more growth you get, the better your public finances are. The less growth you get, the bigger of a problem you're going to have in the future, and the less of a feel-good factor you're going to have, particularly if you're a government that wants to have an election pretty soon and wants to try and win it. But here, this is the forecast last time around. So basically a recession in 2023, but really strong growth looking out into the future. How did that get updated? This is what the latest OBR numbers show. So no recession in 2023. Bit of good news there. But look at the future years. 2024, weaker growth. Growth slashed, actually. 2025, weaker growth as well. Rather than 2.5%, it's 1.4%. Now, out into the future, actually a little bit stronger, a little bit more optimistic than other people were expecting. But nonetheless, that is a weak outlook for the economy. But there's another thing as well. Inflation is a big part of this story. And last time around, the Office of Budget Responsibility thought after this big cost of living spike we've had recently, that prices were going to start to come down and that you'd start to see, well, rather inflation, not prices, inflation, the rate at which those prices are going up. Important distinction there. It was going to go down to zero. But now, while they say it's still going down, look, it's a bit higher. And that's important, OK? As you'll see in a moment, that's really important because higher inflation, higher prices, higher wages means more people end up paying more in tax. And that's really important here. When you look at the total policy decisions, this is something that is called the scorecard. Basically, the overall impact of all of these measures that we've seen from the government. And what you're looking at here is the amount of money either coming out of the Treasury, anything below the line is money coming out, anything above the line is money coming in. In this case, for each of the future years, and this is just the future years, looking out into the future, it's quite a lot of money given out by the Treasury to people. And about half of that is that national insurance cut. About half of it is full expensing, so that idea that you're going to offset some of your investments in the future if you're a business. These figures are quite big, but they're not as big as what we saw this time last year with enormous tax rises. These are tax rises that we saw back last autumn. And what we've seen recently, the money coming out doesn't make up for that money that came back in. In other words, people are being taxed more as a result. And you get a sense of that when you look at this. This is the tax burden, the overall tax burden in the UK. The higher this line is, the more we are being taxed. It goes all the way back to 1948. And look at this line here. It was going up to that level in March. Before you had the measures that we've just heard about from the government, it was going up this far. But now look, post those measures, it's a little bit less high, but it is still the highest rate that we've seen since at least 1948. So while the government does want to talk about this being a tax-cutting event, in practice, the tax burden, which is the critical thing here, that's up to a pretty much unprecedented rate, and that's very difficult as a message to square with what we're hearing about from the Chancellor.
Ed, thank you very much, and Sam, thank you too. Our chief political correspondent, John Craig, is in Parliament's central lobby for us. John, how are things going down in the House of Commons?
Well, let me bring you some news from inside the Commons chamber whilst Mr Hunt was on his feet. When he made that announcement about how the national insurance cut is not going to come next April, but in January, a murmur, more than a murmur, a lot of sotto voce muttering went round on the Tory backbenches behind him. We're going to have a May election. Apparently, it all went round the chamber very quickly. Tory MPs were convinced that bringing that in January and not April means a May election. Another thing that some MPs are saying is there's a few stealth taxes in there, despite all the talk of tax cuts, because, of course, by not raising the thresholds on income tax, of course, that's a stealth tax, so it means people are going to be paying more. The debate is going on now. First of all, we had the statement, then we had Rachel Reeves, and then we had lots of questions, but they're actually into the debate now, which was introduced by Laura Trott, the new Treasury Chief Secretary. There was a speech of not many heavy hitters, to be fair, in the debate. The one big name on the Tory backbenches who's just spoken in the last few minutes was Liam Fox. I thought his welcome for the autumn statement was fairly lukewarm, actually. He was picking up on the Chancellor's quote about Nigel Lawson, about borrowing being a tax on our children and grandchildren. And he said that the Chancellor had set it was on the path towards lower taxation. So I think the Tory reaction really is this is OK as far as it goes, but he does seem to have thrown them by bringing in this accelerating, if you like, this national insurance cut. He did say towards the end, during the questions, actually, there'd be what he called another fiscal event before the end of the financial year. So, in other words, a March budget. So, perhaps the strategy is bring in these tax cuts on national insurance now, then a budget late March, mid-March, say, spring election. I still think it's an October election, but he's got Tory MPs talking about a May election now.
There you go. And I mean, it does feel like that, John. You know, the odds on that have got to have changed slightly with the fact that he's bringing in the national insurance tax cut by January. John, thank you very much indeed. Now, in his autumn statement, the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt announced that national insurance is to be cut by 2 percentage points. Joining us now is the former Deputy Governor of the Bank of England, Sir John Gee. Thank you very much for being with us today. Can you just talk to me a bit about the economic forecasts? Because it felt like the message from Jeremy Hunt was like, look at our careful management of the economy. This has allowed us to make all these lovely tax cuts. What do the forecasts actually look like?
Well, the Office of Budget Responsibility has changed its forecast a lot. It was saying we'd have a recession and then a very sharp fall in inflation. It's now saying we won't have a recession. That's good news. But growth will be a little bit lower in the medium term, and inflation will linger on for another couple of years, well above target. So what the implications of that is output, inflation have been higher than they expected, so the tax take has been higher than they expected, and he hasn't adjusted the spending plans, so he's got some money to spend.
You say that he hasn't adjusted the spending plans. It looks pretty tight on spending, doesn't it? Particularly if you look, the next kind of 5 years or so, whoever wins the next election, they're going to have a bit of a headache on their hands.
Yes, I mean, you could see this as a budget forming part of his legacy, as Hunt's legacy, and hence all the stuff on industry, which he's always been passionate about. But one of the legacies is that he's got totally unrealistic plans for public spending in there. And the OBR suggests that he'll need about 30 billion to top them up at some point. I think he's leaving that to his successor.
So it's a bit of a trap for Labour, is what you're saying?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I work in the National Health Service at the moment. We think we're incredibly strapped for resources and we need more this year and next year. But the health service is the best financed of any of the public services. If you look at social care or prisons or criminal justice or the police, it's very, very tight. And you're looking at, I don't believe they'll carry through the cuts that are now in the plans.
That's interesting. That is interesting. And that, of course, will change the economic and fiscal picture quite a lot. On inflation, because it feels like Jeremy Hunt was effectively saying that because of the inflation coming down, that they've met their target of halving inflation, this is allowing him to put more, effectively, to cut taxes. What is the outlook for inflation?
Well, I mean, of course, the official target is 2%. So he has halved inflation, or at least we have halved inflation over the last year, but it's got to halve again. And the prospect is that I think that both the Bank of England and the OBR think that's going to take another 2 years. So quite a hard grind to get it down to 2%. What does that do for him? Well, it's put up the tax take more than it's put up the benefit take. He hasn't cut benefits, as some people thought he would, and he has increased the minimum wage by a lot. So in that sense, he has looked after the poorest people. But on the public service side, it's been a savage squeeze. But on the tax side also, and I think Ed was showing you some figures, the tax take is going up. He may have cut the rate of NICs, but if you look at the overall amount of tax we're going to be paying, that is going up.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like the thing to really unpick, doesn't it? Because it kind of feels almost slightly confusing if you just look at the headlines. OK, so tax is coming down, but tax is going up. Overall, we are going to be paying more taxes next year.
Yes, and the year after, and the year after that. It's the overall amount of national income going to the state is going up. And actually, it needs to go up. I mean, we're trying to run a European standard welfare state, and our tax rates are going to have to go to European levels. Now, no one's saying that at the moment, but actually,
Jeremy Hunt and Rishi Sunak certainly aren't.
At the moment, I don't think it's realistic to think that we're going to bring tax rates right down overall. So what he's doing at the moment is giving back some of the extra tax he's taking from income tax into national insurance, and that matches his idea of incentivising work. So there's a logic to it, but there is a bit of smoke and mirrors.
Always a bit of smoke and mirrors. This is my biggest takeaway from all of these fiscal events. There's an awful lot of smoke and mirrors involved. So John Gee, thank you very much indeed. Really interesting to talk to you today. Right, let's have a quick check, shall we, on the rest of the day's news. We've had a lot of on the autumn statement, but after weeks of negotiations, Israel has agreed to support a deal that would see the release of hostages being held by Hamas in exchange for a temporary ceasefire. Media reports claim the pause in fighting will begin tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock local time, 8 o'clock in the UK. The Israeli Foreign Minister has said that they expect the recovery of hostages to also begin tomorrow. Well, in Gaza, a bulldozer was used to dig a mass grave where dozens of bodies were buried. A truck brought more than 100 bodies from various areas in the Strip's north, including Shifa Hospital. 4 men found guilty of murdering Ashley Dale in Liverpool last year have been given life sentences with minimum terms of between 41 and 47 years. The 28-year-old council worker was shot dead in her back garden.
This court has heard the most moving victim personal statements of Ashley's mother, father and grandmother. The harm that has been caused to them and their family is profound and will last forever. Ashley Dale was in the prime of her life and she was gunned down in her own home where she should have been safe. This murder and the criminal conspiracies to murder and to possess the prohibited firearm and ammunition were planned by the 4 of you.
Giving evidence at the COVID inquiry, England's former Deputy Chief Medical Officer has said his family received death threats during the pandemic. Professor Jonathan Van Tam said he was told to move out of his home.
Where I think, it finally got to me was the fact that I might have expected that if a crisis happened, this was, my responsibility to bear that kind of workload. I did not expect my family to be threatened with having their throats cut. I did not expect the police to have to say, will you move out in the middle of the night, in the middle of the evening, will you move out for a few days while we look at this and potentially make some arrests? I only make this point because I'm so worried that if there's a future crisis, people will not want to sign up for these roles and these jobs.
The South Korean president has got into a bit of trouble. That's during the second day of his state visit to the UK. A warning, the following footage does contain some flash photography. Visiting Downing Street, President Yoon Suk-yeol walked past number 10, where he was due to meet with the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. You seem to have missed the entrance there. Oh dear. Mr Yoon had previously been welcomed to the country by the King at a state banquet yesterday. Maybe was given better guidance there before attending a business forum earlier today. He did make it inside, though. There we go. There's the door. Excellent. Right, let's go back to the autumn statement, shall we? Joining us now is the Liberal Democrat Treasury spokesperson, Sarah Olney, and the SNP's economy spokesperson, Drew Henry. Thank you both for being with us. Sarah, what did you make of the autumn statement today?
Well, frankly, I thought it was a bit of a deception, to be honest. I mean, the Chancellor is making out that he's giving away some generous tax cuts to workers in the form of the cut to the rate of national insurance. But of course, the working families are already paying so much more in tax, thanks to the freezing of the tax thresholds and the personal allowance. People have paid thousands of pounds extra in tax, and to get a few hundred back in a national insurance rate cut, I've frankly, as I say, I think the Chancellor, it's an act of deception, and I think taxpayers will see through it.
Yeah, I would say that what he has done is obviously tried to pull the wool over people's eyes. He's trying to take credit for things that they should be doing anyway, like, the triple lock on pensions. These are things that we're already committed to. He's trying to take credit for rolling back some of the things that they've introduced, for example, the increases in national insurance and so forth. But really, fundamentally, he's failed to address what the real concerns are of people in their houses just now, which is the cost of living crisis. No help for people on energy costs as we go into winter, when we know the cap is going to go up twice. No help for people on mortgages. No interest rate tax relief, as we asked for. Indeed, no help on food prices. These are all things that are hitting people really, really heavily, and there was nothing there to give them any comfort.
It feels, you describe it as a deception, and maybe let's have some straight talking then, shall we? Because it does feel like in politics, everyone's promising the world, what an election coming up, you can tell it's getting better and better what everyone's rolling out. The economic situation is still really difficult. Spending cuts, tax rises, what are the difficult decisions that you think we should be making?
Well, what the Liberal Democrats are really clear about is that we need to take much greater action to bring down the waiting lists in the NHS. We know that there's about 8 million procedures that people are currently waiting for. And
so what does that mean, though? Because I'm asking, look, if you want to do things like bring down NHS waiting lists that everyone wants to do, you have to make the difficult choices first. So you'd have to say, actually, I'm going to put up tax, or I'm going to cut spending here. What's your route?
Sure.
To
finish the point about the NHS.
The easy bit is to say this is what we want to do.
Yes, but I just want to make the point that the reason that that's really important is not just for people's own well-being and their quality of life, but also because it means we can get people back to work, and that's absolutely critical in terms of economic growth. What we would do, we have called for a long time for a windfall tax on oil and gas, and if that had been properly levied, that could have raised billions. We also want to reverse cuts to bank taxes. The bank levy, the bank surcharge, we think that could have raised billions. We want to do more to make sure that HMRC are collecting all the tax that's owed. So those are the kinds of things that we think the government could be doing. And as I say, our absolute priority is to get people off those NHS waiting lists.
It's not just oil and gas. There are lots of companies that are making outrageous profits at the moment, including some of the banks just now. They're missing out on all of that potential income by not looking at that. They're not looking at things like share buybacks, where they've got an opportunity there to get in billions. Of course, they're still wasting billions as well. The fact that they've imposed Brexit on us is costing us money every single day. We're 11% higher in terms of import costs because of Brexit and so forth. There are policy choices that could be made to ease the situation in terms of paying for these things. But most importantly, there are policy choices that are not that expensive that should have been brought in to help people with the cost of living, and they failed to implement them. Food, energy costs and their costs of living in terms of the housing costs have all been ignored here. They could have been addressed by some of these measures.
I'm keen just to get a sense from both of you on whether you agree with the big headline announcement that most of our viewers will probably be thinking that's the one I remember, the 2 percentage point cut to national insurance. Do the Lib Dems agree with that?
Well, it's certainly better than the inheritance tax cut that was busy being trailed. I mean, an inheritance tax cut is absolutely not the right priority right now. But as I say, it really pales into insignificance compared to the amount of extra tax that people have been paying over the last few years. And our priority has to be to fix our public services, particularly the NHS. As I say, that's key to getting people back to work and making sure that people who can work are able to work and earn that money for their families.
What do you make of national insurance?
Well, again, the national insurance measure is just basically unpicking something that they did themselves a few years ago and putting up and trying to take credit for that. Now, getting some money back is great, but it pales into total insignificance when you look at the cost that people are going to still face. Inflation is still over twice the target that they have for it. That means prices are going to remain high. They're going to continue to increase. Food price inflation is much, much higher. Those changes that he offered today to kind of unpick some of the choices they already made are not going to cut it for people. People are not going to be able to do much this winter with that. The British Medical Journal has published an article last month saying that it will cost people's lives, this cost of living crisis. We need action now. It's not happened from the UK government.
OK, now we are nearly out of time, but just a sentence or a few words from each of you. If you could do your own autumn statement today, what would be your top policy in it?
real help for the NHS to tackle that waiting list, because that's key to economic growth apart from people's well-being.
Reducing the cap on energy, introducing a £400 energy rebate for people, real help with food prices.
Squeeze a few in there. See what you did there. Sarah's thinking, hang on, I should have done that. I had one shot at this, so I'm going to cut you off. Thank you both very much indeed for coming on the programme today. Right, that is it from me with our autumn statement coverage. The headline from Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor today, that 2 percentage point cut to national insurance, that is going to be around £450 in the pocket for the average worker next year. But the overall tax burden still going up, important to say as well. Coming up on Business Live with Ian King next. Ian will be in Cambridge with all the latest business and market reaction to the Chancellor's autumn statement. So lots more coverage coming up.